Hi. Bet you didn't expect to see me here, did you? Welcome. Hi, sweethearts. Look what's on my head. What's on my head? Oh my god, hold on. Our ads got fucked up. Well, oh shit, hello! Thank you for my pal attacks. I appreciate it. Thank you, Awesome Aussie. Congrats, Darcy. I said that. You guys did it. You guys are the ones who did this. It wasn't me. I did nothing. I'm just here to wear the hat. Ah, ooh, extreme close-up of pal kisses. Thank you for the pal attacks. Thank you, Nix. Thank you, Cutie Cat. You're here! Yay!
13 months as well. I couldn't not pop in for a moment to say congratulations. You're an absolute legend.
Aw, thank you so much. I appreciate it, dearest Dustin. Cutie Cat, thank you so very much for the... Ooh! Hi for you, Cutie Cat. Thank you for 13 months. I so appreciate it. Thank you, sweetie pie. And dearest Dustin, thank you for 36 months of tier 2. That's crazy. Thank you so much, gorgeous. I so appreciate the immense and incredible support.
Hello, Tal. Just wanted to hop in and say congrats. I just woke up, so I have to go and get ready for the day.
All good, gorgeous Gundam. No worries at all. I really appreciate you dropping in and saying hi and saying congrats. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hold on. You can't see my other hand, so I'm gonna scoot over a tad. Dearest Dime, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Dearest Dustin, thank you for the 180 stream streak. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I think you might have heard, as of last night when we got Twitch partner, you guys got Twitch partner. I'm so excited. I'm so grateful. I will be reading the message I sent to Patreon and the Discord this morning out loud. But I will wait until our little timer up there chills out, goes all the way down. Oh, that's right. You guys, we have an event badge. If you cannot afford to subscribe, I still didn't want you to miss out. So there are 2 different versions of this badge. One has tildes and the other doesn't. That's the only shift, and the only reason for it is because you can't have the same name for both the sub badge and the watch badge. If you cannot afford to subscribe, watch 10 hours of stream this week and you will get it anyway. That's a free way to get this Towgirl badge. If you can afford to and you just want to grab it now, I think it's is it three subs, 3 or more gift subs, and you'll get it as well. Okay, so new partner steals my heart. Joke's on you, I don't have one. False. All my precious pals have hearts. It's facts. I am so confused about my ads thing right now. I am so sorry. Hold on a second. No, I don't want 1 minute. I want to do my 3 minute thing. Why did it reset this stuff? Hold on. Hopefully that fixes itself at some point. Yeah, okay. Anyway, let me see. Sorry, I'm just double checking.
Look at that pretty purple dick. Just look it. Ain't it pretty? Now, to get that monetization on YouTube, and dare I say it, YouTube channel memberships?
Yes! You guys, if we do manage to get
it's been 9
YouTube
months.
channel memberships going.
Look how much time flies.
It has been, oh my god, 9 months! Sweetest Solar, we have a sub baby. It's okay, I checked with Dustin. They're okay with it. No, what would you like to name the sub baby? Thank you so much for 9 months. I so appreciate it. Thank you, darling. But yes, if we get channel memberships on YouTube's, I'm gonna start doing video tutorials, okay, on YouTube's as well, like for the members on there. I'll probably wind up doing the Patreon ones as still ones, like illustrated versions, like what I've just done for you guys for the month of July. And then what I'll do is I will do a video version on the YouTubes. Awesome. Thank Thank you so very much for gifting that sub to Dear Tarasa. I appreciate it. Hi there, fabulous fate. Welcome on in. How are you? Draza, welcome to the welcome back to the plush pouch. Let me see. It's finally happened. I have a tick, but not the bad kind, not the kind that gives you Lyme disease. I've got the purple one. The purple kind of tick. Maybe it's actually, I do wonder if the chances of acquiring a purple tick are the same as acquiring Lyme disease from a non-purple tick. Probably not gonna celebrate the Lyme disease one though. Congrats, thank you! Radical Slater, thank you so much for coming in. How's everybody feeling? Thank you so much, you guys, for coming in and congratulating us on partner. Let me see. Congrats on partner. Woohoo! Thank you so much, Andreas Tarasa. Thank you so much, Honey Bun, for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Talk about multiply and pay it forward. Damn. Thank you so much, dear Straza. Actually, I think you might be the first one with access to the Towgirl badge if you would like to apply that to your person. I think you just click on the little icon next to your name, and I think you can click on it, and it should come up, and I think you can wear it wherever you want. Even gorgeous Ghosty! Thank you for the 1, 2, and 3. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I so appreciate it, gorgeous Ghosty. You also get it. Yay, Draza's got the Towgirl. Thank you so much, gorgeous Ghosty, as well. I hope you enjoyed the Towgirl badge. Thank you for the amazing support. Gorgeous Geeks, thank you for the 60 stream streak at 4 a.m. So tired. Managed to stay awake long enough to keep my streak. Congrats, gorgeous Geeks. I'm so proud of you. Well done. Congrats. You deserve the purple tick. You absolutely incredible and cozy entertainer. You're the best.
Click, 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 click.
Thank you so much, gorgeous Geeks. I really appreciate it. You're so sweet. Thank you. Thank you, darling. Hello there, gorgeous Ginger and Geeks. Briggy, my darling DM, please tuck yourself in. Think of Stardust Memoir and relax. Let yourself fall into the cosmos. Thank you so very much for maintaining your streak. Thank you so very much for being here. You are the best. I really do appreciate you being here. Even if it's brief. Now go sleep well. Have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for coming in though. Click the purple tick tick. Click the purple tick tick. Tick 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 tick. What a great way to kick off August. I know, right, lovely Aizen? Welcome on in, gorgeous. It's so good to see you. Are you crying? I'm not crying, but I am very excited and very grateful and very humbled to be here with you guys and to have you here. It's good to see you again, Maul. Thank you so much for coming on in. But I am doing well, Cutie Cat. Thank you for asking. Gorgeous Ghosty also has our Towgirl badge. I'll repeat it just because I know that we're getting an influx of precious pals. And for the record, the Towgirl was supposed to be during the, as you can probably imagine, it was supposed to be during our outfit debut, but because of how fucked up that all got, I was so overwhelmed, I completely spaced it until literally after that entire week of streaming was over. So now it's known as our partner, our first partner badge, okay? Yeah, please, if you are interested in getting the little Towgirl badge, feel free to, you can either gift 3 subs or more, or, because as you know, I try to make sure that as much as I possibly can, things stay fair for all of you. If you cannot afford to do that, you can still get the Towgirl badge. You just gotta watch 10 hours of stream this week. I'll be streaming for a little over 20. So if you can make it to roughly half of the streams, you'll still get the badge, okay? Let me see here. Dearest Dustin, it is such a pleasure and a privilege to see you in here. Thank you so much for coming in, darling. I hope that things are going a bit better for you every single day. And Sita Stun, how are you? It's so good to see ya. Cutie Calme, thank you for the congrats on partner. I'm so grateful, you guys. I could not have done this without you. And I did say it in the Discord, but like, well and truly, genuinely. Oh my God!
First sub for Taz Partner streams.
Thank you so much, sweetest Shadowgun, for doing your very first resub, well, not very first, but like your first personal resub after we got partner, but you've been here for 16 months. Thank you so much, sweetest. Oh my God, holy shit. Thank you guys so much for level 5 hype train. Valiant Vibes, thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Gifted darling, I so appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. You now have access to the Tau girl, not emo, I keep on almost saying emo, badge. Precious Pocket! Pocket! Sweetie, thank you so much for the 1, 2, 3, and 5. How are you, gorgeous? You know what? Yeah, I was gonna say, can we shout out the Precious Pocket Chalk? Also, thank you so much, beautiful, for the 100 biddies. You guys, not only is this, are we partner because of this amazing community, but because of these incredible new friends that we have made in the last year. Precious Pocket Chalk is absolutely one of them. She's rated in here so many times. She has helped to like boost our averages. She has helped to get us over the line. She is also just a genuinely wonderful lady. If you guys are not following her, which I think a lot of you are, I see you in her chat quite often, and you should be. Yeah, if you're not following her, please do. You supporting her is a personal support to me, because she is extraordinary. She's so interactive, she's super high energy, she's an absolute darling, she's so smart, she's so quick, she's so sharp-witted as well. She's one of the few people that, like, I can read
Also,
stuff from her.
4 months.
I can read stuff from her and I will laugh out loud because she's so funny, dude. Also, Sita Stephen, thank you so very much for the resub. 4 whole months now. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sita Stephen. It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. You guys are level 6 hype training. Let's fucking go. Let's see. Elodea, congrats on partner. Thank you so much. Penguin, thank you so much for the congrats. We are Lyme disease free in the pouch. And if you do happen to have Lyme disease, I hope you get help for it. And you are still welcome here. Sita Skellington, welcome on in. Nick Tomato Slice Jam Slice, welcome on in. Let's see. Oh, Dime, thank you so much. Oh, I appreciate you think I deserve it, but really you guys deserve it. I'm just so grateful that, like, we finally made it, so cool! I think I fixed the ads, possibly, lovely strats. I think I did. Guess I'm leaving stream on while I sleep. Oh, well, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the lurk. That counts as a lurkies. Also, I need to make sure that our raids are on, just in case yeah, okay, cool. I just wanted to check on that. I was like, sometimes I forget to turn them on. Can't have that. Can't have that! For just gifting, thank you so much for contributing to the storytelling stream. Lovely Light, hi darling, welcome on in. Radical Radish, how are you? Lovely Light. Look at the big bad Twitch partner. I am doing amazingly today, Sweetie Pie. Cutie Club, thank you for the 5 stream. How are you doing? So I'm still scrolling up and then I'll scroll back down and then I'll be productive and we'll move over to the other place soon. But I just want to show you guys the invitation. Isn't it cool? I've seen so many fucking screenshots of that shit and I finally have one on my own. Let me see here. I imagine it hasn't truly
Pretty
hit yet.
Lady is partner hype.
Ah, thank you so much, Fabulous Frostbite. Pretty Lady is partner hype. Ram, how are you, darling? It's so good to see you. You have a surprise for me next week? I hope it's a positive surprise. Let's see. I might keep this identity badge until I get the alpha badge from FanFest Japan.
Pretty lady.
Please do! It'd be an honor to see you wandering, traipsing around the wilds of Twitch with my face on you. That sounds weird. On your name. That also sounds weird. You know what I mean? I really like that you like the badge. I sleep now. We'll see you at the next stream. Have a great stream, pals. You're all incredible. It's true. The pals are incredible. And you are one of the pals. Ah! Gorgeous Geek, sleep well. Sweetest dreams. And Mulgrim, apis. Yeah, good, apis. Thank you so much for the care package, lovely Lil Bit. Hi, lovely Lil Bit. How are you doing? How's class? Y'all know what to do. Ruin her with love. No, we're not getting there. I don't think we have 15 seconds left, but we are 50% of the way through the level 6 hype train, which is fucking sick. And I do appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for starting off the stream, which with 15 minutes into the stream, normally I'm barely on screen by now. That's crazy. But I will be thanking everybody now. Sita Steven, thank you so much for the resub. Dear Straza, thank you for the 100 bitties. Precious Pucky, thank you for the 100 bitties as well. Precious Pucky, also thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Sita Shadowgun, thank you so very much for the resub. Valiant Vash for the 5 gifted. Gorgeous Ghosty with the 3 gifted. Dear Straza with the 5 gifted. Awesome Aussie with the gifted. Sweet Solar with the resub. Thank you guys so very much. And dearest Dustin, so I'm just gonna go back. I'm gonna go just say thanks to everybody. Even if you didn't like necessarily contribute to the hype train, I appreciate you so much. Dearest Dustin, thank you so much for 36 months of tier 2. That is unbelievably generous, and I so appreciate it. Cutie Cat, thank you so much for 13 months as well, darling. Absolutely outstanding. All right, I'm gonna keep scrolling down. Actually, we can probably stop scrolling down, and we can probably go over here. Let's see. Hello there. Hello. You guys, it looks like you're not here because, the thing reset itself a little bit. There you are. You see this streamer? I want to cry and from all the support you give her. Thank you for the Paltech, lovely.
Keep it up, good job.
Keep it up, good job. Good job, keep it up. Keep it, good job. Buttons. There's a button. Fuck. Thank you for the pallet tax. Nick's Mentos Slice Jam Slice, a Swedish Shadow Gun, Magnificent Mogram. Thank you for the
keep it up.
Keep it up, good job. Keep it up, keep it up.
Hello, motherfucker.
Do VODs count for hours? Do you mean on, oh, I actually don't think they do. I think you do have to be here for like 10 hours of like the live stream. VODs will count if you miss your streak, but I don't think they count for the badge. 10 hours, easy peasy. That's what I thought, Eisen. You're here.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this
grateful. Game. Let me see here. Precious Pocky, it is such
Yugi,
a
I don't
privilege to
understand
be
how to play
joining
this
the
game.
ranks of partnered streamers with you. I'm so grateful that you came in. Thank you so much for coming into the partner stream. Thank you so much. Precious Pocky, do you mind me asking, do you remember how long it took you to reach partner? Like what you did to celebrate? Like, did it take you much time to like get adjusted to being partner, stuff like that? Does it feel like a birthday? This feels kind of like a birthday to me. Mwah! Thank you for my palette tech, yes, I have a surprise for you next week. That's all I can say for now. Interesting. I'm gonna say I tentatively look forward to it, Ram. I had to come back and congrats on Pouch Queen. Congrats. Thank you, Sita Samuel. I appreciate you. Pocky Talkie is great, and we all love her here in the pouch. It's true, dude. Precious Pocket is absolutely amazing. Let's see. We would not be here without Pocky as well, and the support of her incredibly extraordinary community and her generous raids. And yeah, I'm so thankful. Whenever somebody comes in today that I'm like, oh my god, you have raided like more than 5 times. I'm so grateful for you. Beautiful Bear. Thank you so much for the 100 biddies. How are you? Welcome in. Welcome to our first partner stream. We got it. How are you doing, beautiful bear? Thank you for the fart. Thank you so much for the congrats, lovely little bit. And Yummy, how are you? Thank you, sweetest Steven, for the congrats. Congrats! Abby's for you, Mogram. There you go, Mogram. Let me see. Hugs for you, Nix. And awesome Aussie wants uppies. Good, Aussie. Nix, uppies for you.
Keep it up.
Nix. Keep it up, good job. Let's see. I'm so happy for you, Tao. You deserve it. Totally, absolutely wonderful. Diamond you. Aw, thank you, sweetheart. I'm so grateful. It would not have been possible without you guys. And I don't mean that just as like, obviously need a community, right, to get to partner, but like, I would not be streaming if we had any community but this one. I love this community so much. You guys hold my heart. You guys remind me every single time that I doubt that, kindness or patience is the way. that it in fact is the way. So I am so grateful for you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you for the goat scream, wonderful William. Hi, how are you? Dearest Stem, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream as well. Dearest Dustin, thank you so much for contributing to multiple challenges. It doesn't actually let me read that one, but I see Solar contributing to storytelling stream as well. Daniel gets uppies. Yeah, good, Daniel. I may be using my laptop to watch your stream, but I have your YouTube playlist on my phone. Pokemon ZA this time. Hey, let's go, Awesome Ozzy. Thank you so much, honey. I appreciate it. Nice work getting it, Tal. Oh, thank you, Sweet Solar. I'm dying of tired. You should probably sleep, Cutie Cloak. Hey, guess what? Check out this, Mark. Check it out. What do you think? What do you think? Let me see here. I will have you on my phone all night while I sleep, so try not to scream too hard. I can't make any promises. I don't know who's going to be coming in today, who's raiding, who's gifting, who's whatevering. I can't make promises on a lack of screaming. I also can't make promises because I may die in Persona, which will also trigger a potential but I'll try. If I'm correct, the badge can only be seen on your channel. Really? Oh, okay, fair enough. I wasn't sure. But it's cool anyway. Precious Palpy, thank you so much for contributing to Foddy and Game Challenge. Let me see here. Congratulations! Thank you, excellent Eugene. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Keep it up.
Keep it up. Keep up, good job. Class is good. Passing the math class faster than expected, so I'm a little ahead and closer to the kitchens.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Thank you so much, lovely love. I cannot wait for pictures of the amazing things you're going to create in culinary class. And well done on your maths. Damn, I'm shit at maths. You're way smarter than me. Beautiful Black Iris, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the congratulations. And thank you, Mr. Live, for the congrats on partner. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Massively appreciate it. It's so good to see you again, lovely Live. Let me see. Still not all here, so we'll be lurking. Honestly, truly thrilled for you, Tao, and we'll be close by to support still as always. Thank you so much, dearest Dustin. I so appreciate you. Totally understand that you're not all here, and that's totally fair. Take all the time you need, but know we're here. And thank you so much for the lurk and the support. I really do appreciate it. Let me see here. What does partner mean for Tao and streaming? I know nothing about the content creation sides. It means you get a lot more, let's say, if I'm being really blunt about it, I guess you get more clout simply by having the little tick, because it shows up. You can remove it. I won't be removing it, so I'm really proud of it and really excited about it. Maybe one day I'll remove it from my like chat identity, but it's almost like a, I could almost say it's a bit like a little subtle Twitch-funded advertisement that, hey, I'm a streamer with a reasonably sized community. Because it shows up in every chat you ever go to. But it also gives you more opportunities and you get taken more seriously in the eyes of like sponsors and stuff like that. It's a really big deal for it used to be a bigger deal because you would get like an instantaneous increase in your revenue split. But oh, hold on a second. I just saw that. Oh, thank you. Strats just sent me something I can read about instead of just theorizing. As a Twitch partner, you'll have access to the following benefits: monetization, channel and subscription emotes, which we already have. Bits, we already have that. Ads, we already have that. You get additional, you do get additional channel customization, custom emoticons, you can customize your prefix more, you get a verified user badge, which is what this thingy is, free lifetime channel subscription for your chat box. Oh, that's cool, I didn't know that. Hey, how do I tell it to do that? That's sick. Extended VOD storage, reruns and premieres, so you can rebroadcast past content and show off new videos to your audience. I have no idea how many of these things are like not available to affiliates anymore. Oh, I can make a stream team. I do want to do that. I do want to make a stream team. Oh, that'd be so cool. Priority support. as a partner, you get partner-only opportunities, partner spotlights, meet and greets, partner panels, streamer zones, and also you get access to the front page. So I'm gonna see if I can get to the front page somewhere around my birthday, because that would be so cool. I guess you can also delay your broadcast by up to 15 minutes to ensure fairness during competitive play. That's cool, but God, that'd be such a pain if you're trying to be interactive, huh? Anyway, I don't know how many of those things are no longer available or are available, but Precious Pocky or Precious Politely would probably be able to tell me. I don't really know, but I do know that I wanted this fucking check mark so bad because it's, to me, it's a lot more about, more about a milestone, you know? It's this milestone that is proof that you have grown a community that is large enough, consistent enough, and supportive enough to be acknowledged by Twitch and the broader community. Does that make sense? And I'm really excited! Yay! Let me see here. Scroll. Took me about 7 months after I first started out. Precious Pocky is objectively a better entertainer than me. That is true. That is true. You guys, this has taken 3 years, baby! Precious Pocket is an outstanding streamer, though. She's also a skilled gamer. I am not a skilled gamer, nor am I many of the other things.
Congratulations, Tau, on Twitch partner. You deserve it for making this wonderful community. TauTassieTiger. And my biggest question, does Nath know? And if he does know, what was his reaction?
Of course, he was the first person to find out. He was behind me when at my desk when I was looking at the monetization section of the dashboard and it said partner, and I was like, huh? What's that? And he was shaking my chair. He's like, Tau, you did it. I'm like, I didn't do anything yet, wait. Yes, of course, he's extremely thrilled. He's so very grateful to all of our amazing raiders. He's so grateful to the Precious Pals. He is so grateful to this community on the whole.
Hello, motherfucker.
Drifty, hello, motherfucker. How you doing? And Vegeta, welcome on in. Thank you for the care package. And thank you for the head pat. Thank you. Let me see. Yay! I'll use my check mark as my hair. Oh, fuck. Wait. I have to fix it. Oh, wait, no, there's a pal up there. Never mind. I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there. Thank you for my googly woogly eyes a little more and the balding. And thank you for the pal hat, terrific Talon. Gorgeous Gecko, thank you so very much for the congrats. Aw, Tao, you've always been my partner in crime. Well, that is true. We have been partners in crime, haven't we, beautiful bear? Thank you for being my partner in crime. How are you doing? Would devs do it more, but our things just don't quite match up easy? Wait, what was that about? Sorry, I'm so sorry. I forgot what we were talking about there. Let's see. It's one of the best ones I've been a part of. Was that in reference to the community? It's definitely the best one I've ever been a part of as well. I'm so honored to be here with you guys and to call you my community. I'm still shocked every single day that you guys have chosen to spend any time with me in this stream. I am so glad that my absolute weirdness doesn't turn you off. Thank you for the headbutt, precious persimmon. Thank you. See to see me. Thank you for the congrats. Oh, Pucky. Precious Pucky said it's the least I could do for a friend as incredible as oh, Pucky. You're so sweet. I'm so grateful to call you a friend. I'm so grateful to have friends. I haven't had friends since I moved to Australia. It's so nice to have gathered up a small but exclusive club of friends in the last like year or so. Sorry for all the congrats. I know I said it a bit, but super duper proud of you. You've been a shining ray of hope and flair since I've met you, and I hope to maintain my streak in support of you. Even if I'm not in every stream, I am in full support of you. You're astounding, and let this be a reminder. Keep it a good job. Thank you so much, sweetest Steven. It's such a privilege and a pleasure to have you, darling. And I will always support you as well. As much as you can come in or as little, I will always appreciate it. And also, sweetest Shadow Princess, thank you so much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 gifted! Congrats on your new badge. You get a new badge with me on it. You get a cow or a towel girl on your badge if you wish to place it upon your person. Thank you so much for the incredible generosity, lovely. Thank you so much. How are you doing, sweetest Shadow Princess? Eugene, thank you for contributing to the movie night. I appreciate it. Fair enough. I'll have to keep the volume on low. Oh, fair enough, Cutie Cloak. Sorry. Sorry, my bad.
I didn't manage to find where we were in last night's stream. Did you enjoy the story?
Shadow Princess, was yours was about the guy who gets like everything, any like weapon or object he touches bonds to him. I loved that story. I want so much more of that. I want to know what happens when he's running towards the fires or the alarm. I love his characterization as well. So cool. I loved that story. Please write more of that. I would love to read more of that. Partner Tau, Precious Politely. I saw that Strat gave you a shout out, as he should. You guys, Precious Politely is another one of my darling friends, another one of the incredible people who've been so bloody supportive of this amazing community of my endeavors towards partnerhood. My hands just broke. Hold on. 1 second. Wait. Okay. It's back. Producer, I know, I keep busy a lot of the time. Fair enough, hun, fair enough, as you should, but it's so good to have you. Thank you for making the time to come on in. Magnificent Met, thank you for contributing to the movie night. And Terrific Talon, thank you for the congrats on getting partner. I really appreciate that you reckon I deserve it. I don't know if I deserve it, but I'm really grateful because it's a goal I've had for a really long time. And like, I want to make it clear that this is a celebration of you guys too. Like I said, this is literally not possible without a community, and it would not be possible without this community, because this is the only community I would ever want. I don't want anyone else's. You know, I don't want a place that isn't the pouch. And I would have stopped streaming a long time ago if I had a community that was not the pouch. But I had the pouch, and I'm so grateful. Thank you so much for the lurk, lovely little bit. I hope you do sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Let's see. More emote slots is kind of the biggest benefit. That is fucking sick. Once I get caught up with everything, I have so many emote ideas. And I want to revamp a lot of our older ones as well, because I've gotten a lot better at emotes and drawing and stuff since I started this channel and made those. Couldn't you also get a bigger share of monies, or is that just Partner Plus? I think that's just Partner Plus now. It used to be a bigger share of monies, but now you have to do Partner Plus, which is probably going to be our next big goal, now that we've got Partner, is to try and hit the monthly, what is it? Is it 3 months of 100 sub points or 200 sub points or something like that? Can someone correct me on that? Congrats, Steve, sweetest Steve. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Sweetest Shimi, thank you for the 7 stream streak. Much appreciated. Drifty, I just got home from work from a double shift. They asked me to come back, and it was a complete shit show. Sore all over, and now I'm here. Oh, Drifty, I'm sorry that it was so rough, but I'm really glad that you're here, hun. I'm very, very happy to have you. What's a stream team? It's like, if you look at, I think it's located, let me see here. I think it's located next to my follower account. If you're on PC and you scroll down, you'll see 3.6k followers and then Oztubers. So you can make one of those if you're a partner. You can make one of those teams if you're a partner. Does that make sense? Yeah, I'm a member of the Tuber stream team. Exactly, there you go. That's probably a faster way to say it, my bad. Can you imagine with that delay though, as much as Tao reacts to chat, someone telling a joke and then Tao bursts out laughing for no reason 15 minutes later? That would happen. That would so happen. The badge is an honor to all of us. You, gracing me with your presence, with your time, with your attention, with your patience, with your generosity, that is an honor to me. Zombie, thank you so much for the goat scream. How are you doing? Welcome on in. It says, hey, Ma, look, I made it. That's true. Do you know what I did today? I talked to my parents, as I usually do on a Sunday, right? And they're like, so, any new developments? And I said, oh, well, I became partner on Twitch. And they go, oh, does that mean you got like 5 viewers? And I'm like, do you know what makes a partner on Twitch? And they're like, yeah, I think you have to have a certain number of followers. And I said, nope. And so my mom, being my fucking mother, even though I really fucking hate it and I told her to not do it, she goes to ChatGPT and she's like, what is a partner on Twitch? And then she reads it out loud and then they're impressed, okay? Then they're impressed because ChatGPT told them it's impressive. If their daughter says it's impressive, we don't care. But ChatGPT now, that's cool. So annoying. Beautiful Bill, thank you so much for that. Yay! Welcome on in, how are you?
Yucky.
It's wild that I've seen you since you had no legs. Now look at ya! Look at ya! It's true. Thank you so much, Cutie Custon. Sweetest Snivy! Another one of my darling friends. Oh, hello, gorgeous. Are you in that chat? Is that Snivy in that chat? Actually, I'm not sure if Snivy's in the chat or if you just shouted her out. Regardless, she deserves the shout out. Snivy is an outstanding personal friend of mine. We've been friends for years now, I guess, huh? What, 2.5 years? 2.5 years? She's so wonderful. You guys, she's not streaming at the moment, but we can all send positive vibes for the opportunity for her to start streaming again. She is so multi-talented. I love her so much. She's my rock. I talk to her about everything. And I'm so grateful for her. So go give her a follow so that when and if she does decide to come back to streaming, you can immediately go and say, ah, it's you! She's super high energy. She's super multi-talented. Hold on, I'm about to unplug my computer by accident. What the fuck? Why are... Aw, man, all my cords fell out of their cord case. Fuck!
Keep it up, good job.
Keep it a good job. Let me see. BRB, while I slap you on my phone and go lay down. Absolutely, Cutie Cloak. No worries, honey. I hope you sleep wonderfully well. Have the sweetest dreams. Wouldn't he have been the second person to find out? It'd have been really funny if he found out before you, though. That would have been very funny. We technically found out together, but in a way, he knew before me because I was like, I don't really believe this. And he's like, you got it, you got it. And I'm like, no, I don't think I do. And he's like, you got it. So I guess he actually did know before me. Thank you for the congrats, precious person. It does occur to me, actually, read your message about, wouldn't it be funny if there was that 15-minute delay and Tao reads the messages, 15 minutes, what appears to be 15 minutes later, because of the delay, and then she just bursts out laughing. I just realized that's kind of exactly what we do for the just chatting portion of stream, because I am currently a full 10 minutes behind, 11 minutes behind. We had a funny back and forth just before you got monetized. All that speculation was fun. Oh, that's true, Strike, you're so right. In any case, a well-deserved partner badge. Thank you so much, sweetest Shadow Gun. I really appreciate it. Let's see. Vegeta wants uppies. Yeah, good Vegeta. Let's see. Thank you for the lurk, little more. Tao looking like the antagonist of Who Framed Roger Rabbit while monologuing like that. Fuck! I did! I won't show that on stream because it's actually genuinely terrifying, but you are so right. I followed weirder streamers. I guess I gotta amp it up. I gotta amp it up. I will make you a partner fan art. Ah, I would be flattered. Incredible, I see. Happy Maya and everyone's lurking were not in vain. No, of course not. No, I'm always so very grateful to you guys for your incredible lurkage. And I am also so very grateful to exceptional Sen. Hi, Sailor Sen. Thank you so very much for using your Prime on me, darling. Thank you so much for, I think this is your first time subbing to me. Thank you so very much for making that decision. I really hope that you enjoy the content, darling. Thank you. Thank you so much and welcome on in. The Deaths Do It More was rating into you, which I will forever be grateful that I saw you play the Tasmanian Tigers in the Oztubers group thing. I'm so grateful that you did too, Cutie Kata. Actually, I think it was you and Ozzy. I think you both found me through Ty. One day we'll have to do like a Ty revisited, you know? Let's see here. You now have dozens and dozens of friends. That's true. It's true. Joke's on you, Tao. Her weirdness. Whoa, that does sound inappropriate. It is, it is Snivy. Tao's friends are lucky to have her. But Snivy! I'm lucky to have you guys. You guys keep me so grounded and feeling so warm and loved and appreciated. Thank you so much. Let me see. Oh, thank you for my pal hat. I hope you guys don't mind. Probably for this entire coming week, I'm gonna wear this on my head. Isn't it cute? It's good. It's good. Beauty Billy, thank you for the congrats. Thank you, Sweetie Pie. Where is your hair? An excellent question, Cutie Cat. An excellent question. The pals sometimes take it away from me, particularly Little Moore seems to not like my hair. I don't know why. Mono Mama worked really hard on my hair. How dare we remove it? Thank you so much for the congrats though, Cutie Cat. I do appreciate it. It's such a pleasure to have you in and amongst our ranks on the Discord as well, darling. It's Partner Plus that gives you more moolah. Yeah. That's it. 3 months? I think that's right. 3 months of 100 for the first level, 300 for level 2. Right, that's it. 3 months of 100 for first level, 3 months of 300 for level 2, where they give you the 70-30, which is what 70-30 used to be like 5 years ago or something, what partners got just by becoming partner, is that right? But then they locked that behind stuff, which is a bit shit. Pyro! Hi, Precious Pyro. Thank you for the hello, motherfucker! Congrats on Twitch partner. Thank you, lovely zombie. They stole away the money split and require you 100 individual subs, no gifts or primes. That's true. That is exactly right, Gorgeous Ghosty, which is hard to reach because my darling precious pals are so very kind and generous and like to gift each other subs, and I will never tell you not to do that because that is so adorable and so incredibly thoughtful. But it does mean that it does unfortunately mean that we do have a bit of a problem with the revenue split at the moment. But I will always appreciate what you guys do. So I'm not going to tell you to not do that. I will always celebrate your kindness and generosity towards me and towards others. Oh God, they have the robot brain disease. Yeah, it is very annoying. Yeah, it's funny. My dad doesn't use ChatGPT. My mom does for everything. A little late, but you 100% deserve it. You built an awesome community and your vibe attracts your tribe. So you're awesome too. Oh, thank you so much, Sweetest Jesse. I really appreciate it. I actually haven't heard that rhyme. I love your vibe attracts your tribe, which is sick. I love that so much.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Valiant Vinny. It's good to see you, sweetie. Welcome on in. We do love Snivy. Let's see. I know gift subs don't count for sub points, I think, but converted tier 1 from gift subs and tier 2 and 3 gives us points. 2 and 3 is more points than tier 1. That is true. That is absolutely right. You're so right, Swedish Shadowgun. Thank you for the pals! Thank you, love video Costara. Thank you so much for the shout out. Of course, Sweetest Night. We try to give you shout outs pretty frequently, hun. I love you. I love you so much. I am so grateful to have you in and amongst my inner circle. Just such an honor. Let's see here. Hi, Shen. Hi, Sweetie Pie. And the real Costara. Welcome on in, and thank you so much for the congrats on the partnership. Thank you. It is currently 1:48 TST. Tau Standard Time. It's true. Well, it's 1:44. I I think you were trying to beat me to my own game, weren't you? Vinny, thank you for the 100 bits. Ooh, piece of candy. Thank you, darling. Let me see here. I'm at a con, so I'm just here for a second. Just want to say congrats on getting partnered. Thank you so much, Sudishan. I hope you have a great time at the con. I can't wait to hear about it later. You have a great time, and we will see you soon. I did find you through Ty. Best thing I ever did on the internet. Oh, honey, thank you. I appreciate you. Oh, right, a Tiger marathon sounds good. Wouldn't that be fun? We could do that. We could revisit that someday. If you were to make a stream team, I would be honored to be a part of it. I do want to make a stream team. I'm trying to decide, and I'll have to do some research, kind of like how I did when I was making my model. I was like, because I don't know if I've told you guys this before, but like my initial very, very, very first sketch of my model was actually not a Tasmanian Tiger. It was actually a forest fawn, like a satyr. Or a satyr, or however, satyr, whatever you want to call it, the like, forest-dwelling folk, right? And I was like, I don't know. I don't actually want to do something, because I am quite passionate about, you know, ecological conservation and habitat maintenance and the environment as a whole. And so I was like, well, that could contribute. That is a mythical, legendary creature, right? So I was like, maybe I should do something that's literally extinct. And I didn't want to do a dinosaur. And I was like, or something that's endangered. So I started looking at Tasmanian devils because I moved to Tassie, and I was like, oh, I want something that's like gonna identify with how much I love this state and this place and the wilderness. And then I was like, okay, there are some Tasmanian devil Vtubers, and I'm like, what about a Thylacine? There are none. There are still no Thylacines in the Vtuber sphere, as far as I know, in the last 3 years, just me. So I think I made a good choice there. But anyway, all that is to say, Ram, I want to do something that's going to like endeavor to bring more, I would love to do more like fundraising type stuff and stuff to contribute back to the community and to nature and to like, remember we did that thing for Barnardos Australia like a few years ago, raising money for disadvantaged youth and homelessness and stuff like that. I would love to do some more of that. And I would really, really like to make a stream team associated with that obligation, like once or twice a year. I think that would be really, really cool. Of course it would be weirder if you didn't have that for an entire week. Wait, hold on. Oh no, I've been talking too much. I don't remember. I don't know what that was in reference to, I'm so sorry. I will leave ENVtubers for TTST, TauTassie Stream Team. That would be narcissistic of me, don't you think? Would it be narcissistic for me to be a part of the TauTassie Stream Team? Let me see. Hi, Jet. Welcome on in. How are you, Jet? Thank you for contributing to the Storytelling Stream Challenge. I get why they do it, but it is so weird that gifts actually run counter to hitting that target. It is very strange. I don't quite understand it myself, Draza. Is the revenue split going to be better now for bits and subs now that you're partnered? Unfortunately not. We have to work towards the plus part of it in order to do that. But I think that we often get like, I think we often get about halfway there. So maybe now I'll start, once I catch up with all the ode art and stuff, which I am closing in on. I am getting more and more of these chibis and stuff done. And I do have some more of the subathon stuff from like 2.5 years ago to do. But I would love to make that our next goal, where I can reward you guys just for the 3 months. Like if we hit those 3 months, I can reward you guys with like another, do you guys remember our gigantic PAL drawing? Let me, hold on. Let me see. I think I've got this, I have it someplace. If you guys have not seen this, do you guys remember how long it took for me to make this? It was big. Where is it? I know that it's in the, I know that it's definitely in the Discord, but, I'm not sure if I saved it to this PC or not. I will have to go and get it so that you guys can see. But I think that if we hit that, we will start, maybe we can make that whole big thing all over again. with the precious pals who are currently here. Let me see if I can find, did I pin it somewhere in here? Damn. Group photo? What's it called, a group photo? No, damn. Let me see. Doop. I'll probably have to give up on this in a second because there's so many. Yeah, all right, I'll have to give up on it for now. But if anyone finds it, tag me and let me know. Let me know if you find it, and I'll show it on stream. But I did make that, and it took us hundreds of hours. It's our offline screen. If you ever look at, if you ever come over here and you see that big bunch of pals in that like clearing, that's what that is. Let me see. Oh, Tau, I know I said it to you in a message, but you are more than welcome to show the thing I sent you. Yay! Thank you, I definitely will. I'm also gonna read you guys what I wrote to the patrons and to you guys. It's the same thing, I just copied and pasted it. But I am gonna show you that momentarily. I just wanna catch up with you guys first. Oh my God, I think Ozzy found it. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. That's the one! That's the one! Hold on, I'll save it real quick. This is not high res, but that's okay. I can show you guys anyway. So this is what we did about 2 years, less than 2 years ago at this point, right? Surely. Hold on. Oh my God, I'm so organized! Yeah! Here you go, look! So this is a bunch of pouch pals, yeah, pretty cute. I'm still very entertained by the emotes that can be mirrored if we're tier 2 or 3 subs. That's true, you do get to just mirror subs, mirror emotes, if you are a tier 2 or 3 sub. Let me see here, 150 Tau standard time now. Oh, you're really close, 151 now. 24-hour TauTassieTiger stream. That is something we need to talk about. I promised you guys a 24-hour partner stream after we became partner. I intend to follow through. We are going to be brainstorming more of that though, because I'm already talking for an hour at least. It'll probably be more like an hour and a half by the time I'm done. Yeah, we're gonna brainstorm what you guys want to do for the 24-hour stream, what is considered a 24-hour stream, whether you are, because here's the thing. I feel like I have such a caring community that if I try and say, no, I'm staying awake for 24 hours, you guys are gonna literally come in here for like 4 to 8 hours of it and be like, Tau, please sleep, we're worried about you, please sleep, we're worried about you. So I will let you guys decide if I should sleep during that period of time. Whether that's 4 or 8 hours, it's up to you. The stream will be live. Or if you really do want me around for 24 hours, I am happy to acquiesce. After all, that's kind of been my thought. I'm like, if it's a 24-hour stream, aren't you supposed to be live and entertaining for 24 hours? It's to each their own, obviously. But yeah, I would let you guys decide on that. Well, we will talk about what you guys would like to do for it. We could just like max out all the sorts of stuff that you guys save up points for if you wanted, like free of charge, as like free of channel point charge. If you guys wanted to, we could do 4 hours of storytelling and then 3 hours of singing. That won't work, by the way. My voice will be fucked if we do that. And then a community, like 4 hours of community games, and then you know, like a I don't fucking know. You know, I'm just making shit up. But like, we could do that. I want it to be genuinely like a once in a channel event, because I don't think I'm gonna be great after 24 hours. I think I'm gonna be tired.
If we do a 24-hour stream, when we sense the slightest feeling of sleepiness from you, we'll make you sleep.
What do you mean you'll make me sleep? What does that mean? Nerd, thank you for contributing to the movie night. I appreciate it. Oh, you said it right the first time. Say it here. Okay, say it here. That's it. Yeah, that was my original idea.
I think you got something on her forehead, Tau. Congrats, BTWXD.
Wonderful Whitechapel. Thank you so much, honey, and thank you so very much, Larissa. I can't believe it's been 4 months. 4 whole months. Thank you. I do have something on my forehead, don't I? Odd. I can't take it off. Thank you so much, wonderful Whitechapel, and welcome on in. how are you? You guys, speaking of, like I said, I'm gonna be shouting out any of our raiders who have come in like multitudes of times. Wonderful Whitechapel has been tremendously supportive with his community as well. He's an outstanding pixel artist. If you haven't checked him out, I've talked about him a lot, particularly when it comes to art. Fantastic, literal god tier, like AAA level sprite artist and animation as well. He's outstanding. Constantly playing really, really amazing music. He's super interactive and always will always learn something about art or animation or color or pixels or sprites or anatomy. You will always learn it from him. Please, please, please go check him out if you haven't. And thank you so much for the amazing support you have shown, Wonderful Whitechapel. Let me see. Satyr or WoW Dryad would have been interesting. Yeah, kind of Dryad-y. One of these days I'll have to show you the OG sketch with like antlers and stuff. I had antlers on my head at one point. A satyr would also fit because of Pan, the Greek god of the wild. Exactly. So I was kind of thinking about that, but I'm like, wouldn't it be more effective if, you know, I didn't have to kind of ham fist when someone's like, oh, cool, satyr, Vtuber. That's really interesting. I only know a few of those. And then I'm like, yes, and I'm very interested in protecting the environment. But by being a thylacine, when someone says, oh, that's interesting, I think you're the only one that I've ever found. And I get to be like, it's true. That's because there's no more of us, you know? And then I get to talk about the importance of ecological conservation. I get to talk about climate change. I get to talk about how important it is for us to be taking care of the world and environment around us. And that feels a lot less ham-fisted to me. Let me see. Would working with the WWF on a charity be in your interest? Yes, we actually have done a WWF charity stream. I think we actually did it for a whole, was it a whole week? We did one where we drew animals, like endangered or extinct animals, for every certain amount of money that was donated. And I would love to do something like that again. That was really fun. You're raising money to disadvantage youth and help people become homeless. You monster! I don't think that's what I said. I'm sure you'd make a good stream team. Aw, Ghosty, thank you. You're so sweet. I wouldn't know what's involved in, like, I would want to make sure that it wasn't just like a name. I would want it to have some kind of an association with something I'm passionate about, you know? So I'd have to think about it, but let's see. I would definitely join a stream team, like how you described if I were a streamer. Oh, cool! I'm happy to hear it, Sita Skellington. Excellent. Congratulations on the partner. Thank you, Sita said. Thank you for the 20 stream streak as well, Sita said. I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. We are going to be saying our thank yous to our outstanding mods. This place would not be what it is without them. We are going to say thank yous to all of you before we get into our game as well, but I am still working on reading all of your wonderful, delightful messages. So give me just a couple more. Tao and pals that play FF14, please give me excuses to craft things. I cost nothing and I'll do it from scratch if I have to. What excuse would you like? Can you craft cute little pals, cute little animals, little companions, or mounts? Ooh. Tag in the Discord. Yay! Thank you so much, Aussie. Oh, and Strat, hey, you both did. Thank you. I do have the sticker. I do. Let me see here. Is there gonna be a pouch pizza party? Oh, I would love that. That'd be so cool, Eisen. And thank you for the congrats, darling. I really do appreciate it. Charge up with a giant nap before that 24-hour stream. Yeah, you know, listen, I'm currently at the point in my life where a couple of days ago, I slept for 10.5 hours and I had to set an alarm to wake up. So I think if you let me, I will just nap for 12 to 15 hours. I'm getting closer, 1:59. Oh, so close now, you're 1 minute ahead, 1:58. Keep going, Skellington. I wouldn't stop you. I believe that, nerd. I would vote for sleep. I bet you would. Lovely Nix. I will stay up with you till my sleep is messed up. Ah, Kat is over here like, I won't make you go to sleep. But if you stay up, I'm staying up with you. You like, like you pop down for a sleep during the stream. Yeah. So like I leave, you know, but it would have to be something where I coordinate to make sure that my mods are available to like supervise chat and make sure we don't get any like trolls or hate raids or whatever. In the meantime. But yeah, I would love to do that if you guys wanted to. let me see. 24 stream, yes. Being awake for 24 hours, probably not. Aha! There you go. One 24-hour awake would be annoying to do, but wouldn't have long-term health implications. That is also true. Occasionally, nap breaks, I hear, are quite common. Yeah, I have heard nap breaks are quite common. Sleep is essential. We've seen how you go even at 11 hours. You were losing it. It was Ty too, I think, where you tried a 12-hour stream. Yeah, I do once in a while do a 12-hour stream, and I'm like, whoa. If we do a 24-hour stream, when we sense the slightest feeling of sleepiness from you, we'll make you sleep. Grab the hammers. Okay, if you grab hammers, I'll die. That's not sleep, that's death. Hi, lovely Lucy. Welcome on in. Sorry, I don't know if I got the care package from you, Ozzy. I'm thirsty, though. Thank you so much for the alert, gorgeous ghosty. I do appreciate it. You said 24-hour stream. Didn't say 24 hours being active. You get that 8 hours of sleep. Dropping in real quick before bed to say congrats, dearie. Thank you so much, Magnificent Mac. I so appreciate it, sweetie pie. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for dropping in. It's always a pleasure and a privilege to have you. I'm good, just chilling. How's y'all doing? Great, sweetie pie. Very, very hyped, as you can probably imagine. Would you have even had the goatee legs? I would have had the goatee legs. Yes, the original idea was to have the goatee legs. I have ideas for charity streams and contact ideas. Nice, very cool. I remember I won a bag and it cost them more to send it than the cost of the bag. It was worth supporting the cause. Oh no. That's what you did win a bag, didn't you, Sweetest Strat? Did you have to pay for the bag to be delivered? I'm sorry. You did well catching up. Ooh, thank you. Not gonna lie, Strat is like my favorite mod, OMG. Yeah, Strat's a genuinely outstanding friend, mod, confidant, businessman, editor, writer, sweetheart, therapist. He's got a lot of jobs. I don't pay him enough for that. I think another interesting alternative for the Tasmanian tiger would have been the bramble kai mellomus. It's not a well-known creature, but it's the first known mammal extinction to be caused by human-induced climate change. Hold on, I feel like I may have seen this. Is that bramble cat? Bramble cat sounds familiar. I don't know about a bramble K. Hold on. Oh, it is a K. It's not a cat. It's a little mouse. That's pretty cute. That's pretty cute. I do understand the appeal of that one. Solana! Hi there, sweetest Solana. Welcome on in, darling. How are you doing? Pleasure to see ya. Let's see. We just got the check mark. We did, lovely Lucy. Hi, sweetie pie. Welcome on in. Couldn't have done it without you, sweetie. Thank you so much for being a part of this community. It is a privilege and a pleasure. Well, I be Roman. I wanted to join in and say hi and congrats. It'd be amazing. Hope you're having an amazing stream. I am amazing, Umbra. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for showing on up. I hope you're having a good one, a great Sunday. I hope you're relaxing. And thank you so much for the amazing support you have shown as well. I do appreciate you. What is the Faudian game? Have you heard of Getting Over It? That's like the most famous one. They are like notoriously difficult, needlessly hard games that fucking piss streamers off. And I am very easily pissed off by these Faudian games. They're fun to watch if you like me going, ah! Can you just imagine all of us hiring a community hall in Hobart or somewhere in Tassie where we all just hang out, feast, game, all sorts? That'd be amazing. I would love that. If we ever got to the point where we had like a few thousand viewers, I would probably be like, okay, if we get 150 people to come over here, I will rent a space for a barbecue or something. It wasn't native to Tasmania though. Oh, gotcha. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Congrats again on partner. Thank you so much, Jed. I appreciate it. The bag never got here, but that's fine. Wait, it didn't? Did you pay for it? We should probably reach out. I didn't even realize that. I'm so sorry. I would have, oh, sorry. I would have totally done something about that. Ah! Magnificent Merly. Hey, hi, how are you? You guys, actually, Strat, can I get a shout out from Merly as well? I know Merly has come in a number of times with their lovely community. Once more, those raiders really helped us to get to this point as well. I'm so grateful. Merly, thank you very much for bringing your awesome community in, darling. I hope you are taking good care of yourself. It is a pleasure to see you. That is a check mark you see, and you very much contributed to it, darling. Thank you so much. Let me see. I'm here to lurk and sleep now. That sounds good, sweetie pie. That sounds good. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Also, lovely Lucy. Thank you for the 10 stream streak. Thank you very much. Congrats on party. You deserve it. Thank you so much, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Also known as frustration simulators. That's actually so true. Thank you for the care package, also, Mozzie. Did I help contribute, Tao? Yes, all my precious pals did, which is why I'm about to read to you and show you guys the message. For those of you who are not in the Discord or who didn't get to read it, this is the image that I shared on Twitter, Blue Sky. I did first share it on Patreon. It was free, do not worry. If you have not joined the Patreon, even if you don't have the cash flow to, like, you know, pay for any of the tiers, oh, finally, this fucking guy paid me. Sorry. That other job that I picked up, I invoiced this guy 2 weeks ago, and he finally paid me. Hallelujah. Anyway, thank you for the 105 stream to speak, fabulous Fanart. No, much appreciated. But you guys, this is the image that you would have seen. Boop, 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 beep, so I'll leave this on here while I read to you guys the thing that I wrote for you. Pouch Pals, I do not have the words to describe how grateful I am to you. This accomplishment is just as much yours as it is mine. As I always say, there is no way I would ever have made it this far without your understanding, limitless kindness, patience, support, and attention. Every single day I stream is a privilege. Every single time I get to welcome you back from a break is a blessing. Every single person in this community is a precious pal, and I am so humbled to join the ranks of Twitch Partner with your incredible support. I never really thought that I would get here. I wanted it, but I wanted to spend time with you guys more than that. I wanted to build this community into a place where people want to spend time because they enjoyed the community. It is actually notoriously difficult to grow to a partner as a variety streamer. One of the main things that you get if you go to YouTube and you look up, like, how to become partner quickly, one of the main things they say is focus on a niche. I've done the opposite of that. I'm just like, we're gonna play old games for 8 months, and then we're gonna switch to another old game for 8 months. It is notoriously difficult to grow to partner as a variety streamer. It is not lost on me just how much you have shown up for me, for this channel, and for each other. I hope only to have this gradual, thoughtful growth continue, if only so that we can continue to enjoy the company, warmth, and inclusivity that truly is embodied by the pouch. I hope we can continue to make this world a better place by proving to each other and to our local and online communities every single day that kindness, patience, love, and thoughtfulness is not dead. It is not useless. It is not weak. It is a beautiful, powerful thing in a world that tries to quash it. Thank you so much, my darling pals. Onward and upwards, always with you by my side. Remember, you have little pieces of my heart and my soul, and I will see you soon. I cannot thank you enough. And maybe, you know, no one's gonna tell you this, but maybe I teared up while I wrote it? I don't know. But yeah, thank you so much, you guys. It is true that it is quite difficult to grow to partner size as a variety streamer. That is fact. I am so grateful to our this amazing community, our outstanding mods, and our incredible raiders for helping us get to this point. Thank you so much. Speaking of, I would like to say a massive, most sincere thank you to our outstanding mods. Sweetest Seru is the Discord mod, making sure that everyone is putting things where they belong. Check in on verifications and stuff like that during stream. Thank you for the Palatech Lovely Lab. Welcome on in. How are you? And then Sweetest Strat, of course, is like the ultimate modager. He is my head mod. He is my manager. He is my friend. He is the backbone of this community, more than I am, I would genuinely say. You guys know already that those hilarious clips that are like edited that you guys see pushed to you if you're following on YouTube. If you're not subscribed on YouTube, please do. It's free, and it'll help us get monetized there too. He's an outstanding editor, like god tier editor, right? As you already know, he is also a god tier mod. This place would not be the same without him. It would not be as safe without him, that is for sure. I also want to thank Lovely Red, who has been like our cybersecurity expert, ensuring that shit is, if anything is going down in the world of scams and hacks and stuff like that. He is on the front lines of that. He is like, this is what you need to do to avoid that. Be careful with this. And of course, he is so very emotionally stable and so very warm and so very welcoming and so patient, you know? Absolutely love Red. And then of course we have SafeFile17, who is our newest mod, and maybe the one that gets a shout out for both being a mod and for being an amazing friend who provided a lot of raids to help us get to this point as well. He's hilarious. So shout out to SafeFile17, shout out to Radical Red Tempestus, shout out to Sweetest Serushida, and of course to the outstanding head mod of the whole place, the hammer of the pouch, Sweetest Stratus Edge. This place would not be the same without all of these amazing, amazing people. And whoa, they made the save icon in real life. They did, and there he is. Yeah, this would not be the same without all of you. And thank you so much to my mods for making this such a safe place. I think the pouch can be a high maintenance place to supervise, because you have to be way, I would say way more attentive than a lot of spaces online in order to kind of nip certain things in the bud and see when people are doing things that are malicious, manipulative, gaslighty, things like that. And the sheer fact that we have actually avoided pretty much all, besides the chargeback situation.
I'm not crying.
Pretty much all...
You're crying.
Oh, Seru. Pretty much all bad actors in any really significant way is actually a fucking miracle. It's been 3 years. Do you know how hard it is to keep 3 years of like cozy comfort going on? Well, I'll tell you who does know how difficult that is. My mods. My mods are the backbone of this community. If you guys are the body and also the brain, and I am the little hamster wheel inside of the brain, the mods are the spine. This place would not move or shake or dance without them. So thank you so very much to my amazing, amazing mods. Fabulous Ferno, thank you so much for passing by. It's good to see you. Dearest Dandyman, thank you so much for the 3 stream streak as well, darling. And Fabulous Ferno, in case I forgot if I said 105 a stream streak, thank you so very much for your dedication and support. Hi there, lovely lab. Welcome on in. Zomboy, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Tao's niche is being Tao. That is, I suppose that is, you know what? Come on, Twitch, when do I get my own category? Lovely lab, thank you so much for the 260 stream streak. Incredible. Gotta go back to work in a couple of minutes, but I'll be back on my 30-minute break. All good, darling. Thank you so much for coming on in and saying hi. And thank you so much for 260 streams. Hug spam for Tao. Hug for my precious pals. Dearest Dannyman, thank you so much for the congrats on making partner. I appreciate it. I still think it's incredible you got here as a variety streamer, but you're worth it. Oh, thank you, Taz. I appreciate it. Yeah, I just realized that I would get bored of doing the same thing all the time, and I wouldn't want to stream, and I figured it's better to not grow and enjoy what I'm doing than to grow and not really vibe with it, you know what I mean? Because that's the surest way for you to burn out and decide I don't want to do this anymore, right? If you're just doing stuff for other people. I've always been someone who kind of marches to the beat of my own drum, so to speak, and I don't have a lot of, it's hard to peer pressure me into stuff, right? If it's not something I kind of inherently want to do on some level. You guys are not peer pressuring me when you are exhibiting democracy manifest. I would tell you what, I don't put votes up, I don't put polls up if I don't want to do the thing. So if you see that there is something on a poll, if you see that I'm having you vote for something, it means I'm happy with whatever. And I think that's the wonder of being a flexible variety streamer, right? Is like, you just come on in, you're like, what am I gonna get today? I don't fucking know. Thank you so much for the return of 1.0, Fabulous Ferno. Give me just a second. I will, let me launch that real quick. I will close this. Give me but a moment. But a moment. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. And... Ah! Isn't this crazy to have a... I bet you didn't expect me here. I think I might actually be able to put a, might be able to put, okay, I forgot how Live 2D, I mean, not Live 2D, VTube Studio works, but I think I might be able to, no, how do you add, how do you add stuff? It's okay, this won't be up for too long, so, that's fine. But yes, you guys, in case you didn't know, this is the 1.0. This is my original model. The very first stream that we ever did, not even as affiliate, the first stream we ever did was as this. This was created entirely by me. There's been a lot of improvements, as you can hopefully tell, with the 3D model. But yeah, I didn't know I meant that much to you in the Pouch Pals. Of course you do, lovely Lucy. How could you not? Ryoko, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. Girl, gonna make me cry. As long as they're happy, tears, sweetie pie. Thank you very much for the uwu baby WAV talk. Lovely icy. I will talk like this for the 5 minutes. I'm doing as well as I can with everything going on. That is so fair, what we will have. So Luna, let me see. I got a question for you, Tao. Did you get the idea for being a Tasmanian Tiger VTuber from the video game known as Tasmanian Tiger? I am genuinely curious. I did not actually. I had not heard of who is Tao? I had not played or really heard of Tasmanian Tiger until almost 2 years into streaming, actually, I believe. Nope, I live in Tasmania, and so I was like, oh, how do I come up with an idea that is going to help me to exemplify my passion for environmental conservation, you will? And I was like, oh, how about an extinct species because of human beings, you will? And Tasmanian Tiger it was, you will? It's a pleasure to meet you, lovely Saluna. I hope you're doing well, you will? Let me see, I haven't done anything, but I've been here making annoying memes and trying to be funny. You are funny, sweetheart. You have done so much, you will. We love our mods. Y'all are amazing. Strat, Sewu, Wed, Save, get absolutely cherished. Absolutely fucking cherished, you will. This community will never happen without you. Oh, thank you, Sadu. I don't know. I think it probably could have, but I'm glad it didn't. Let me see. It's hard for bad actors to survive when good voice actors like Tower taking on the spotlight. I'm glad that you like my voice acting. Hello, motherfucker. Hello, lovely Zexian. How are you? Let me see. Oh, cheer all of the mods. It's true. Thank you, Ozzy. Very good. Very good. It's because you and the mods are amazing, Will. No, you. You guys are the amazing ones. And the mods are here because they like to watch you guys flourish as well. Congrats on making it so far on your journey. Glad I didn't leave yet, and I'm gonna redeem this to celebrate it. Enjoy the OG. It's true. We are in OG territory, Will. Let's see. Powers, please be sure to tell Tao how much of a great community leader she is, Will. No! Cheer on your fellow pals and your amazing mods, Will. As much as she praises the mods and you all, she does carry the community on her shoulders, and we wouldn't have this amazing community if not for TauTassieTiger, Will. Thank you very much, sweetest sweat. I really appreciate it. Luckily, we grew while doing the stuff you wanted to do, Will. It's true! Isn't that amazing, Will? I'm so grateful. Authenticity is always the most important thing. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you, Precious Persimmon. I really appreciated it, Will. I thought you said, give me a butter moment. Give me a butter moment, you will. Butter moment. Holy wow, that looks janky. I know. It's because I made it all by myself, you will. Old towel. The classic Tawu. Tawu went from 2D to 3D, and now as a partner, Tawu be 4D. I'm showing up at your houses, you will. Shadow Gunner Will, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream, Will. All of the above, full womb twacking too, Will. That would be very funny. Your 1.0 is so janky, but honestly, that's a good thing. It shows how far your model came. But I do think your 3D model is your best model. Oh yeah, obviously, Woo. I would say that's pretty queer. I commissioned that with your guys' incredible assistance from a professional 3D artist who literally works in like games and stuff. This was me following YouTube tutorials to figure out programs I had never used before, Woo. I'm all right. How are you in chat? Doing well, Woo. Thank you for asking, Woo. Want is calling? Absolutely, so is sweetest, so Woo. Thank you for existing. Thank you for existing, and thank you so much for helping out, sweetest Sabo. You're amazing, Woo. Let me see. Tell me such amazing community. I honestly can't think of any other community that I want to be a part of. And of course, Tao had the help of the amazing mods. Thank you so much, Nix. I really appreciate it. You are such an angel, sweetie pie. Thank you, Woo. I like every version of Tao. Woo. Thank you, Zexin. Woo. That's so sweetie, Woo. Let me see. I keep yawning. Oh, we need to show the cutie kata. We will do that momentarily. Classic Tao. I love it. It's true, Woo. Pretty queer or pretty queer? The uwu voice makes some funny jokes. Well, I am queer, but I try to also be queer. Hello, Precious Patricia. Thank you very much on the purple checkmark, Uwu. I get to talk normally now. I think we still have a few minutes of the return of 1.0. But, hey, while we do wait for the 1.0 to time out, the absolutely darling Cutie Kata Shacks. Could I get a shout out for Cutie Kata actually real quick? Kata was live and streaming when she got my email, because she's a part of the Patreon. And she got the email that I had gotten partner, right? It was so sweet. Woo. Fabulous prospect, you're such a darling. But I wanted to show you guys, 1 second. Hold on. I wanted to show you guys this clip. It was so freaking cute. That she sent me because we got a live react. It's pretty sick. I was playing Spyro last. Cutie Kata was indeed playing Spyro and had to pause because she was like, I think I just got a push notification. What? Let me show you guys real quick. Hold on a sec. Let's see. Aha! Okay. This is very, very cute, very wholesome. Let me make sure that it's not too loud. Hold on. 1 second. Yeah, cool. Okay. Look, this is so cute. Oops. Oh my god, please. Okay.
Oh my god, sorry. I can't. That is amazing. Honestly, I know you probably won't see this, Tao. I'm gonna bring my go to here. Hi, hello, it is me.
What a cutie!
I sincerely, I don't know if Tao will actually see this. But that's fine by me. Well done, Tao. You are an absolutely amazing person. I have loved meeting you and talking to you and being a part of your community as well. And you are just an amazing person, and congrats on getting partner. You really deserve it. Yes. Hi. My brain is broken now. With love.
Isn't she cute? Thank you so very much. Beautiful, beautiful Kata. I really love that. That was so sweet. But I'm just following you because of my favorite purple lizard. Yeah, Kata does a lot of WoW and a lot of Spyro. So if you guys are interested in supporting the lovely Kata, as you should, please feel free to. I'm gonna start moving back over to our 3D model. I'm trying to remember if there's anything else I'm missing. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Strat! Hey, Strat! Do you have any recommendations about what I could possibly be missing here? Am I forgetting anything? Cata, please. Wow. 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 Let me see here 1 second. Now I know that today is indeed our persona day. Now I want to make it clear that this coming week is going to be a little bit crazy, I think. Because I did not expect to get this. To be clear, I did not expect to get this. And I also did this backwards. 1 sec. Hold on, please. There we go. Cool, and I'm back. Whee! Hi. Yeah, did not expect to get this this soon. Actually submitted the application like 3 or 4 days ago. It says a minimum of 2 weeks.
My 40 drink.
So, hey, magnificent meaty. Thank you so much for the thank you so much for the resub of 15 months. I do appreciate it. Thank you so very much, lovely meaty, and welcome on in. Let me see. I don't know how, but I got a founder's badge. Hey, congratulations. I think it rolls over as people like abandon their post. So well done, meaty. Well done. All right, we probably have to go on a quick break. Oh, the quotes! Oh, yes, the quotes on the book thing, if you wanted to mention. Yes. We are gonna try and, we'll see how well I can remember to do this, but I would love to start posting, like, some inspirational sweet quotes or something. If you guys have any recommendations for quotes, I would like to practice my handwriting with my lovely fountain pens, largely given by this amazing community on Throne. I would love to write those down and take pictures of them. Saruka sends their congratulations. Oh, let's go! Sweetie Saruka is another wonderful civet. Well, the only civet that I know of, but another wonderful streamer who very, very kindly has shared their community with us. And it is a pleasure to have them as well. Whenever they come in, we will definitely be giving them a shout out. And thank you so much for letting me know, dear Stun. When you get partner, it moves up to like your first 20 instead of first 10. Oh, really, politely? That's cool. I kind of love that. I kind of love that. Do a couple funny quotes too. Laughter is inspirational. That is true. That is true. There was a quote I really, really liked, and I repeated it to myself over and over so that I wouldn't forget it, and I forgot it. I know you're shocked by that. I think, what was it? I think it was something along the lines of, decide, it was something like desire to act, decide you will, or something like that. It was very meaningful. That wasn't very good. That was incorrect, but it was something along those lines. Hi, Valiant Bellos. Thank you so much for the congrats on partner. It's a pleasure to welcome you. Thank you so much for helping us get to this point, lovely Bellos. The phone service in the city hates it when I watch you. I'm gonna watch you even harder now. Thank you, precious Patricia. Tao, forgetting something? Surely not. Your mind is like a steel trap. Imagine, you guys. Imagine if I had insane memory. Only because I'm partner now. I got an upgrade to those founders badges and to my mind. All right, you guys, we do have to go on a quick break. We've been talking for about an hour and a half. But again, thank you so much, precious pals. This is absolutely your accomplishment, just as much as it is mine. Maybe more, to be honest. I am so eternally grateful for every single one of you. Every one of you is a special diamond in the rough. Every one of you is a treasure to behold. Every one of you is a precious pal who makes this pouch what it is, and I would have it no other way. I've been more than happy with the slow growth of the years because it has meant that we've gotten to individually kind of know each one of you, right? And it has been such a privilege and a pleasure to get to know you all. And I'm so happy to do this for many more years. And to continue to treasure you, to continue to make you laugh and smile and feel appreciated, and to remind you guys that when the world seems a bit dark, the pouch is always going to be here for you. And I will always be here working as hard as I possibly can to make your days better, just like you make mine infinitely better, okay? Oh, we got a treasure train. Where'd that come from? Holy shit. Thank you for the treasure train, whoever has done that. Thank you so much. Meaty, did you contribute to that? I think you did. Whoever did that, thank you. We have a treasure train, you guys. Just a reminder for those of you who have come in recently. We have what's it called? We have a badge that I made. Called the Tau Girl. And it is for those of you who are willing to gift 3 or more subs, you can get access to it. Or, alternatively, if you just watch the stream for 10 hours this week, and we're gonna be streaming for about 20, so if you're only here for about half the time, you will also get the same thing. As usual, I will never back away from my desire to make this channel as accessible as possible. I don't want to give people who contribute money like massive advantages over you, those of you who are not able to contribute money. So you can either watch for 10 hours and get your badge for free, or you can gift 3 subs and get it immediately. It is up to you. Sweetest stuff. Thank you so much for the incredibly generous 1,100 biddies. Oh, thank you so much. That's like a whole box of candy. Double train day, yes indeed. Thank you so much. I just joined your Patreon. Oh, the 3rd tier. Holy shit, Lucy. Thank you so much, darling. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I will need to let me double check on which one the 3rd tier is. I forgot. Is that the forehead kisses tier, or is that the head pat tier, or is that I don't even know. Thank you so very much, darling, for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, honey bunny. I really do appreciate it. Thank you ever so much. Thank you for your immense generosity and support, honey bun. I hope that you enjoy your little badge.
How exactly does the badge work? Like if you've already gifted more than 3, do you get it retroactively?
No, I think it's only during the period of time that we have the that we have the badge up. So it's up for today until Sunday next week, I believe. Like Sunday after stream next week. I'm so excited for you to thank you so much, lovely Zelda. I do appreciate it. Thank you. It's so good to see you, darling. Let me see here. The 2nd hype train for partner. Woohoo! All in less than 2 hours. That's crazy. Cutie call. Thank you so much, darling, for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you for the 5 gifts. Oh, I hope you enjoy the new badge. I hope you enjoy that Tau girl badge. Tau badge. Thank you so much, and thank you for the googly woogly eyes. Sweetest sharp paper bag. Thank you, cutie core. Zelda just got home from work. Oh, let's go. Sweetest Sir Jesse. Honey, thank you so much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 gift. Thank you for immense generosity and kindness, sweetest Sir Jesse. Hello, Save. What a pleasure it is to see you. How was your stream? I can stop lurking in my own stream now, you mean? Cool. Thank you so very much for the raid. You guys, this is SafeFile17, our newest mod, as I mentioned, but definitely massive thank you. We were saying it earlier, but SafeFile17 is a huge reason that we've also gotten to partner, because he's been so fucking generous with his time, his community, these raids. We are so grateful to say thank you so much. How was your stream? How were your Hearthstone ratios? And also, how was Conan Exiles? I saw you playing it, and I was like, ooh, that looks fun. I'm glad you're still playing it. You guys, this is the sweetest Safe 17 who hath graced us with their presence. Fresh from conquering the wild Lacunan exiles. When not slaying in the arena, this Hearthstone aficionado doth ascend the leaderboard with ease. Their streams be a delightful blend of card-slinging prowess and nutty banter. Truly a realm worthy of your attention. 100%, 100,000%. How are you? Also, ATD, thank you so much for the congrats on partner, hun. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming in with the raid. Strat, thank you for coming in with the raid as well. Departing at TauTassie partner. On your right, you'll see a hype train. On your left, chat. Welcome, welcome. We have a bit of a celebration going on. Please ignore the mess. Thank you so much for coming in with the raid as well, precious persimmon. Thank you so very much. And lovely Vetalina, he returns incredibly on the hoof. Incredibly on the hoof. Magnificent Maid, thank you also for coming in. And lovely Joseph, thank you so much for congratulating us on partner. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. You guys, please check out the sweetest Safe 17. He is someone I cannot stop talking about because he's an amazing friend, an amazing streamer, an amazing everything. Please, please, please go check him out. As you can see, he is still being generous even after we've hit partner. Thank you so much, genuinely, sweetest Safe, for your outstanding support and contributions in helping us hit partner. It really has been amazing to get to know you over these last, however many months. I'm so grateful to have someone so lovely in this community, and also who has been so very generous, like I said, with their time, with their community, with their kindness. And thank you for being a mod as well. Much better today than yesterday, despite me being a fair bit sleepy. Tiny bit of Conan at the end, mostly was kicking it 80s style with trucks at extreme. Continued congrats on partner. Thank you so much, sweetest Save. I do appreciate it. Thank you ever so much. 2 months. Please ignore my 9-month sub badge. Oh, it is 9 months. I should probably have looked at that. I forgot how to tell how long people have been around. Shit. Sub baby time. What's the name, Save? Did we already talk about this? I'm confused. 9-month subscriber, 10 months is a bit confusing. I don't know if we've spoken about this. Screw it. I'm getting out of bed and going back to my PC. Ooh, enjoy, cutie cat time. Save started following in March of 2025. Wow. Damn, that's impressive. I forgot what 2025 even was. TauTassie file for sub baby? I mean, that could work. Tile 17. Seriously, we're all super duper proud of you, Tao. It means so much to all of us that to see you get to this point and to push through so much hardship. We love you to the moon and back. The feeling is mutual, my darling pals. Thank you guys so much, by the way, for this insane level 5 treasure train. Treasure train? Yeah. Thank you for the pal attack, lovely lady. You guys, I'm gonna start saying thank you to everybody because that is going to end in about 30 seconds. So thank you so very much to Sweetest Sir Jazzy for the 5 gifted, to Cutie Core for the 5 gifted, to Radical Ryoko for the 5 gifted, and to Meaty for, I think, probably starting it, as well as to Sweetest Storm for the 1100 biddies. Thank you for the care package, Precious Patricia. Let me see. Oh, you paid for 15-1. Okay, perfect. Awesome. Then you will definitely get access to all of the behind-the-scenes stuff. Save! When is your next stream? Do you know what you'll be streaming after Hearthstone?
It's prime time.
Thank you so much, sweetest Storm Talon, for the resub of Prime for 5 months. Let's go! Rapidly approaching half a year, darling. Excellent work. Incredible work. Thank you so much. When I get a job that pays good, I'm jumping straight to the Patreon. Hey, don't even worry about it, hun. Do not even worry about it. The Patreon is just like the optional stuff, you know? We called the 9-month Twitch baby Harbinger of Partner, Omen of Terror, Sacrificer of Flesh, which, I mean, I wasn't totally comfortable with, but it worked. Are you blaming me for that name? I know you're not blaming me for that name. Surely you recognize that is in fact the name you came up with. Thank you, lovely lady. I appreciate it. Of course. Hopum soft. Tau's being scary. No, don't worry. I'm not being scary. I'm being wholesome and sweet. I know, it's an optional way of giving you money, and you know I am all about giving you money, Tau. Thank you so much, sweetheart. But yes, you guys, please check out Sweetest Safe. I think he's... Is it 3 days until your next stream? I'm trying to remember, because you stream on...
Oh, scary.
Is it tomorrow? No. I have really bad memory still. Save, we were talking about like how maybe now that I'm a partner, my memory will be better. Now that I have, instead of 10, I have 20 founders badges, right? We're hoping that maybe my brain will be like, oh, double the founders badges, double the brain power and memories. No, that does not seem to be how it works. That's why I simply named our kids Plate, Spoon, and Scissors. That's much more effective. Being wholesome. See, everyone is still in one piece. Wholesome. Surely. Still annoyed that Twitch will just randomly make people unfollow others. Keeping the tab following me email.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
It is really annoying. I've found out that I've unfollowed a bunch of people without intending to. This actually happened to Save. You remember that, Save? It was, you know, my memory goes back about 2 months. So probably 2 months ago is when I followed you. Again, you remember when I was like, I better follow you. I swear I already had. And then you made fun of me. Do you remember that? No. Yes. 14-ish hours from now. Oh, it is tomorrow. Then 2 days off. It's fine. I don't expect you to remember my entire schedule. Well, I probably should. You come in here enough. I probably should know it. You guys, Save is going to be streaming tomorrow. Well, in 14-ish hours. Save, what else are you going to be doing? Hi there, Magnificent Mark. How are you? It's good to see you. I'm going to snooze this ad real quick. Pretty oh, it's your birthday tomorrow. Let's go, lovely lady. Happy early birthday, sweetie pie. I hope it's great. But yeah, whatever Save is gonna be up to tomorrow, because we won't be, I don't think we're gonna be streaming tomorrow. I do want to do some stuff that's special, but I didn't expect to get this week. So I have some like specialist appointments and stuff that I have to go to tomorrow. Otherwise I would probably be streaming, but yeah, I don't know if I can. I will speak with my significant other, my beloved fiance, and see how he feels about me neglecting our date night tomorrow in favor of streaming for partner. I paid a month in the Patreon 3rd tier, but I had to stop because I got worried I was gonna end up in financial trouble. Oh, Aussie, yeah, no, please. Everybody, please only give within your means. Please do not do anything or with amidst in relation to this channel or me in any way if you are not 100% set for yourself, okay? Let me see. Are we talking Twitter or Twitch? Your Twitch follow date is still secure in August 2025. Yeah, no, there was one. Do you remember? I know that it happened. It was in your channel. I was like, I remember it. I was like, oh, I could have sworn I'd been following you already, because you had been following for a little while, like, at that point. And then I was like, oh, I guess I should probably follow you. Wait, I know I followed you. Why does it say I haven't followed you? Do you remember that? I remember your whole community having a little giggle at my expense. Any day with a Tau stream is a good day. Oh, Magnificent Mark, I'm so grateful to have you. Be right back. Gonna snag me some strawberries and a sandwich. That sounds bomb. Go for it. Nath is as important as that pouch. It's, well, Nath is technically more important than the pouch. I hope you guys understand. Nath is more important than the pouch by a little tiny bit. But that's because he's my fiance and the guy I'm gonna spend the rest of my life with. So while I do intend to spend as much of my life as possible with you guys as well, he does actually get to see me even more than you guys do, which I admire him for doing. That is hard yards right there. Hard yakka. Robbing a bank. Got it. Don't do that. I have to go for a doctor's appointment tomorrow, as you know. I may not be able to make it. That's okay, hun. That's okay. I don't know how long I'm gonna stay on the $15 tier on Patreon because I'm really self-conscious of the amount of money my subs take up. But I will try to go as long as I can. If I drop tiers, I hope that's okay. I still want to support you the best I can. Lovely Lucy, please never even worry about it. Even if you joined only as a free member or didn't join at all, I'm just grateful to have you in this community. You don't have to, you literally don't have to give me a dime, and you could spend 20 years here and not give me a dime, and I will still greatly appreciate your amazing kindness, sincerity, thoughtfulness, and just presence here, okay? So please don't worry. If you are even currently feeling self-conscious about it, please feel free to drop the tier. I'm not, or just, you know, don't subscribe to the Patreon at all. There are no hard feelings. I will not be contacting you to be like, hey, why'd you do that? I think this was Twitter. I said something like, it's okay, I just put out sponsor messages, and you were like, no, I am terrible. Oh, for some reason, I could have sworn it was on, I thought it was on Twitch. Maybe it was Twitter. My memory's fucked. Very understandable. Nath is the most important person to the Tau. Yes, yes. The Nath must be protected and loved at all costs. Go on a date with him. Nah, come on, you guys. But Corn takes the top spot. Well, that is true. Valid. Nath is technically more important. Technically? What do you mean technically? It's just my way of gently breaking it to you guys. I'm with Lucy. When I sub to you, it's gonna stay that way for as long as I can. Oh, thank you, Patricia. Anyone that does Tower Nath wrong answers to us. We will sick the cute little pals on him. I think it was Twitch, and I think my memory is fine for the most part. It was Twitch. I thought it was Twitch too. Were you there? Were you there that day, Strat? You have to be all good, lovely Zelda. No worries. It's just, I tend to trust Save when he says he remembers something because I'm like, dude's got the mind of a steel trap. The one that I wanted, that I thought I would get upon reaching partner, where you just like magically get better memory. He's just had that forever, I'm pretty sure. Go on break? Yeah, actually, we probably should. We should probably go on break. Save! Sorry, what a mess. No, but you told me about it and I remember the conversation. Okay. That's what okay, all right. You weren't there, but I did tell you about it. Yeah, that was embarrassing. For some reason, my brain remembers embarrassing and awful things that happened to me. And I'm pretty sure Twitch stopped me from following Save. And then I was like, wait, why am I not following you? Would a dedicated, comfy day for you and Mr. Nath be a good thing for the date night, and since it is deserved? Trout, hi, welcome on in, sweetie. I would love to do that. We both have very busy weeks ahead, but I'm hoping I can take him out on a week from yesterday. I'm hoping that I'll be able to do that. Let me see. Tau, if you have any problems with anyone, or if you and Nath have trouble deciding who should pick up a bill on a date, just let us know. We'll handle it. Thanks, precious Patricia. I appreciate you. My personal favorite way to say it is mind like a steel sieve. That is true. That is true, Stormtown. That's me. I will try to scroll back to your first Twitch messages out of curiosity. Right now, I'm seeing messages about air fryers 1 month ago. This may take a lot more scrolling. Let me know if you find it, Save, because otherwise I'm fucking crazy and I lied to Strat. And that's not a habit I make. I make a habit of. I don't make that habit. I don't like liars and I don't like lying. Mostly because I don't remember the lies. You know, that's a problem. Let me see. We do have a bunch of special things coming ahead, so don't stress over it. It's true. Meowdy, Terrific Trout. Meowdy. Okay, real quick. You guys, please check out Sweet to Save. He, like I said, he's been extraordinarily supportive. He has rated so many times. He is a big reason that we have this. He also is a fantastic streamer. He's so very sweet. He's really, 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 really fucking smart, but he doesn't like shove it in your face, right? He's like subtly smart. He's that kind of smart where you're like, idly, I wonder, Save, do you happen to know what Star Trek episode this thing happened in? And he'll be like, oh yeah, that was episode, that was, I believe that was DS9. I'm pretty sure that was in the 3rd season. That was about 20 minutes into episode 4. Or alternatively, he actually has, like, valid knowledge of real world things as well. He does do that. That's a thing too. And let me think, what else? Yes, he's very grounded. He's a really wonderfully grounding presence. If you are like, wow, hoo-ha. Tao is just really energetic. I need someplace to vibe. Say Fal 17. What can I tell you? Great spot. He does mainly Hearthstone, but he mainly does Hearthstone so that he can then transition over to like sponsored content after that. Like today he did some Code and Exiles. Let me see. He's also a mod here, right? So we love our mods, as we mentioned. We do love our mods. And he's gonna be streaming like 14 hours. You should definitely go check him out. We should also be shouting out Greg, absolutely. Neo Greg, I've been shouting out people as they come in, and I'm guessing Neo Greg has probably away to someplace, or I don't, did he stream today? I gotta keep up with people's schedules better. Anyway, you guys, Neo Greg is another Hearthstone streamer who has been extraordinarily supportive, and what's fucking awesome is genuinely the fact that he raided in yesterday. He was our only raider yesterday during our storytime stream, and I distinctly remember, and I hope this memory is also the correct one. This was only yesterday, so who knows? I could be fucking this up, but I'm pretty sure I just specifically said we are so grateful to Greg for helping us do kind of a subconscious partner push, right? And then we got partner last night. Isn't that sick? Lovely Neo Greg plays a lot of really fantastic music. Also, if you're a sub, you get to do a song request every single day. He does Hearthstone, like I said, and then transitions over to either sponsored or just games he wants to play, to be honest. He does a lot of like the racing games, Forza and stuff like that. There's also Japan Drift something. Sweetest Space, thank you for the congrats on partner. I appreciate it. I am pretty energetic, it's true. Only Voyager ever used the blue alert during their landing sequences. Well remembered, Tao. Thank you. I definitely knew that. Back with me strawberries. Would have macerated them if I had time, but fresh and washed is good. Oh, that sounds so nice. Save chats with all, and no matter what he plays, the vibe is chill. It's true. And Save's quite a massive streamer as well. And very interactive. I think it's his day off. I didn't see him start. Oh wait, no, yeah, he said he was taking a couple days off. I remember now. Okay, all right. We actually do have to go on break now because I've got 1 minute until an ad starts. Ah! Thank you so very much for the raid, Sweetest Save. You guys, please check out Save. I swear to God, you will mostly find me there if I'm not streaming. If he's live, check there first. All right, cutie pies, please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom, darlings. This is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Sorry, I'm definitely not talking slowly, so I have time to start the stream avatars and a boss battle. I'll see you in 3. Mwah. Wait, look at him. Hold on, I have some music for you guys that you chose last week. He's so cute. Look at his face. Why is this so far there-ish? Look at his face. He's so cute. Square. He is super square. Look at his body. Hold on, I might turn this down a little bit. Serious or whatever. Shut up! Afraid? Why would you be afraid? I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my guns only for good and convenience. Tao-chan likes, and into the pouch you go. And stay forever. Exactly, Yuki. I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? Memories bring back you. Sorry, I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen. That's it. A little bit. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Siv's like, Luna? Look away, Siv. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a doesn't have an option for controller. Okay. Square. He is super square. Look at his body. Well, how do I turn this down a little bit? Wait, no, wait, I need put the water in there. Oh God, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God, no. My sun and stars, yes, 1,000 times, yes. I am yours and shall be forevermore. What have you done with my bride, you cross-dressing deviant? I don't know, oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God, no. Oh my God. As part of being the head mod, Strat lives in Tau's attic, aka the Stratic. It's going in the lore. Sounds good, do it. Not even the vent, but the ceiling. Yeah. Yes, the ceiling cavity. That makes sense now. So Strat is like a possum, basically. Correct, Tarasa.
Hi.
Understand. Welcome back. I'll let you guys finish your words, and then we'll jump on over to this game we're playing. You know, whatever it's called. Persona. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly
Welcome
eyes.
back.
Okay.
All right.
Ooh, a cowgirl outfit. Nice. All right, we can do that. And Strat is doing it in the smartest possible way for the biggest bang for his buck. Which is to say, at the start of a not even an event, but the ceiling. At the hello? Uh-oh. Wait, I think I understand what's happened here. Interesting. Interesting. Hold on. I think this is what I get for doing the thing I did at the... Hi, I'm over here. I'm where I'm supposed to be. But yeah, there's scuff. Fuck! Hold on. Why? Okay, I know why this has happened. I'm over there. Maybe I just need to hold on. Let me oh, okay. What if I'm here? But then I'm cut off. Why am I cut off? Hold on. Oh, no. Nah, I'm too far over. Ah. Please wait about a moment. So this is how we play hide and seek. It is 2 toes. Count them 2. Oh, did you turn on the partner security and cloning void zone? Shh, we're not allowed to talk about that. Save! I told you not to talk about that. Thank you for the care package. What did you do? Well, ooh, fuck.
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life!
They did! Fuck! Hold on. Wait. Oh.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no! For a second, I thought I had revealed something on my screen. I was like, what is that? I have never seen that before. Okay. Fuck.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I do not understand how to play this game. Let me make this as easy for myself as possible. Hold on. I'm going to do this. I'm going to have to do this every single time, probably. Okay. I'm putting myself over here. And I have to put my hat on. I mean, not my hat. My sticker. Sticker! Boop! Okay. All right. Okay, look, guys. I'm a professional. Ooh, that's kind of loud. Okay. It's from Planet of the Apes. Is that where that meme is from? I quote that all the time. I go, oh, no. Oh, no. Put yourself in the corner. Time to do some Art of Ta. Wish me luck. Oh, I'm so excited. And oh, I'm sorry. I forgot uppies. Uppies. I definitely may have forgotten uppies a little bit just because. Oh, no. Because of glitchy problems. If I missed any uppies, please feel free to resend them. I'm happy to provide. I love Planet of the Apes. That is probably the funniest part of the whole series. Oh, no. Was it meant to be funny? Breaking news! In efforts to switch her outfit, streamer causes a nationwide power outage. Several pals were lost in the void of the pouch. That's okay, I can snap my fingers and get them back. Uppies for you, Nix. Good, Nix. Patricia, uppies. Yay! Good, Patricia. Goody kappa, uppies. Tau sees monkey, Tau likes monkey, monkey bring joy. Oh, no. Save! You should use that! Use that clip! Here, let me, hold on, let me help you. Wait, okay. Wait, I have a better idea. I'm gonna ruin, okay, I'm doing it for the memes. Save! Save! Oh, no! Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad I gave that to you? You're very welcome. Hold on, now I gotta fix everything again. Oh, there you go. Wee! Hold on, I gotta put myself there. Okay, did it work? Okay. Attack of the clothes. Beautiful. Now there's 2 of them. Count them, 2. By the way, if you don't know, the reason that I was like, save, it's because he has a bazillion and 20, which is the real number, of his clips. He's got a bazillion and 20, and that's just of how many clips he's got of me. He's got about 500,000 other clips from various media, Star Wars specials, Star Trek specials, other VTubers. So yeah, if you ever see him in your chat and you're like, wait, I want him to be able to use this, you have to be like, save. And then you'll see him use the little video camera emote, and he'll go, okay. TauTassieTiger! Best day ever. Oh no, I'm seeing double. Oh no. We have to get absolute cinema. We have to get what is it called? Recommendation letters. A chesticle! We have 24 lockpicks. I think we can probably afford that. A whole Brazilian quotes. Brazilian and 50 quotes. And we have 2 clips in 1 hour. I think that's a record. I don't know. I think I don't know if we've had a single stream where we haven't had clips recently. Absolute trauma. Tauma? Whoa, this pool's gigantic. It's hard to believe this is even on the ship. Our target's here, right? Some sort of former noble guy? Yeah, let's find him and get a hold of his letter of introduction. A chesticle? Ooh, booby! Oh, I thought I was gonna be able to jump in the water. Not that I would want to. Welcome to the pool deck, sir. Please feel free to speak with us if there's anything you need. We get at least 1 clip every stream. If not, we clip them after. That is true. Tao, I am sorry to tell you, after 18 minutes of scrolling, your first message was save. Hi again, lovely. On August 23rd, 2025, which is still your follow date. Which does mean we're 3 weeks away from your follow-versary, though. What? No, but wait. Was there not anything before that? Or after that? Fuck. Did I make something up? Do I have false memories implanted in my brain? That guy's drowning. For sure, that guy's drowning. She's just trying to help him not drown. That was very good at clip farming. She could stare at the camera for 30 seconds. That would be a good clip. I think that's just because I'm very expressive. Don't you know, Tao, in the palace you have to go underwater? No! This place is great. No matter when I come, I always find myself surrounded by beautiful curves. Don't be embarrassed. That's the real reason you're here too, is it not? Ew. Go away. Oh, there's that guy. Bad guy.
I'll reveal your truth.
Your 11th message was, I can't even imagine how you keep all these clips straight in your mind, followed by, I am definitely not using my stream deck to its best effect. Yay, memories that are still relevant to 38 seconds ago. That's the good thing about having me as a person in your life, is that everything is always going to be new and shiny to me, right? So this is almost an entire year ago, and yet this is something I absolutely would have said, well, and I did say 20 seconds ago. 38 seconds ago. That is why we have a submarine. True. I don't know this thing. Ooh, it's kind of creepy. I'm trying to decide if I think it's cool or weird or creepy or... Tao's on a boat. I'm on a boat. Thank you for the head pat. Lovely lie.
Let's go.
Thank you. And thank you for the care package, Elsie. Tao's gonna hate Persona 5 Underwater Adventures. If that was the DLC, we'd stop. How do you feel about pools? I'm not a fan. They don't scare me as much as like... They don't scare me as much as like open water or lakes, but they make me uncomfortable enough that if someone goes, Tao, let's go to the, like, why don't we go to the pool? I'll be like, can I don't know, go get my blood drawn instead? I'd rather that. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm caught up. I was like, oh, I think it may have happened, but was just a Twitch glitch. Oh, maybe that's what it was. But I could have sworn I even said something in Safe's chat about it. My record being underwater in a pool is 10 minutes. Why was it? Did I surprise it? Is that why?
Use my persona.
Use your persona. Did your parents have to dangle you over the bath like a cat when you were a Joey?
Persona.
You know?
Shall we?
I don't actually know how I want to answer that. No! I'm bored? Oh no, Sadu, don't be bored on the partner day! That doesn't bode well. Gonna be lurking, gotta check a mom. Absolutely, sweetest let us know how she is, how she's okay. It has been so peaceful lately. It's all thanks to Mr. Cito that we can spend days in luxury like this. Oh, there's bad guys. I hear their little splurchies. Ooh. Last race, when you have time, you have messages waiting for you and good news and vibes. Oh, amazing. Thank you. I will have a look. I was bored and there was a lot of people. Oh, you mean in the pool? I was like, oh no, my mod is bored in my stream. That's very bad news. Valos, thank you for contributing to the body and game challenge. Okay, I would love to stick around for more of your first partner stream, but my body is saying sleep or die right now, which isn't true. I just might get a sniff. Body's very dramatic. Enjoy Persona. See you Sunday. Thank you so very much for the raid. I'm the worst. Okay, even as a partner, I still forget to tell people. Save. I know you've been streaming long hours. I know that they were very long because I watched you, and you need to make sure that you go practice some after stream care. So please go eat, sleep, shower, walk, I don't know, anything else you need to do. Please go do those things, and I will take the best care of your lovely community until you come on platform. Yay! I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Sweetest sleep. Thank you so very much for coming in. Gotta lurk. All good. Ozzy, we'll see you soon. Good news, after going through 100+ colored pencils, I found the best one for Tao's colors. Yum, that's impressive. Yeah, you guys please check out Sweetest Safe File 17. If you don't, we will be raiding into him whenever I possibly can. I'll tell you what. Thank you so much for coming in, Sweetest Save, and first coming to celebrate the partner. I keep on wanting to say partner anniversary, but this is like my birthday. My birth as a partner. Where are you going? We need to find the target and get the letter of introduction from him. Oh, that's right. Okay. I guess I gotta talk to all of the people with the ellipses. Blink twice if you're okay.
Show me your true
How was that?
form.
Birth partner day. Yeah, really catchy, huh? Birth partner day. Oh, this, whoa. That's fun. I love that. I think that this Christmas is finally going to be the one where I get around to sending you those models. Oh, I love that, hun. That'd be so sick. That would be awesome.
Not this.
Ooh, I can tech a bitch. I think that this, oh, sorry. Why did I can't read. Oh, wait, I don't remember how to play the game. Okay, technical. The year now is 1 ATP after Tau partner, or is it at 0 ATP? No, 1, pretty sure. There was no year 0, I'm pretty sure. Vanishes. Thank you. You know what? Next year on August 1, 2027, that will be year 1? That'll be 1 ATP. That'll be 1 ATP. Okay. Zayonga. I want an all. I want an all. Oh.
Whoa, you did that with style. Persona.
Man, everyone's weak to all the shit that I have cooking here. Let's go. Oh my god, please.
You got 2 of them, Queen. Don't resist.
Aha! Do I know you? Saraswati, we do know you. Okay, bye. Ooh, 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 ah! Yes, timing was good. Sleep well, sweet dreams are safe!
All right.
Click, 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 click.
All right.
All right.
That easy, huh? I can tell by your face.
Who's got dot, 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 dot. Is it you? No, I just talked to her. Obtain the remaining 4 letters. Search for the target. Maybe I gotta... Is this what happened last time? Did I have to kill everything that was around here? Or did they just respawn? Currently making a Tau fan art of her child, the harbinger of partner, omen of terror, and sacrificer of flesh.
This one's
Thank you! I'm so excited!
you can hit their weakness.
You're mine.
Cats are fed, house is in one piece. Nicely done, Ozzy. Good save.
Stay there.
Boom! Woohoo!
They're done for.
The scandalous queen. I implore you, please spare my life. I guess I don't have her, do I? Oh, Tatiana. What mythology is she from again? Kill everyone, that always works for me. Hey, the eyes, yeah, they're pretty cool, huh? I do like them. I forgot who I might want to get rid of here. I think Valkyrie was kind of weak, even though I really like the
Your
horse.
power's incredible, Joker.
Queen of the Fairies. That's pretty cool. Tinkerbell age 12. Celtic, I think. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Okay.
Okay.
Wait, Celtic. Oh my god, I'm still confused about that. You guys have told me this before, and I always get confuzzled. Is this guy who's creepy? Yeah, curve man. Weird curve man. I don't want to go back through the door because they're gonna respawn if I do that, right? So, is there like a... I believe from a specific piece of fiction rather than any general mythology. Oh. Oh wait, what about you? Aha! It was you all along. She is Fae. She is actually the queen of the Fae.
You got a sec? Nice day today, huh? Actually, maybe not. I want to go swimming in the pool. Yeah. It's your turn, Panther.
What? Hello there. We really would like to speak with you. We won't take much of your time. Will you listen? Please, sir.
Titania's husband in the fiction is a bit of a jerk from what I heard. Ah, that's unfortunate. Tao, show me your confidants. Okay, oh, this is a really good opportunity to remind you guys. No spoilers, no backseating, okay? Now, what does that count as? If you guys say anything that is not clearly behind us, okay? So if you say, wow, what did you think of Futaba's palace? Because we clearly have Futaba here, right? Then that's fine. If you are not 1,000% sure we've gotten through a part of this game, do not say anything, because I, over the last couple of streams, I have been way more strict on this and telling my mods, that's Red and currently on duty, Red and Strat, and I want them to immediately time people out for 84,000 seconds if you spoil this shit, okay? Please don't spoil this. I've spent 150 plus hours in this game. I really, really don't like when people go, oh, that's a terrible idea, or, oh, are you sure you wanted to do that? Or, like I've already had, I don't remember who it was, but there was somebody who, when I said that I was pursuing Kasumi, they were like, oh, you're gonna regret that. Hello? Don't say that shit, dude. That's a fucking spoiler. And my mods are directed that if someone says something like that, to time them out for 84,000 seconds. 84000, okay? Please don't spoil things. I will show you my confidants, Dime, but yeah, Dime, you were one of the people who I avoided looking at chat for like 30 straight up minutes during that really critical, pivotal moment because you were dangerously close to spoiling things. So please be very, very cautious, okay? I love how Anna's consistently the worst at acting, yet they always fork over the acting roles to her. I think she's just the most naturally charismatic. Should we include don't even joke about spoilers just in case? I mean, if it's not very obvious, I suppose. I do find those, I am getting kind of sick of seeing those jokes where it's like, oh, you know, spoiler, there's personas in Persona. I'm like, hee, no, okay. But yes, waves, Red and Strat, those are your direct orders. Please do keep an eye out, especially because Red has played this game, so he will know when something is spoilery. I would also say be mindful even when trying to be subtle about discussing spoilery topics. Don't want Tao to accidentally put together context clues and figure out things by accident. That is true. That is very true. Please, just don't talk about even like, subtle like hints and stuff, okay? So valid. They usually the spice count. A little over 23 hours. Yeah, exactly. So basically a full day, right? But yeah, Titania's from Irish and European mythology, both queen of the fairies / fae. Cool. I've not played, so anything that looks remotely like a spoiler will get hit. Yeah, so as long as, while Red can like absolutely be like, ooh, that's and Red, if you do see someone like outright, flat out being like, oh, so at the end, this thing happens, or something like that, you can just immediately ban them. There's no warning for that. If someone comes in and is exclusively just trying to be like a malicious troll, you can just ban them straight up. But yeah, Strat has not played this game, and so if something looks vaguely like a spoiler, he is well within his rights to go 84,000 seconds, boom, you are not coming back into the stream for the next 24 hours. And Red too. Thank you so much, my lovely mods, for keeping an eye on that stuff for me. I really appreciate it. The Titanic sinks level of spoilers get a nuke. Gotcha. Exactly, Red. Exactly, sweetheart.
Sorry, but please leave me be. I don't have time for you rowdy children.
Would you like an anecdote about something from the sequence just after Sai's palace? What do you mean by that? I have gotten Strat to delete a message from someone because it was spoiler. Strat is amazing. Yeah, Strat and Red are my two mods on duty at the moment. And they are very, very welcome to nuke anybody who, Titanic sinks level of spoilers, or who may be spoiling. Tau currently FF is one stream ahead of being your longest going playlist on YouTube besides art. It's one ahead of Persona? Holy shit. Well, it will definitely outpace Persona. I think it's gonna be our longest full stop. It would involve an alternate choice you could have made in those conversations. Oh, that's fine. That's fine, because as long as we've definitely passed it, which we have, because we're not inside Palace anymore.
Hey, you little...
No, we apologize for our lack of manners. Come on, Skull. We should leave.
The hell's up with that guy? Did he really have to be acting all high and mighty like that?
How are you surprised? How were you surprised, brah?
To be fair, you walked up to him and said, "Hey, dude, you need to approach this with more tact."
Hello, sir.
Starting the conversation with a quarrel won't get us anywhere.
Our approach doesn't matter if you won't listen to us. What are we supposed to do?
Let's speak to the people around here. Perhaps we'll learn more about that man's temperament.
At the very least, we might get some kind of hint.
I really hope they don't make me kill all the baddies again.
Asking for info it is.
Okay, let's go.
All right, we'll need to gather intel on this pool deck. Try talking to anyone suspicious. All right, he doesn't want to talk to me right now. Gotta gather intel. Just hit him with that. How's garden? How's garden? So when my son was in the dorms at Job Corps back in the day, his roommate was playing it, and the dude was legitimately confused as to why Joker was dying for real when he chose the actually read out the Phantom Thieves option. Oh, yeah, you guys did mention that one. Luckily, I am not a traitor. Isn't this swimsuit marvelous? It's part of a new line by one of the premier fashion designers. The bar here actually rents out swimsuits just like these. Uh-oh. I've got the perfect plan.
Man.
That laugh was scary. Forget about that. Onward to the bar, you guys. All right, I guess we're gonna go dress up our high school friends in revealing clothing, which sounds really, really gross and weird. So we better get this part over with. Welcome, sir. How may I help you? Hey, you guys ran out swimsuits, yeah? Give us some ASAP. Oh, but of course. Just show me your boarding pass and we will have you sorted right away.
Wait.
You moron! Come on, Skull, let's get the fuck out of here. You too, Joker. Sorry, I added get the fuck out of here. Seriously, Skull? What were you thinking? Did you get the sudden urge to go for a swim? Nah, that was part of my plan. Over there's the fitting room. I'm just gonna need your help finding a way in, Joker. Where's the fitting room? Fitting room. Oh, is it around here? No, that's... Like the times you were fighting that series of mobs in the boss battle and they kept recovering, it had a time limit too, it was crazy. Oh god, that was such a fucking nightmare. Ooh, what's that? Yeah. Ooh, nice! It's some kind of vent! I bet we could get in from here. You're seriously going for the fitting room? Come on, this feels like a criminal offense. But we're the Phantom Thieves! Just go with it, I got a plan! Hey, Joker, you wanna burst in here? Kiss that vent goodbye. Yeah. Hello! Hello! Hi, lovely la. Zelda just threatened my health. He vacuumed in my computer room and I have Looter on my lap. Oh no! Oh no!
You did it, Joker!
We do seem to be inside that door we saw earlier. But why? And more importantly, isn't this a fitting room?
Just trust me. Wait here and I'll be right back.
What's he up to? I have a really bad feeling about this.
It's perfect. This'll totally work.
Oh my god. I love him.
Oh, you have quite a scary look on your face. Actually, it's creepy.
Oh, don't worry about that. Come on, let's head back to where that former, noble dude is. Hey, it's you girls' time to shine.
Oh no.
think that we were really going with such a simple plan.
Well, there's no way guys lounging by the pool would not check out girls in swimsuits.
I want to go home.
Oh,
Are we really
Tava,
going to do
dude.
this?
Yucky.
Ryuji, love it. I guess. Is there any other way?
No. But
If you guys don't hurry, he's gonna go off somewhere.
Yucky.
Yucky is right.
It's a nice day, isn't it?
Did this just become a beach episode? It seems like it, huh?
What do you want?
Thank you, Strat.
Would you grant us a letter of introduction to Mr. Shido?
A letter of introduction, you say? I would never give one to some nobodies like yourselves.
A nobody?
I've made my
Pretty
decision to
lady.
only introduce
Pretty
those with
lady.
a prestigious lineage. No matter how beautiful you girls may look on the outside, your ancestry cannot be changed.
Yuck.
Yes, that may be true. But, well, we're...
I'm quite charmed to meet you, sir.
I'm quite charmed to meet you, sir. It's a good thing that she can pull out the British
My
accent.
name is Anne Windsor.
Oh my god.
On Windsor?
My father is the descendant of British royalty.
That's
I beg your
great.
pardon.
Oh my god.
Seriously?
Is this working?
These girls
Yeah, Malcolm's like,
Surprise communism.
surprise communism indeed.
Lady Anne treats us quite well.
Ah, are you half British, Anchan?
I am.
Your features are definitely different from Japanese girls. One can easily tell at a glance.
Oh, I feel bad for her because that's like one of her sources of insecurity. So it's kind of shitty that he's like, yes, you look very different. The last beach episode was a lot of fun, and Yuki even sent the OG Japanese VA speaking in English. Excellent episode. Yeah, that was actually really good.
People tend to have such misconceptions, but that isn't true. My hobbies include tea ceremonies. Then again, my father forced me to learn that art.
she dropped the British accent.
I see. I sense a noble aura that is different from your servants.
Servants?
Lineage is absolute, no matter how much effort a commoner exerts. It is a gap that cannot be filled.
You're absolutely correct. I do feel a little sorry for these girls.
Oh my god.
For real?
By the by, about the letter of introduction, if you'd be so generous to grant me one, I'll consider introducing you to my father.
Oh.
Oh, then consider it my way of sending my regards to him.
Yikes.
Thank you kindly.
But goodness, do you look
Oh,
great in that swimsuit.
Yucky.
And such an amazing body as well. You look like you could be a model.
Oh no.
Ugh,
Make
ew.
sure to put on sunscreen.
Hey,
As members of prestigious family lines, why don't we?
Yucky.
Ew.
Yucky.
Fucking
Now, you
gross.
peasant servants should take off. You're making her embarrassed.
would you kindly stop this?
Want to try on some other
Bleh,
swimsuits?
bleh, 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 bleh.
Touch me, you perv!
Yeah, get him.
Huh?
Kill him.
Now that I'm done using you, get away, you creep!
Get him on.
This guy's a molester!
What the?
Ah, get him.
How dare you set me up like this?
It's your fault for falling for such bad acting.
Oh, shut up! We're doing this!
Ugh. Yuck, bro. That was a
Yucky.
really nasty interaction. I hated that. mean, like, it's perfectly in line. Like, it's written in such a way that I absolutely understand that that is, you know, that was not a fan servicey moment. That was like a look at how fucking gross and creepy this guy is. But ew, still. Uh-oh.
Damn it.
Let me see here. Let's take this vile creature out and forget it happened. Yeah. Evil shark. Hi there, cutie cat. Welcome on in. I think all bets are off for killing this motherfucker. Oh yeah. No, this guy's getting got. Magical attacks? Oh, actually, we should probably, no target is available. Did she already recover from it? I might have not been looking at the screen. Sorry, hold on. Okay, it looks like it's susceptible to physical damage. Surely there's like an elemental weakness that I'm missing though. Yes, thank you for SP recovery. Oh, thank God I needed that. Okay, let's, I love this guy. This thing's so badass, it's crazy. I hope this works. I'm worried that it's gonna be like immune to fire because it's a watery type kind of, but we'll see. Maybe there's, wow, that's crazy looking. Get him. Oh my God, the lag's worse than usual. Cool. He dares to be a manta ray. He should be a small little useless creature. True. Look at him be pathetic. Show me the money. Nah, I don't give a shit. He needs concrete shoes. True. Have we even tried nukes on him yet? At least it's not immune to fire. That's true. Oh, I've been brainwashed. Just kidding. That was quick. Marine Karin? Is that how? Oh, fuck. Do you have do you plan to do any of the other Persona or Atlas skins in general after 5? Dime, I always let you guys pick after we finish a game, with the exception of about maybe 2 games a year. And I will say that we are coming up on one of those games. We finished one of them already. I'm hoping to actually finish this by the time, or right around the time, that Shadow of Dawnwalker comes out. Wait, Blood of Dawnwalker, Shadow of Dawnwalker? What am I talking about? Shadowbringers? No. Blood of Dawnwalker is a game that I've been looking forward to for like two or 3 years now. So that is gonna be our next one after this, but after we finish any of our games, you guys get to put your suggestions to a poll. So if you guys suggest another one of these, another Atlas or Persona game, the answer is absolutely not a problem. Would love to. Did we try? Yeah, okay, it nullifies that. Bye-bye! EP time! All good, sweetest space cat. I hope you sleep wonderfully well. Have the sweetest dreams. All foes, one foe.
Let's go, Captain!
Let's go. You sure showed me.
Get him! There's a Persona 4 remake coming out next February. Yeah, and then I know that 6 is coming out as well at some point. Should I do this? Yeah. Gotta head out now. All good, fresh from Patricia. Thank you so much for the congrats on partner. Thank you so much for coming on in. I do appreciate it. I hope you have a great day, darling. Thank you very much for being here. Aha! You missed! Fuck you very much. Actually, oh, we got crits! Her sipping tea is such a mood. Adieu. 7 grand for kicking the ass of a weird pervert. Okay, heavy electric, 1 foe. Medium. All right, we don't want to get rid of the medium. Get that 1 foe out of her.
Okay, we got the letter of introduction.
Nice.
Only 3 more left.
Were you asking Shido for mental shutdowns too?
Contrary to past methods, gaining wealth by lineage alone is quite difficult these days. That's why I begged to be allowed onto Lord Shido's ship. In return for introducing wealthy nobles to him, I requested he enact mental shutdown.
There's a lot of people who are guilty of murder indirectly here, huh?
So this system of introductions is taking place in reality as well.
Lord Shido is extremely cautious about the passengers he chooses.
So he's screening potential associates to find wealthy people who won't betray him.
Yeah.
That's why the passengers are wearing masks. He isn't deceived by people's outward appearances.
In any case, your acting skills have developed quite strongly since our nude incident.
Oh my god, don't put it that way.
Just for clarification, you aren't hiding anything from me, are you?
Good heavens, no. Everything is as written in the reports.
I hope you remember the conditions for our arrangement. Support me as best you can. Understood?
Yes, of course. After all, I am thankful for your aid, Mr. Shido. I'll call in some favors from some old acquaintances and take part in the birth of Prime Minister Shido.
Bad.
I'll have you step down if I catch wind of any slack on your end. Are we clear?
Zoinks.
Crystal, I'd rather not meet the same fate as those I've eliminated thus far.
Wow.
Good.
Yikes.
We have 2 letters now. Just the TV station and IT presidents left, and then the cleaner after them.
Let's see. One of them is apparently at the slots, and the other doesn't leave his room? Well, the map says there's an entertainment hall up ahead. Maybe the slots are there.
Indeed.
Seeing for ourselves will likely be the quickest way to find out. Let us proceed onward. Alrighty. Let me say ahead. Do we mean... Let me say ahead. Do we mean this way? Fucking hilarious. He called Haru and Makoto's peasants when they probably live more lavishly than An. Makoto's home doesn't look half bad at all. And, well, Haru is giga rich. That's true. Is it wrong that I just performed surgery in Power World to give 2 of my base critters permanent insomnia? Shit! You know what? I'm so glad you brought that up because I just realized something I forgot to tell you guys. I wanted to know if, as a thank you for getting us to partner and as a potential, like, maybe, I probably can't implement it permanent, like, as a weekly thing, but maybe, like, I don't know, maybe fortnightly or maybe even monthly, we do a, like, how would you guys feel about me making, like, a Pal World server or a V Rising server or something like that? We already have a Minecraft server, but that's not being used very much, and it's just that I would want to make sure that there are quite a few people who are interested in this without, like, and who would stick around with it. You know what I mean? Like, I know that Power World is currently in the 1.0 release and is, like, a big deal and stuff, but I would want to make sure it was something that you guys would want to, like, participate in for at least 6 months or so. If you don't think that you would want to do that, if you don't know that you would want to do that for that long, then totally valid, but also probably don't want to go into the effort and time and money of getting that if you guys don't think that you want to do it for very long. V Rising seems interesting. I do think that too, but yeah, if there's only, 5 people who want to do that, then I probably wouldn't want to do that. You know what I mean? Tau World! Power World is completely crossplay with all platforms. That's pretty cool. I wasn't aware we had a Minecraft, too. I would if I had Power World. Okay. Letting Tau know a Power World server can hold 32 people at once. I think it depends on what kind of a server you get, doesn't it? We can also have a poll and see if people are actually interested in spending time and money. Exactly, that's also true. Dime, you wanted to see my confidants, which I know that you are going to not say anything at all about, even down to, oh, it's a shame that you got them that high. Oh, you decided to work on that one. Don't even say any of that. You just, all that I want you to say, as I slowly go through here, is, okay. That's it. All right? Thank you for the lurk, Suda Space Cat. I appreciate you, honey. I joined, but I'm not sure if I can play long term. You wouldn't have to play like every week or something. It's just that like what we have right now for our Minecraft server, it was fairly popular for a little bit, and now I don't actually know if people even log on to it at all. So I'm taking notes for myself. Okay, sounds good, Dime. Perfect. All right, there you go. That's the second round. I hope that gave you all the info that you wanted, sweetie pie. Thanks. No worries. No worries. Awesome. All right. But yes, if you guys would like to, maybe real quick, maybe I'll even put up, let me put up suggestions for stream and Discord. I'm gonna put a thing here, okay? I'm gonna put, Precious Pals, as a thank you for, helping us get to partner. Would you guys be interested in a community server for any game? Pal World, V Rising, there's a lot of other things I can't think of any, etc. If so, please comment your suggestion below. And if you see someone has already suggested your desired, your desired game, just thumbs up, thumbs up. There you go. So if you guys have any suggestions, feel free to feel free to suggest there, my darlings. It's not necessarily a done deal. Like I said, there needs to be a certain amount of interest. And I would definitely want it to be a more long-term thing. I don't think that I could feasibly be like, okay, we're gonna do this for 2 or 3 months, and then we'll do this for 2 or 3 months, you know what I mean? Okay, this is the, what, 18th time I'm saving? I'd inquire about Ark. Oh yeah, Ark is another one. You could totally suggest that, Ozzy. I've been more burnt out of Minecraft and have been slowly getting back on Minecraft, so I'll probably get back on it at some point. That's all right. I mean, it's gonna stay up because it's just associated with my account, I think. My Mojang account, I guess, what it's called. I feel like Granny Ramiel trying, I reconnect with the younglings of the Sarah. We turned into mice again? I guess that means there's a Shido statue here too. How troublesome. My advice would be to prosqueak cautiously. Incredible. There was a Minecraft server? There is, lovely Lucy. If you would like to join in, if you go to the game and schedule chat, where like the forum is, and then you go find the Minecraft one, and then look at the pin. We should consider it if we have at least 20 to 25 people interested in it, because any fewer and it wouldn't be worth spending on it. I think that is probably true. Yeah. Oracle, my advice would be...
I believe she heard you the first time. Anyway, can we focus on the task at hand?
I think it's bullshit that I can't hide here, bruh. Oh.
An idea has dawned on me.
This aroma. Could it be? It's cheese. The cheese is beckoning me. Uh-oh, what are you doing? Ah, damn, cheese. I can't even control myself. You guys, no.
You idiots! How could you fall for such an obvious I can't stop myself! Save some for me! What? Wait, guys! Hi. Oh no, it's luring me in. What? You too, Noir?
Hey, Queen, aren't you gonna say anything about... Thanks for the food.
Queen!
Hey, leave some for me too. You guys, this is how we get trapped. Yeah, exactly. We're at max capacity here. Hey, don't get your mouth all over it. We're sharing. Cheese. More. Cheese. Is there any more cheese left?
We knew it was a trap, but we walked right in anyway. And it doesn't open from the inside.
So, did the little meese enjoy their feast? Did the little meese enjoy their feast? Oh, thanks, Oracle. I don't know how much longer I could have stayed cramped in there. But geez, who knew cheese could hypnotize? I seriously had no control. Indeed, nobody was able to stop themselves. It was simply too delectable. I must say, though, the sight of all 7 of us gorging ourselves as mice on a single piece of cheese. What a spectacle. Was that cheese even safe to eat?
I don't think we have to worry about that, at least. I didn't sense any danger from it. I actually feel somewhat refreshed after eating that.
Yeah.
Huh. Then I vote that we have ourselves a nibble if we spot any more cheese. Now that we're fed, let's get moving.
Did we get a well-fed buff? Oh, fuck. There's the bad guy. Watch out for the bad guy. Big vulnerability opened up in that recently, and hackers on Discord have been trying to take advantage of it by tricking people into running sketchy mods and maps that abuse the vulnerability. Oh shit, I think I have Curse Forge. I haven't opened it for like 8 months, but I do have it. Yikes, that's not good. That's scary. Kill it! Actually, we'll just go in here. All right, let me see. I'm worried I'm gonna like pop out and there's gonna be a bad guy. Oh! Okay, you made it. Okay, can I
see a shadow.
Where is he? Turn this way. Come on down the hall, bitch.
Reveal your true form.
Revealed! Whoa, cool dog you have! I want that dog! Can I pet that dog? It doesn't look really soft, per se, but it's pretty cool. Let's, see if we can fear him. Man, that is a really badass spell. That is so cool. Did you say psychokinesis is good? Did you? Okay, strong against that? Yeah, we don't actually have any idea yet. No idea yet. All right. Aha! There's the psychokinesis that we were looking for. Nice tap. Boom, 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 boom. Aha! Will they attack you in mice form or just being cautious? They will attack you in mice form, I think. Yeah, they said we have to hide, but I don't think we've actually gotten attacked in mice form, maybe? Ah, I want that. The Chihuahua at Nan's place that you were told not to worry about. It's true, actually. That's a good point. Oh fuck. Okay. Okay. Go, 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 go. Rah! Watch me turn into a mouse in this hallway as I approach him. I've been really good at stealth in this game. It's so much easier when I get to so much easier when I'm able to ooh, nice. When I'm able to just like press A and then I just go, 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 go. I don't actually have to have any skill set, you know what I mean? I just get to go click, 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 click. I think after this battle, we probably should go on a quick break. Destructive beauty. I would like to find out what she is. I feel like she's probably some kind of a tragic, I don't know, like a tragic, bride or something? Oh well, I killed her. I killed her. Heavy side. Let me see.
No time to waste. Just like I thought.
Okay.
Okay, am I still not? Okay, cool. I'm not in mouse form. I wonder if I enter this room. This not room. And wait, what's in the between here? Can I open this? No. Yes, that is locked. Still. Still.
Reveal your true form.
Oh shoot, I said I was gonna go on a quick break. Hold on, we'll do it after this one. We'll do it after this one. Ah, sleuthing instinct. Null gun. Okay, no guns then. Who is weak to, okay, you. My big elephant boy. I will pass that over to you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Have a good one, lovely live. Thanks for dropping for you. All right, let's HP recovery. I also need to remember to get these guys. Medium physical damage. I gotta remember to heal everybody. Using Morgana's Magica. Hey, y'all, see you. Welcome on in, sweetie. How are you? It's so good to see you. Check DMs. Okay, I will check DMs during this break, which I will take right now. Right now. You guys, please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom, dogs. This is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, and I'll see you soon. Mwah. As part of being the head mod, Strat lives in Tau's attic, aka the Stratic. It's going in the lore. Sounds good. Do it. Not even the vent, but the ceiling. Yeah. Yes, the ceiling cavity. That makes sense now. So Strat is like a possum, basically. Correct, Tarasa. See, you understand. As a fellow Aussie, you understand. I will DM the thing to you. Okay, thank you, Strat. I don't know. Oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane. It's fine. Oh no, it's spreading. No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my? Oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire. Fuck. Oh my God. Memories bring back you. Sorry. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. As part of being the head mod, Strat lives in Tau's attic, aka the Stratic. It's going in the lore. Sounds good. Do it. Not even the vent, but the ceiling. Yeah. Yes, the ceiling cavity. That makes sense now. So Strat is like a possum, basically. Correct, Tarasa. See, you understand. As a fellow Aussie, you understand. I will DM the thing to you. Okay, thank you, Strat. Oh, no. Arms.
Milady, they say your beauty transcends even the boundaries of time. When we were wed, you will want for nothing. Pray, give your hand unto me.
His nostrils flared. Oh my God. My sun and stars. Yes, yes, 1,000 times. Yes, I am yours and shall be forevermore.
Tau-chan likes, and into the pouch you go. And stay. Forever.
Exactly, Yuki. I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid?
I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my
Protogen. That's it. Thank you, Protogen. That's it. A little bit. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Or whatever. Shut up. Wait! Look at him! Hold on. I have some music for you guys that you chose last week. He's so cute. Look at his face! Why is this so far there-ish? Look at his face. I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid?
I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my guns only for good and convenience. Arms. Milady, they say your beauty transcends even the boundaries of time. When we were wed, you will want for nothing. Pray, give your hand unto me.
His nostrils flared. Oh my God.
Memories bring back you.
Sorry. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal.
Hello. How are you?
Welcome, honey.
Okay.
How are you?
I actually forgot to mute. I'm not sure if anyone heard me clattering around over here. Oh no,
I forgot to mute. I was relatively quiet, but
where's my? Oh my God, my fire Welcome back, sweetest Saru. I'll let you guys finish your words. Didn't hear anything? Welcome back. Welcome back, sweetest Saru. Oh my god. Exclamation point Yugi. Why are you still on fire? I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? All right.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
All right, let's head back over. You guys, I do apologize for missing Lab's messages there. Fuck. Hold on. I gotta remember. I gotta do this again. Whee. She wanted me to let you guys know that Aspen will be out of commission for the foreseeable future. And not really responding to anything. And I think she's supposed to be also like deleting her account and stuff. Not entirely sure what's going on, but she did want me to let you guys know that. So there you go. Let's all wish the lovely precious Aspen the best. And yeah. Lovely duck. Welcome on back. Hands aren't working. Okay, uppies for you, Dime. Good, Dime. Awesome, Aussie. Uppies. Yee. Good, Aussie. Nix, uppies. Good, Nix. Aspen said she's deleting her account. Yeah, I hope Aspen is well and we'll be back to the pouch shortly. I hope so. I hope so. Most of all, I hope that she takes care of herself. My wish above all else, you guys, is of course that I would, if your happiness and safety and health revolves around you leaving the pouch, I would rather you leave the pouch than stick around. If only because I want you guys to be happy and healthy and well, everywhere in your lives, okay? And it sounds like that is what Aspen needs right now, so. Lovely Valos. Uppies for you, and also excellent Eugene. Uppies. Good, Eugene. Lovely Lucy as well. Uppies. Good. Oh, my check crown disappeared. Unacceptable. Hold on. I will put it back on. I will put it back on. Okay, thank you. Remind me of that. Uppies for you, Eisen. Good, Eisen. Dearest Daniel. Uppies. Good, Daniel. Panic! Wish I could go to Aspen right now and give her the biggest, warmest hug. Me too. Me too. Poor thing. Poor thing. All right. What am I doing? Oh, I can't fit through there now. I am no mouse. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I forgot to heal us again. Oops. Yeah. The bullet hell thing is really fun. You just gotta be paying attention. Do I have a... No. Nope.
Just look for their weakness.
Actually, I probably could go to Nue. Bit lazy, but hey. Doesn't feel the same now that Tao is a giant corpo VTuber and professional singer. I'm not a corpo though, I'm indie. I like growing and becoming skilled at games over button mashing personally. Feeling smart and earning serotonin and dopamine is nice. Getting good is fun. Yeah, but I think even the button mashing ones involve some level of understanding, you know? Howdy looks hilarious with her shotgun because of the recoil. She does actually. What is, wait, did it say? No, that's no. Oh! You wanna be friends? Oh, we can be friends. Oh, wait. Show me the money. Do you have more money for me? More money!
Not bad.
I'll take it.
Now,
I have Tao on the phone screen and listening to an unsettling SCP story. Okay, fair enough, Time. I hope that you, I hope you enjoy, and thank you so much for being here to support. I do appreciate it. All right, what's through here? Ah, more mice shenanigans, I see. What's through here? There's like this, oh, a treasure chest. Homunculus. Okay, this is another locked door. We're gonna have to find a way around. Let's go back. What about through here? That's another one we gotta...
Locked. We'll need to find a way to the other side.
We will. What about, this way, and then a sharp left? Okay, that one we can get through. Nice.
Okay.
Bad guys around here. Rah, rah, rah. Wait, sorry. No. Wait, no, sir, please.
Show me your true form.
You should fan art? Woohoo! I'm so excited to have a look, darling.
Let's go.
Successful. Now just don't lose.
The music is fucking great. It is very good. Oh, Siri, you silly Goyle. We're already... Oh, yeah, let's do that. We have already gone on a break. This place reminds me of the back rooms. I can see it. Siri, just shh. What kind of goods would she give me? Physical ointment. I would really like some SP stuff. Do you give that or no? Not really. More. Okay. My bad. Greedy towels. Does she realize she has like 2 hit points? Oh, never mind, she doesn't. I thought she had a lot less HP. Oh no, she's extorting us! I can't meet your demands. That's fine. We'll beat her up. And then we'll bring back Hadu.
I'm fired up.
Do it. Oh no, karma!
Let's rock, Fist of the Phantom Star. Sorry.
See, that is adorable. Wait, what's adorable? Oh, Sadu, that is adorable. Yeah, once we get out of here, I will have a look.
That was great.
I love her just like taking it and crushing it. Like, you don't even know what I like. Fuck you.
Good work, everyone.
Okay.
It looks like all the shadows are gone.
All right. Yeah, all the shadows are gone. All right, let me have a look here at what Sedu has made. That's so cute. The harbinger of partner, the omen of terror, the sacrifice of flesh. It will? It is called asserting dominance. That's true. Emote, please. I don't like grape Fanta! Yeah, that does seem to be her vibe there. All right. Is there a good way to unlock this at all? We've gotten rid of all that. I actually wonder if we're gonna have to go back. I bet we will. I bet we'll have to go back, turn back into mice so that we can go through that tiny little, like one of those probably. And then unlock it from the other side or something like that. That's what I imagine. Unless there's something up here. No. How should I add that as an emote? Discord sticker? It could happen. It could happen. Okay, mice. I feel like I was heading down this way, and then was it through here? That had the Oh, yeah, see, I need to get in that small duct. And I don't think it was safe enough to do so before. I hope I'm right about this. But I need to find the button. There was a button someplace. I'm going in circles. I'm going in circles. Or.
Buttons.
Nope. I go there. Button. I think it might have been in here. Was there a button in here? There was. There's a button. Click it. All right, now I can be a mouse again. I really just hope that it doesn't, yeah, cool. Okay. I was worried it was gonna kick me back to having more enemies.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this game. It's true. Look at my cute little rat ass. My rat ass.
Is there not a... Okay, it's not in here. There's gotta be a... Ah, white. What white? Am I stupid? Did I... Am I wrong about this? Let's try this. There's a floor level in the back rooms where it's nothing but party rooms. There's food and resources for you. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Oh, we haven't unlocked this one. Yes. It looks like we'll be able to get through this door now. Sweet, let's keep going. Dime, thank you so much for contributing to the Fodian Game Challenge. Okay, well that wasn't super helpful. I am a rat-ass fan. You know, more people should be fans of rat asses. Where is, surely there's, how does the, where's the, Oh, bro. Oh, bro. Dude, where is the, oh, there's cheese. Wait, we can eat that. Yummy. Quick and dirty. A taste no mouse could resist. My body feels much lighter. Can I open this when I'm down? No, I can't. That's right. It's such a cute animation, though. There's a, does it not turn me into a mouse when I'm close to that, Oh, wait, I wanna, oh, fuck, mate. I can't be a mouse in this room. That sucks. Because there's a little, I wanted to go through one of these, but there's also one in a hallway. I gotta find that one, too. Where is it? Oh, no, that's not it. Where is where's the little vent? I'm gonna be so annoyed if it doesn't turn me into a mouse when I approach the vent.
Like it's teasing me.
Why is this room? Oh, okay, yeah. Oh yeah, I got him. Wait, didn't we already go through here? Oh fuck, no, we did already go through here. Never mind. I would like to go through here too. Was that it? Was that the whole thing? Damn. Okay, I guess I'll just reopen or re-click the switch. Re-click the switch, unless there's something in this hallway that I'm missing. Is there a path somewhere? I don't think there is.
Mokrim! Thank you for the uppies. Welcome back, Mokrim.
What's that? Wait, actually, what is... Oh, that must be where something was sitting, and then I broke it. Naturally, I broke it. Okay. All right, I'll just go click this one more time. We gotta figure out where we are though. Those are all locked. It looks like we gotta take a stairwell somewhere. Let's try this one. This way and then to the left. Is this going to lead us anywhere we haven't been? Looks like there's quite a lot of places we haven't visited yet. Or does it just, oh no, it just leads me down. Is this area? Yeah, that area is one we've been in before. Yogi! I'm so lost! It's true. Head to the entertainment hall. I really don't want to go back
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this game. It's throw. Caps lock, that's okay. That still works. More like,
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Okay, this is the cruise ship safe room. That's really not quite upper starboard hallway. Can I see like the whole... Wait, the mid starboard hallway? That's not where we are now. But there's a little, do you see that? There's like a little spot there that we haven't accessed. I think it's probably locked, but re-click. It means click twice, which means link 2 clicks, which could be condensed to link click. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Am I able to go through here? Blink, wink, cake, flip. Fuck! Okay, front deck is there. Straight away. Link click, yeah! Oh, before I forget, because I keep on forgetting. Morgana! Heal everybody, please. I need to do something about my SP, too. Okay.
I should write something.
You should write something. Let's write something. Damn. I actually don't know where the entertainment hall even is. All of these areas are locked. Maybe I do have to go back outside. Head to the entertainment hall.
Well. What are your thoughts?
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Nada.
Moving.
I think I might go back and lay down. I'm starting to feel off. Like, not tired, even though I should be. But just off. I might be back, but if not, have an amazing stream partner, Tao. Thank you so much, cutie cat. I do appreciate you, darling. You're such an angel. I hope you sleep wonderfully well. Have the sweetest dreams. Feel much better. I'm so sorry that you're not feeling great, hun. But we are, as always, grateful to have you. I will see you later, okay? Okay, I'm just gonna, I've already ruined my chances of not having to deal with respawned enemies, so let's try going here. I bet you I'm gonna go to this one spot, the red spot that is over here, and I'm going to find out it's locked, because that's my luck. Okay, through here. Okay, now. I would like to reach that door. Okay, you have to go away. Okay, and no, open. We made it. I don't think there's anything to do here. I think I just, that's okay. At least my curiosity has been sated. Whoa, have we been here before? Ooh, what's all this then? Whee! What is on the left? What is that? Oh, it's a, oh! Wait, we haven't been here before. Ooh, I'm so excited. Ooh, bye, sweet pie. I really don't understand why Tao likes to flip cakes. No, we have not. This is uncharted territory. It is. Truly uncharted. Oh, ooh, a will seed. Yay. Is this our first will seed? I think it is. Wow, VIP, a very, very important person. A pride seed. The uncharted territories! Ah!
Real seeds, huh? Nice. Let's find the rest
Nice. Of them. Let's get the rest of them indeed. But the question is, where, how? I was kind of hoping to progress, but this is fine. All right, this whole space has been mapped out. The will seed was, did they even show me where the will seed was? I don't know if they did. All right, we'll just go back to our safe room, teleport to the next one. Saluna, you're basically turning a team into big ass rats with big rat asses when you press the hidden buttons. It's true, it's true. Saluna, it's good to see you, that you've decided to stick around, hun. I appreciate it. I hope that you enjoy spending time with us, darling. Okay, run! Uncharted? Are you sure? I can't say I've seen Nathan Drake anywhere. I can see Shido as very prideful. Oh, 100%. Very, very prideful. Isn't it interesting that I've noticed that in a lot of renditions of things that involve, even like peripherally, the 7 deadly sins, pride is usually the last one. It's always like the most sinister, I guess, one. Or so it seems. I mean, I would be very curious what you guys think, but like even in, you know, FMA, right? Like the most sinister one is pride. Yeah, just something that kind of occurred to me. Interesting. Central Passage. Let's just start clearing out these areas. Whoa! They made the save icon in real life! Whoa! They did! I should save, actually, Ozzy, thank you. do you think that is? Do you think that's because pride sort of embodies a lot of the other, or could like utilize a lot of the other sins?
I'll just add this.
As almost like agents, kind of? I feel like that's probably my thought, but yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Oh, that's why this is like this. Damn, okay. A lot of people call me this, so I'm okay with this. Soluna, do you want me to call you Luna, or does it matter to you? I could call you Solu, Soluna, Luna, Strika. It's up to you, hon.
Why don't we rest?
All right, let me see. One second, I'm just gonna, Escanor is technically the strongest of the 7 deadly sins in anime, also called the sin of pride. Escanor. What is that? What language is that from? But yeah, pride. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. You heading out, dearest Dime. Thank you so much for joining us, and I do appreciate it. We'll see you later, okay? Thank you for joining us for our very first partner stream. I am so hyped, you guys. I am so thankful. This is so fucking cool. I guess we do have to go to the starboard hallway. I just don't know.
We've arrived.
Maybe I gotta approach from like a different angle, like a different direction to unlock some of these doors, I think. But what's kind of weird is like, I don't know. Is there a spot with or actually, let's go out here. Let's go out here. Let's see if there's anything else. How much time before we go on break? Strat, we will go on break in about 20 minutes, I think. That's a good time to go on break. Okay, no, I think this has got to be the right way. Want to do something nice for Aspen in the general chat. Oh, that's very sweet, lovely Lucy. I hope that she's able to see it. I hope someone can forward that on to her. Like example, I take pride in not doing anything because I make the people under me do everything, making that pride and sloth. That's true. And you know, if you're making other people do things for you, for your own betterment, that could also be greed, I suppose, hey? Aw, man. Bruh. Run, 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 run. Woo! Run, 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 run. Oh, sorry, that scared me for some reason. Oh, bad guy. Oh, bad guy. Oh, bad guy. Ooh. Okay, turn around. Yeah, run, run.
There's a shadow. Be careful.
I want to do... I feel like I'm being stupid. I feel like as soon as I understand what's going on here, I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm an idiot. Most people call me Luna, but I am okay with whatever is easiest for the streamer that I am currently watching, so feel free to call me by what is easiest for you. I'm happy to call you lovely Luna, darling. Easy done. Easy done. Okay, I gotta actually kill this guy. I can't just wait for him. He's not going to turn around for long enough. I know it's getting fixed, but I missed my PC. Oh, I'm sorry, honey. Oh, poor thing. My monitors are set up so well, and I want to see what it's like with my PC, like right now. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, just remember, it's being made better, so that hopefully this won't happen again. Electric? Okay, you're resistant to that. I still want to be friends with her, the destructive beauty. What is her shtick? See. I mean, we could tech it. We could tech it. Oh, this bitch. Might not have been the best idea to rage her out. She's she's gonna fucking kill you. No. I don't know that anyone's actually. Oh! Him coming over, be like, whack! Are you? Okay, we don't even know how he handles guns. Let's shoot him. Oh, he's resistant. Great. Okay. What else can we test? Ice, wind, and murder. ice, wind, ice, wind. Do I have my Kit Kat? Where's my big Kit Kat? Did I? Oh, there he is. That's the one I wanted. How are you feeling with ice? Okay, you don't really care. Can we be friends? Barong. Where's Barong from? Looks like some of the Indian like mythos that I've seen. Hey, Strat, is Barong or Barong an Indian creation, or as opposed to bar right? I did. Sorry to ask Top, but maybe for the game server suggestion, you could tag everyone so everyone knows about it. I don't really like to do the pouch pal taggy thing, like especially because I did it like less than 12 hours ago. So we'll just, if you remind me every stream for like the next week or so, I'll mention it every single time. And that way anybody who's like active in the community can know about it and then go and vote for it, if that's okay. Would you show the image again? Yeah, let me, Narcissus Power. Let me see. I guess I'll release power. You smell burning? Oh shit, I hope everything's okay. I will show you this guy. Here, this little guy, look at him. Isn't he cute? Does that look familiar, Strat?
Careful. I saw a shadow.
Not Indian. Oh, Chinese. Oh, okay. All right, that makes sense. That makes sense. Thank you. Oh, fuck. I'm going the wrong way. Barong in the Philippines is an outfit for males? Oh, that's interesting. Okay. If he's Barong, I don't want to be Barright. Good job. I like it. Okay. Whoop. What about this way? Dude, fuck. Okay, so here's this. I'll turn that off. I really would love to unlock this fucking door. Bruh.
Store's locked from the other side.
Yeah, but like, there's no way to proceed here. Am I an idiot? I ask every single stream, and I am usually an idiot. But truly, I don't even see where the, like this is here, right? There's a small duct here. I need to get through, actually, it looks like I would pop out from here. So, do I need to go to the other side and be a mouse? Thank you so much for the lurk, Incredible Eisen. You gotta cuddle a night. No worries, darling. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest of dreams. Thank you so much for being a part of this community, and thank you so much for the congrats. I really appreciate it. Ciao, sweetie pie. Fair enough. The thing is that I count on one hand every time a post got 20 plus reactions. Yeah, but I don't really want to bother, you know, people, especially like the Pouch Pal one that I tagged everyone in was literally just because this was such a massive thing, you know. But I don't know about I gotta get over what that side. Fuck. But even if whereas I would say that there's actually quite a small amount of pals who want to actively game and participate in other stuff with other people. Does that make sense? Like, obviously there are some, but I don't think that it's enough that I would be like, oh yeah, let's tag everybody. All right. Barong is a panther-like creature and character in the Balinese culture of Bali, Indonesia. He is the king of the spirits, leader of the hosts of good, and enemy of Rangda, the demon queen and mother of all spirit guarders in the mythological traditions of Bali. That's cool. Interesting. Ooh, that's very cool. Interesting. Oh, shit. Did I already open that other door? I think I did.
I'll reveal your true form.
That's really, really cool. Strat, thank you for looking that up. That makes sense. I'll just remind you every stream to mention it. Thank you, Nix. I appreciate it. Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck. I wasn't looking at the screen. My bad.
You can hit their weakness.
Oh, is that what we want to do? Let's go with you, then. Boom! Wowzers! That's some real damage, hey! I need a speed recovery bad. Nah, you were more like in need of guidance than being an idiot. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I guess that is kind of a lot of like. I really need to find out how to like trigger the
Okay.
I need to figure out how to. Oh, we have a red alert. I really would like to find out how to trigger the. Does that stay open? It does. I need to become a mouse in that room. Fuck, dude. Mouse mode! Oh. Am I in a different area now? Not really. Oh, Bill. Oh, no! Does it count as hiding here? Oh, shit. Oh, fuck! Oh, no! This is the first time we've been caught! Oh, no! We're little babies! Oh, no! Our mice forms are so toasted! One shot! Ow! Oh, my God. That sucks. Oh, nice miss. I'm rattled. Get it? Rattled. Fuck. Ryuji's trying to flee. Yeah, let's get out of here. Oh, my God! Oh, my God! That was so cute and sad. Okay, is that guy still there? He is. Fuck. Wow. Yeah. All right. Note to self: do not want to get caught up in that shit. That was bad. Bro, literally skedaddled. He did. Okay. This was another spot. Yeah, we were rats before. Interesting that there's another. I feel like we're not gonna get through this section today because I'm so confused. Oh fuck. Mouse mode. Mouse mode. Is he coming this way? No. What the heck? Oh, that guy's coming that way though. Eep. Eep. Dude, what? At least we now know what happens if you get caught rat-handedly. Good job. Good job. Keep it up. I don't understand. I think that could have been so bad. It really could have. Okay, it is time. Does anybody have some guidance to give me on how the fuck I'm supposed to get to the entertainment hall? I feel like a goose of silly proportions. This is me actually asking for guidance. I don't need spoilers. I just need some gentle guidance. If you don't mind telling me what is my next fucking step, because I'm confused. Okay, she said it, pals. I did. Please help me. Please help me, you will. Wait, can I click this? Does that fix the thing on the other side? Only where to go, no spoilers. It's true. Time to nudge Tao in the right direction. Yes, please. This is me sincerely asking for some assistance. Far removed from me requesting spoilers. Oh my god. There might be a path forward on a lower floor that could bring you closer to where you want to go. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, so we gotta go on a lower floor. I wonder where we could... So do we need to rewind back to, the start anyway? Is that right?
Some other way.
Not gonna lie, this bit was a blur to me. Best advice I can give is pay close attention to the map to make sure you don't miss vents and such. Right. Okay, gotcha. I have no idea. Maybe investigate the room with the Shido statue. Okay, I'll have a look at that. Investigate statues too, like Shadow Set. Okay, okay. As someone that doesn't play Persona, points a random direction, go that way. 10 out of 10 tips from Ozzy. It's fantastic. Thank you. Where's my new way? I have so many friends. So many friends. Glad to be of service. Thank you, lovely Luna. Thank you, Radical Red. Thank you, sweetest Shadowgun. Nice! I gotcha, bitcha! Ozzy gives the best tips. Would recommend. Absolutely.
Okay.
All right. Let me see. Let's. Ah! I've turned off the mouse effect. Right. Yes. And I need to get out of here, please.
It's not opening.
Okay.
Blocks on the other side.
Let me see. I don't. Do vents show up before you find them? Like this white one that I found. Does anyone remember if that was there before I found it? Hi there, it's Standing Up Tooth. How are you? I am doing great. We are officially partnered as of today, so I'm feeling amazing. Tau, your personas are mostly humans. I know, tragic. Tragic, I want horsies. I want the horsies. I'm okay. I am glad to hear you're okay. I hope we can make you feel even better though. All right, I will go and investigate more of the Sheetal statues and stuff. Is there, wait, actually, this would be a good spot for a, nope, okay. Thought there might have been a event somewhere here. Doesn't look, oh, see, there's one here. There is one here. Okay, that is where I would like to go. Now, if I go in here and then I turn off this, does it allow me to be a mouse in that room is the question. Oh, yeah, yes, yes, yes. Oh my God, wait, there was a vent. Fuck, there was one in here. I swear to God, there's one in here, no? Was there not one in here? Am I insane? What? Am I in the wrong room again? What? I could have sworn I saw it. Oh, there it is, okay. Found it. Okay, no more guidance until she says so. Yes, thank you so much, you guys. Excellent, excellent tippies. Thank you so much. All right, okay. No more backseat. Thank you very much for your assistance. Stop hyper-ventilating. Yes, under the painting? You were right, my dear. You were right. All right. Open this up. Ah! Yes. Great. Open that shit. Awesome. Okay. Whee! Oh. There's a cheese! There's a cheese in here. Mmm, cheese up. This guy's gonna come after us. I better murder him before he does. Kill them before they kill you, Tau. Although, he's taking a sweet-ass time. You know what? Fuck it. I'll go turn off. He's taking such a long time. I will just go turn off the mouseification in this room. I'm so cute. I'm so cute. I love my little mouse butt. If I ever rebrand as a mouse, you know why. You know it was originally inspired by by Persona 5. Rah!
Show me your true form.
Tau Rat Stealth Tiger. Yeah.
Watch out! That one's dangerous.
Deathbound. I would like all those. Boop, boop. Fucking nearly had a heart attack. A bit of cat fur blew underneath my door and I thought it was a spider. Oh, that would be a big spider. Tau is venting? Sus. It is sus, isn't it? How you doing, lovely list? That would be a fairly difficult rebrand. After all, it's not easy being cheesy. It's the truth! It's the truth!
Prepare yourself. Why not get defeated? Go get him, Queen.
Explode this bitch. Uh-oh. How is not imposters? Strat was with her Strat was with her the whole time. It's true, Nix. You tell him. You tell him. Don't vote me out of the airlock. I want to go to Woolworths for some Cheetos. Thank you. I don't like Cheetos very much, but I love the Cheeto Puffs, the really light ones, like the air puff ones. Yummy. Is that check mark on your head activated by biometric sensor? Yeah. No, I don't. I have no idea. I have no idea. Ah, so pretty! Everyone gets electrocuted. So pretty!
Who's next?
That was not imposter. Start with this the whole time. It's very true. Partial to those burger rings. Oh, the burger rings. Yes, yes. I got a sub recover SP extended.
Okay.
Extra? Extended? What do you reckon EX stands for? I feel like it's probably extended. All right, we are on the way. Time to destroy things. I want that cheese. Surely we can bend down and eat the cheese. Come on now. Come on now. I'll pass for now. Wow, we really do get... we really do lose our fucking minds to cheese, don't we? If we are not in mouse form, fuck! Sorry. If we are not in mouse form, we want nothing to do with that cheese. Top question, red or blue? This is for art. Red is my favorite color. Wow, that is a big, big, like amulet under this, this guy. I don't wanna kill him if I can help it. Did we find out what the doggies are allergic to? Weak to wind. Once you know it. I don't think I have a single wind monsty. Monsty? Do I have any wind, boys? Have I picked any up? I have everything except for... Oh, wait! Yes. So now that we are partnered, do I get an actual room and not just the space between the ceiling? You sure do. Lucky you. You lucky bastard. Congrats. I have a closet for you now. Red it is. Amazing. More important than saving the world. Have you won Kosumi's heart? I wish. Sadly, not yet. But I'll work on it once I get out of this palace. Monsty? Is this Monster Hunter Stories Persona 5? Yes, that is correct.
It's still alive.
Oh, it's allergic to electricity. Please don't kill him. Talk to him. I want you to join me. Thank you. What if I ran around and collected all of the, like, shiny monsties? Personas. Now you get to be chained in the basement with other partnered mods. White Rider, Raja Naga. Wasn't that the one that was the result of our last red alert? Ayako, I do want to remember. Okay, I kind of want to replace. Fuck. Can I replace Basuzu? I think I'll replace Basuzu. I need to remember to res some of these guys. Grats, Strat. All right. Aw, thank you. That means I can get a bed, which means I can finally pretend to sleep. You better actually sleep, Strat, or else. Right. I'll come for you! Oh, good. I can actually unlock this door. Get this door open. Boop. Open. Aha! I can go and get my mouse chews now. Ah, fuck. It closed behind me. When I say mouse chews, what I mean is... cheese. Sorry, I forgot the name of cheese. Okay, where's the... Aw, man. Wait, I need... Wait, I need... Nope. This way? Cheese! Yum, 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 yum. Do these provide permanent buffs? I can taste the high quality of the ingredients in this cheese. My fatigue is melting away. Well, I don't really care about that so much as I care about if you could very kindly, provide me with, some SP recovery! Ah! Okay, now I'll turn this off again. Wait, no? I won't turn this off again? Where's the... I lost where I am. Yeah, no, this is correct. All right, let's, oh, I gotta go around. Hold on a second. La 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 la. And next. Was this the next step? I think so. Love those self-made stealth sound effects. And can you believe they didn't hire me for the Foley for this? What the fuck, right? Aw, man! Dude, I don't wanna. So many yummy cheeses. Gonna clip the cheese bit and hopefully make a James May meme, but never mind. Clip didn't want to work. Oh no! Sorry. Who wants death? Okay, we need some nukes. I want more than one enemy though. Do I not have a multi-nuke? A multi-nuke system on my person? All right, I don't. Fine. Well, are either of you glowing? No. No, it ain't your fault. Google Chrome. Google Chromed once again. Ah, yes, we do know how Google Chrome feels about you. Google Chrome likes to offend you. Well. Look, you guys, I'm using Baton Pass. I got properly traumatized by that fucking, what's his name? Oshimura, whatever his name is. Fuck, that guy really fucked me up. I'm so happy to do this properly now. I might actually heal everybody.
Okay.
Okumura, that's it. Tau mods. Since now Tau is a Twitch partner, all the mods now live in the basement called the Stratment. And somehow Sedu managed to get in the Stratman without anyone noticing. That's cute. I like that. Okumura. Yeah, Burger CEO, dude. That's right. Big Bang Burger Boy. Are you allergic to physical stuff? Actually, I have no idea. Do you want to try getting shot? Okay, doesn't do anything. Ew. I've stopped using Google to search for stuff. They rarely get you to a useful page, and now they feed you all the AI slop. Yeah, unfortunately, that's so true. Genuinely a bummer. One of my friends is using DuckDuckGo now, and I'm like, oh, wow, that disappeared for a while, and now it's back. Did I get rid of Byako? Byako. Ah, I didn't. Good, go me. Oh, fuck, but I do also have a problem with I have 0 SP. Understood. I only just realized I hated something in games. Something Okumura specifically belongs to, and I never had a phrase to describe until now. DPS check bosses. DPS check bosses fucking blow. I do agree. I do very much agree. 100%. AI overview says, no, it heckin' don't! Exactly. Exactly right. Woo, okay.
Good work, everyone.
Hashtag fuck Gen AI, right? DuckDuckGo is a pretty decent alternative. Yeah, I should probably make that my default. The problem is all my shit is in
The skirmish is over. Let's go.
all of my shit is in is Google, right? So I'm kind of hung up on their stupid ecosystem, which is really annoying because for a long time I was like, oh, this is great. And now I realize what they are up to. Also, is there I thought I saw a vent in here someplace. Was there one? I think it's, is it just really dark on my screen, or is it actually kind of hard to see in here, like near the, ah, wait, there it is. Okay. Okay, I do need to get there. So we'll go back here. Sharp right, sharp right. I imagine this is locked. Yeah, it is. So we're gonna have to go and get the.
Find a way to the other side.
Oh my god! Come on. All right, is this the place? Yeah, we gotta push the button again. Or Jenny from Forrest Gump. It's what it sounds like. What'd she do? What'd she do? You know, it's been so long since I've watched Forrest Gump. I actually don't even remember. I have to like maneuver my way through here using the vents again. I am gonna forget how to do this. I made this joke up when I was about 5 years old. What do lizards put on the floor? Reptiles! Bruh, that's brilliant, Luna! I love that. That's a great joke for anyone to make, but a 5-year-old, that's really good. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. Do you have like a joke book you wrote as a kid? Cause damn, that's pretty good. Okay, we do have to go on a quick break, cutie pies. The masks look cool even when you're a rat. I know, but aren't they cute? They're so cute. Does anyone have any like little ratty buck teeth? No, but that would be really cute. Maybe I should get to the room before I do this, actually. I will forget what I'm doing if I don't do that, so 1 second. What's that there? Small duct? I hope I'm going the right way. Is it through here? I hope I'm right. No. Oh, wait, or yes? Oh, no. No. No, fuck. Fuck! I don't know where I'm supposed to go. I think it's that spot over here? Is it then through there? Fuck, dude. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't think the doors relock. They don't, but they do close after you go through, and that makes it hard to access as a mouse. Rat mouse. What's the one that I'm trying to get to? I'm trying to get to this little square here, I think. But how do I actually? Because there's a. Fuck. I think you could have them all together as rats and make an epic album cover. That'd be so cute. Check good vibes in the Discord, please, during break. I actually do need to check the good vibes because I know that Ozzy also posted some stuff in there. And I haven't gotten a chance to read them. Where did I go? I'm trying to think of how we get over there. I guess we start by going this way again. I think there's a hidden, there must be a hidden, Or wait, oh, do we get through? Oh, wait, actually, I think we get through here, right? And then, sharp right, and then, aha! I think I figured it out. And then left, and then left, and then mouse, and cheese, and... See, he says the fatigue is melting away, but I always thought the SP was more or less the fatigue stat, and yet he's done nothing. It's doing nothing for me! Where is my... I'm blind again. I can't fucking see shit. Is it over here? Is it under paint? Is it constantly under paintings? Is that the only place they go? There was one in here, wasn't there? We saw it. Am I blind? I'm blind again. Blind again! You're going for another 2 hours? Somewhere around there. Yeah, so we do need to take a break, but I just wanted to get inside of the... There! That's the one! There! Okay, alright, let's go on a quick break. For those of you who are new here, lurking, or just need the refresher, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. That is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to worry about missing out on content, because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run the ads, and then we come on back and make more content together. So, please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots, I'll miss you terribly, and I will see you soon in 3 minutes. Mwah! Wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh God, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God, no. Arms.
Milady, they say your beauty transcends even the boundaries of time. When we were wed, you will want for nothing. Pray, give your hand unto me.
His nostrils flared. Oh my God.
My sun and stars.
Wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh God, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God, no. Wait, look at him! Hold on, I have some music for you guys that you chose last week. He's so cute. Look at his face! Why is this so far there-ish? Look at his face. He's so cute. Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen, that's it. Love it. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Save's like, Luna? Look away, Save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have an option for controller. Okay,
Tau-chan likes, and into the pouch you go. And stay. Forever.
Or whatever.
Shut up!
I don't know. Oh my god, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my god! Oh my god! As part of being the head mod, Strat lives in Tau's attic, aka the Stratic. It's going in the lore. Sounds good, do it. Not even the vent, but the ceiling. Yeah. Yes, the ceiling cavity. That makes sense now. So Strat is like a possum, basically. Correct, Terasa. See, you understand. As a fellow Aussie, you understand. I will DM the thing to you. Okay, thank you, Strat. I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid?
Memories bring back you.
Sorry. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay.
Tau-chan likes, and into the pouch you go. And stay. Forever.
Exactly, Yuki. I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? Hello there, sweethearts, and holy shit, welcome on into Amazing Umbra and his incredible community. Hi, honey bunnies. How was your stream? You guys, this is the absolutely amazing Umbra Kit, who I will introduce in. You should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? Or whatever. What? Wait, gotta wait for the game over. Hold on, sorry. You guys, this is the Amazing Umbra Kit 31, a cunning kitsune VTuber who hath graced us with their presence from the realm of Minecraft. This fox-tastic stream I'll be sailing the digital seas in search of treasure and fame, all while weaving tales of lore and insanity. The recent adventures have been a wild ride, from spooky islands to deep sea mysteries. Hold on, I gotta go put myself over here. I'm so good at this. Welcome on in, darling Umbra. How was your stream? Welcome on in. It is so good to see you. The tavern may be closing, but the tavern crawl continues. Yes, indeed. Thank you for coming in with the raid to the store. Stream was great. That's awesome. Oh, also, Amazing Umbra. Thank you ever so much, my dear, for the 5 gifted subbies. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted, darling. I so appreciate it. In case you guys didn't know, we do actually have a limited time for this week only. Our very, very first exclusive badge for either gifting 3 or more subs during the week or managing to watch 10 plus hours during the week. We are going to be streaming for about 20 hours this week, maybe a little bit more. So if you're here for even half of that, I still wanted it to be accessible to you. So thank you so much for the care package, beautiful Bublin. Hello, Valiant Vibes. Welcome back, sweetie. Lovely Umbra, would you like to let us know when your next stream will be and what you will be streaming? My full username takes the names of our planets, Sun, Sol, and Moon, Luna, and Strika as something akin to a meteor strike. Oh, I love that, Luna. That's really cool. Also, Amazing Umbra gets uppies. Good Umbra. I always love finding out the origins of people's like usernames and handles and stuff. Uppies for you, Ozzy. Good Ozzy. Lovely Nix, Mito Celestium Slays. Uppies. Yes. Good Nix. Welcome back, to Strat. Stream was very good, very fun. I'm so happy to hear it. Very happy to be done, because eep so much Eep. Go get some rest, sweetie pie. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. And thank you ever so much for bringing everybody in. It's always a pleasure. Yay. Yeah, Umbra, thank you so very much. You're gonna be streaming tomorrow, 7:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, playing some Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Awesome! You guys, please do check out the amazing Umbra, who's going to be doing some Assassin's Creed Black Flag tomorrow, and today did some Minecraft, so I'm sure it's not the last you'll see of Minecraft either. But yeah, thank you so very much, hon. I really appreciate the raid. You were so very kind. Oh, shit! I didn't realize you... Okay, whoops. Thanks. What?
From the other side. Let's look for another path.
Minecraft comes back every weekend. It haunts me. Oh, do you not like Minecraft, hon? Oh, no, 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 no.
Have a bad feeling about that one.
Do you think they have a Balrog in this game? Just seeing the Balrog thing makes me think of Balrog.
Calm down.
I love Minecraft. Oh, it's just a lot of it. Oh, fair, 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 fair. Very, very fair. Yikes, I gotta heal. I gotta heal. Whoa. How was our message in the Discord? Oh, yes, in case you didn't see, I did react to them. You guys, you are so fucking sweet. I meant to say that. Thank you so very much. You guys are so thoughtful. I really do appreciate all of the incredible memories you guys have shared, all of the amazing, thoughtful messages about how, you know, this community has made your life better, or I have, in some small way, maybe influenced you to, you know, become a happier or better version of yourself. I'm so, 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 so grateful that you guys, that is your perception. You know, I'm so thankful to have you guys, and I'm so thankful for such sweet messages. Thank you so much. I hate that sound. Wow. Fuck, dude. Of course, Tao. Honestly, don't know what or who I would be without this community. Oh, Nick, you're so sweet. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. That's so lovely.
You're really scary. Please calm down.
Nice. There we go. Do we know what the... Oh, it's strong against his electricity. Now I must lurk and get the food and eat again. Congrats, Tao. If anyone I know deserves getting to where you are, it would be you. I'm here vibing, but not talkative. Have an amazing stream. Thank you so much, incredible Umbra. I really appreciate it, darling. My hands aren't working again. I'm so sorry. I've been really bad about this. I'm always really bad about this. But what I meant to say is, please, please, please go and take good care of yourself. I know you've been streaming those long hours, so please make sure that you, if you go to, you know, go to bed or go eat or go walk or go whatever you gotta do, please, please, please go ahead and do so. I promise to take great care of your lovely community. So come on back for them, okay? Thank you for the head pat.
All right.
Thank you, thank you.
Done?
Did you get any more munchies today? No, no munchies today. Ew! I thought you liked me! Alright. Bad guys are gone. Cheese time. Time for a snack. You haven't been snacking enough. That's not true. I snack plenty. Okay. Where's our next, Oh. I've said it before. Your dream is to make the world a little better from one when you got here. Tau, you are living that dream next to partner status. More to the point, you've been doing that longer than you think. Oh, thank you. Thank you, awesome Ozzy. You're so
There's
sweet.
a treasure chest.
Whoa, he's scary. Thank you so much, hun. That's so kind of you to say. Thank you. Oh, so sweet. Thank you. Only sent that once though. No, I appreciate it. Fuck! That guy's a big, angry guy. Oh, whoa, cool. Nice! I got an attack up out of it. I don't know what he's allergic to. Oh, I do. Okay, I don't know what he's allergic to, but I know that he'll repel way too many things. Okay, let's try ice. Let's try some ice that I don't have. I don't really have. I don't even have 14 SP to give. Where's my kitty? Where's my kitty? Biakble. Biakble. There you are. 16, 12. All right. There's no fucking way I'm even gonna be able to afford this, but
something else.
Thank God he had his back turned. Too late. Fuck. Daniel, that's a cute emote. I like that one. Little running babies. The little running babies. I will try this. And fuck. Uh-oh. Ow, what? Oh God. Okay, do you repel? Okay, you don't repel this. Okay, let's increase some defense, shall we? Red armed sword man. I wouldn't mind some sliced chicken schnitty. Mind lending a bro a hand. I think he would very much mind. I really need some SP for got some soul droppings. 10 SP is nothing. Oh, 50 is pretty good. Snuff soul, chewing soul, master coffee. Wow. Holy shit, I have 9 master coffees. 100 SP is crazy. Wow, okay, I'm kind of impressed with that, actually. Let's just give him a little, oh, wow, I didn't realize it was that much or little. That was 50? Fuck. Hello there, sweetest stuff. Welcome on in, how are you? Thank you so much for the raid, darling. You guys, this is the lovely Storm Psych who is coming in from my infamous dungeon. How was it, sweetest Storm? Thank you so much for the raid. Raiders, if you got a raid and run, that's totally cool, but if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. You guys, this is the sweetest of Storm Psychs, the tempestuous streamer who hath graced us with their presence. Once a mere mortal, now an all-powerful weather pattern, they reign over dungeons and games alike. From TPKing heroes to crafting alien burgers, their streams be lit. Join the chaotic realm of multiplayer madness and RPG musings. All hail Storm Psych, the stormy sovereign of Twitch. Hello there, lovely Nix. Thanks for coming in with the raid. You as well, sweetest Strat. And the clouds part. Lightning flashes. Storms have arrived. Thank you so much, sweetie. I really appreciate it. Sweetest Storm, would you like to let us know when your next stream will be, perchance? Thank you so much for coming on in. I do appreciate you. We appreciate you too. Oh, you're so sweet on me, butter. Thank you so much, darling. Okay, let's try this. Heavy ice damage. Can you freeze? Can this be something you're weak to? Ah. Oh, but he's frozen. That's good. Good for me. Thank you for the care package, lovely Nix.
An enemy's frozen. Let's shatter it in one strike.
Also, I'm remembering this time. Umbra just rated in, so.
What's my next move?
Sweetest Storm, I know you've been streaming those long hours, so please make sure that you go and practice some after stream care. If you gotta go eat or sleep or drink or walk or whatever you gotta do, please go ahead and do so. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them, darling. All technical. I hope this doesn't unfreeze him. I just really need to heal everybody. Oh good, it doesn't unfreeze him. I do have a triple down I could do. Maybe I'll put this on you. Maybe becoming a partner to Twitch did improve Tau's memory. Wouldn't that be crazy? Severe physical damage to one foe. Let's try it. Wow, nice tech. I can't talk to you, can I? Let's fucking go. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., Tau Time will be a regular multiplayer madness where multiple streamers get together to collab on multiplayer games chaos. While Lavender Rose 26 and I host it together, a lot of streamers also have invites to join us. As to what we will be playing, well, it's up in the air. That sounds like a blast, huh? Well, you guys, please do check out the sweetest Storm Cycle. We'll be streaming at 2 p.m. tomorrow, my time, which is about 21 hours from now. Yeah, look at me go. About 21 hours from now, you guys, Storm and Lav will be doing some multiplayer chaos. Thank you so much for bringing everybody in, darling. I appreciate you. All right, what are we gonna do here? Wait, don't you? Oh, good, okay. Tau can math. Clearly the brain approves a partner. Also, congrats on partner. Thank you, Sweetest Storm. I appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much for your amazing contribution, and congrats to you on helping us get to this point. Increases accuracy and evasion for all foes for 3 turns. Whoa, hold on. Infuse. Medium amount of HP. 1 fallen ally. I'll use that enough.
Okay.
I think all you did when you fought this guy was electrocute him and then technical him to death. Yes, this is the way. Yay, another unlock.
Okay.
Oh, and I see a little... Oh, wait, no, this is where we came from. Wait, does that mean we're finally through this goddamn area? Oh, fuck. It was right there! We almost got through it! Nah! Fuck. Well, wait, do I need to... Wait, I need to get over there. That's what I need to do. So maybe I'm doing the right thing here? Maybe I gotta... I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, rats! You're at this part. Hi there, amazing Ultima. Welcome on in. How are you? Great to see you, my dear. Okay, how are we gonna get through there? Let's have a careful look along the wall here for any semblance of. Or maybe I should turn this off now. We're on. We're off. We're on. We're off. Let me see. Actually, wait, yeah, wait, no. Wait, yeah, wait, no, wait, yeah, no. Hold on. I'm surviving, thank you. How goes you? Doing great, sweetie. We just achieved partner today, so it's very exciting stuff. Very exciting indeed. Ah! Yes! Oh, fuck. Hide. No, run! Fuck! Welcome to the end. Just kidding! Get rat-told! Nerd. Love it, well done. Do I even have the... Ooh, I do. Nice. Wow! Give me a lot of weakness, yeah. Boom, 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 boom! Joker's awesome. Facts. All facts, no copy. Nice! Absolutely magnificent. Okay.
That was fast. I'm getting sleep.
Oh, okay. Finally. All right, I don't think I need to go back there. Let's swoop sharp left. All right, we haven't been in this room before, and I'm guessing we're gonna get hit with rats. Oh, no rats today. No rats today. Oh, I bet they're gonna make me clean this place out and find a vent on the wall, probably. Tragically. We will not be taking the break, the next break. No, I think we will because of how much of a mess I made of streaming for like 2 hours before our first break. We actually don't have the time to even get through a full hour, so we will probably have to do one more break, probably in about 15 minutes, and then that will be our last. I got it. Okay, that's something I can open, right? Open! go through it. Yikes. Okay.
Lizard, lizard, lizard.
The first
lizard,
partnered
lizard,
lizard!
Lizard.
Lizard! Oh! Let's fucking go! You will need to go up if I recall correctly. Well. I don't know. This is our. I'm very worried about. Better be. Yes. Okay. Seems like we managed.
All right! It seems like we managed to reach the back deck!
Look! Oh! What the? That seems to be a shadow, too. Be careful, guys. He looks way tougher than the other ones. You think they're tightening security?
It wouldn't be surprising. We've taken down 2 targets, after all. Let's proceed forward cautiously.
Can I have some I don't know, you know, just like a little, like as a little treat, could I have a safe room? Please, please. Fuck. Where is? How do I get over to the safe room? There's like a. I just saw. There's a. There's a like right behind the Interesting. Right behind the bartender there. Let me see if I can hop back there. I cannot. Hello, sir. Back deck is just this way. We are currently on special alert, but do not mind us. Please make yourself at home. Break it. How did Halo Spartan get in here? That's a good question, actually. This is not good. I need a place to hide. Fuck. Okay. Let me see if I can... At least part of the Tauzard was overlapping with the lizard, like a Venn diagram of reptilian thylacine. Like a monstrosity! a reptilian marsupialian Frankenstein. New lizard clip. Aha! Another lizard clip. We have many lizard clips. I have so many fucking... I need way more SP recovery and absolutely no more, HP recovery. That's crazy. Like a reptile with pockets! Do you know how invincible a reptile would be if it had pockets? You don't want this. Trust me. Hey, you're underage. No drinking at the bar. Oh, good point. Good point. All right. Actually, I can restore 10 SP. I'll just do this a few times, eh? Get rid of our little soul drops. Hadu also really needs it too. Fuck. Thank you for the care package. Awesome, Aussie. I'd be unstoppable atop a reptile. You would, Precious Bucky! Can I get another shout out for the precious Pocket Chalk? Like I said at the start of the stream, Pocky is a dear friend of mine, a dear friend of the stream, and one of the main reasons that we actually have made it to partner. She's rated in a number of times, been so incredibly supportive, so incredibly sweet. Yeah, she's amazing. She's also super high energy. She does a lot of like gacha games. She actually recently finished Persona 5. I'm still deciding on when I stop telling people that. Tao's like hot hag status, but I assume will not drink still. I do, hey. Wait a second. I do occasionally drink, but I don't drink very, very often. Hot hag status! I mean, I'll take it, but damn. Damn. All right. That should be good. Go ahead and disappoint Seru. Go ahead and disappoint Sadu. Damn. Talk question of the day. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. What is your opinion on alcohol? I think all vices can be done with moderation. I think I've mentioned this before on the stream, but like my mom is an alcoholic, and I do not. I am so careful about the things I partake in because I have seen what happens with that stuff. And I think that people who are responsible with alcohol and don't binge drink and just have a beer a night or something and do it to wind down and vibe. There's nothing wrong with that. People who go way all out, it's not their fault. That is an addiction that I really hope that people can you know, work towards recovering from. But I do drink. I drink once in a while. I don't even remember the last time I had a sip of alcohol, though. I'm trying to think of. I think it's probably been about 2 months. I probably do like a drink or two a month. Usually I'm a baby, so I like a delightful, very well done cocktail, and then I will sip on that for like an hour, and then that's it. it's lovely. But yeah, it's not gonna happen again. I'm gonna be as old as Tau. I can't call her hag anymore someday. The only vice people need is advice. Hey, I do like that. You don't want to trust me for advice though. Alcohol for me is an invaluable cooking ingredient. Nothing beats the versatility of wine in a pan. That's true. I should actually mention I cook with alcohol a lot, which is different from drinking it. And beer makes for some banging braising liquid or chili broth. That is so true. Said it was calling you magical, like hags from D&D, and a pretty lady. Perfectly reasonable. Personally, not a fan of the taste. Remember to drink responsibly. Fair enough. I stopped drinking except on special occasions because when I hit 40, my tolerance went bye-bye. Wait, are you partnered? Yes, indeed, Sweet as Slime. We got partnered. Only beer I have is beer battered fries. Beer battered fries are so good. Oh my god. Did we not discover what these things are allergic to? You're joking. Oh, they were boss monsters, weren't they? That's probably why. I don't consume alcohol. In food, I don't mind it. Yeah, like, that's the thing, right? Is like, I just want people to be responsible and consider their health. It's the same thing. I feel the same way about alcohol as I do about,
pretty lady.
Like, having bad sleep, you know? Like, it's not healthy for you to do constantly, but letting loose once in a while is not gonna kill you. And if it's something that makes you happy, and you enjoy it in moderation and it doesn't control your life, like, God, if anyone's been watching Chainsmoker Cat, fuck. That kind of thing. I feel so badly. There's absolutely no judgment on my end. I want to help people who are going through that. You know what I mean? It feels like an impossible task to get out of that. But you can do it with support and help, and yeah, that's how I feel about it anyway. And for the record, in the same he blocked it. In the same breath, like, I want to remind everybody that I'm sure we have some people in the pouch who have various vices, and in the same vein as, like, I do not want any of you to ever feel excluded or anything, or teased or anything like that. I will not accept anyone being like, oh yeah, people who are really into alcohol suck, or like, oh yeah, people who smoke are stupid. That is unacceptable behavior here, just so you know. As well, because these are vices for a reason. They are made to be addicting. So please just be careful, you know? I care about you guys, and I want you to be as healthy as possible. And if you are currently going through something, then all I can hope for is that we can do a small part in helping you manage it and take your mind off of it. That's all. Okay. Let me see here.
Ready when you are.
Alcohol's low evaporating point luckily means even a modicum of cooking evaporates it and just leaves behind the tasty bits in the food. It's true. 30 seconds at boiling water temperature removes 95% of the alcohol in broth. It's true. It's true. I will make the celebration blueberry and lightly spiced honey pasta with butter. Oh my God, Sly, that sounds so good. I would fuck with that. My question was not to judge anyone. If someone likes alcohol, that's fine, just not for me personally. Exactly, no, that's okay. I hope it doesn't, I'm not, for the record, I am not saying that anyone currently in chat is saying that or anything. But I just want those who are here, who may be lurking, or who are not, you know, saying that they partake in these things. I don't want you to ever feel excluded from here. You know, you can enjoy this stuff in moderation. Even if you can't enjoy it in moderation, we are still here to help you through with maybe, hopefully, finding your way to moderation one day. You know what I mean? All right, down we go. Time for me to go get some food. Sounds delicious. You just tell me what you have when you get back. I would love a little bit of a, oh, this is where the, okay. Is that I wonder if that's a safe room. I hope that's a fucking safe room. It doesn't say S on it, but it looks like relatively safe room sized. The second I passed my license was the second I vowed not to have another drop of alcohol. That was 13 years ago. Fair enough. Drink responsibly, y'all. It is a safe room. Okay, run! Woo! Ooh, spicy. We made it! Back deck. I went a bit on edge. I think there could be an active alarm. Oh! There is in fact an active
I'll
alarm.
just add this.
We will in fact go check on that. We need to do that. See what fun goodies we can get from it. Let's go see what they're doing in the velvet room. Hello, child, please. Let me explore the red velvet room. I do think trying to make alcohol will be interesting to try out. You just gotta be really careful with that because ethanol in certain in certain
This one's all you.
concentrations is like actually deadly. So,
Registration.
gotta be very careful.
Are
I do
you
have some
certain?
people who enjoy doing that. Wait, Asterius? Where do we get Asterius from? I'll just register these people.
Register it to the
Register! I hope I didn't do anything wrong. Red velvet room cake, yummy. Oh, moonshine. Whoa, you a little Notice the twins are doing weird calisthenics or something? I did notice that. Hi there, sweetest Saint Saturninus. How are you? It's good to see you. Let's see if there's any itemization that we can. What is the Emperor's Charm bar? What is this? Royal magical gem with power of an emperor.
Accessory.
Transform into various equipment. Inferno
This will
horns?
become an even more powerful accessory.
Royal horns like that of a wild fierce bull. Wait, Asterius is my super fucking sick,
Today we will hang them more forcefully.
Did she say today we will hang them more forcefully? Jeez. Asterius is my absolutely sick, yeah, bull boy. The bull boy! I want him to be powered up! Mataru is attack up. Gotcha. He eats you. Puts on a lab coat and scientist goggles. Safety first.
Currently on a
Lovely,
trip and can't hear or read any reply, but you all have a great stream. Also big congrats to the powerful Tau and pals Tilda.
Thank you so much, lovely loner. I know that you can't hear or read or reply, but I am still going to acknowledge your kindness, generosity, and incredible dedication. 38 months is nothing to sneeze at, that is for sure. Thank you so very much, and thank you for the congrats. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a great time on your trip, too. Thank you, darling. The dangerous part of homemade spirits is actually the creation of methanol, a byproduct of the fermentation process. That's it, methanol, not ethanol. Sorry, I forgot the M there. Methanol is high concentrations, in high concentrations, is crazy toxic. And when you make it stronger spirits like vodka, whiskey, etc., you need to remove it or you will blind anyone that drinks your brew or worse. That's very scary. Oh, cool scary hands on this guy too. Auto Mataru. Ooh, automatic Mataru Kaja at the start of battle. That's right. He's got crazy evasion on him. I forgot about that. I should probably. He's got heavy fire damage, chance of inflicting burn. We could also do a fear. Automataru. I mean, he's strong to fire anyway. I kind of want to just get rid of that one. I'll get rid of evade fire. He's strong to it. That'll be fine. Wait, what is lullaby for? Medium chance of sleep. No, you can go away. Brightine! We can also, whoops, hold on. No. Thank you for the care package, awesome Aussie. Ironically though, ethanol, the stuff that gets you drunk, naturally inhibits methanol. Really? That's interesting. You know what is something to sneeze at? Pepper. It's true. That's true. That's what'll get you blind. Truth.
Prepare for the unexpected.
How is your biggest persona the best at dodging? Dude is like 2 stories tall and pulling matrix dodges. I think he's just like, I reckon he's genuinely like able to use the slider for opacity that you see in like art programs. And he just goes, shoop, shoop, shoop.
Choose wisely.
All right, let's play with the Emperor's Amulet. What have we got? What is Kinki? Oh, he's scary. Gabrielle. way too high level for me. Norn, I think I could get that. Wow! Does anyone want a fancy ass watch? Anybody want a fancy ass watch? King Frost? I don't think I'm high enough level for that, am I? Damn. What is the highest level thing I can get here that I can get? I think it's Raja Naga, but we already have one of him. Let's get the Norn. Frigid wait, I gotta see, who are we killing for this? Oh, we're killing Asterius for this. That's okay. We'll kill Asterius and then we'll res him. Actually, wait, I gotta double check something. Did this automatically register him? I gotta make sure so that I can res him. Nobody let me leave here without... Oh, I'm glad I did this. Nobody let me leave here without resing Asterius, please. Okay, we're gonna go kill him now. Temporarily kill him. Norn. Fun fact, it's impossible to make bread that tastes like alcoholic beverages like wine or champagne because the alcohol will kill the yeast needed for the bread to rise. Interesting, that is a fun fact. The Norns are the Fates in Norse legend. I think I do remember that in my heart of hearts. He grabs the main character and throws them to evade things. Yeah, that's it. Temporarily kill him, you mean knock him out? Yeah, we'll knock him out with a chainsaw and hanging. Strengthens magic skills by targeting one foe by 20%. Let me see, what have we got here? Psychic Bloodline, SP. What are you? Hold on, let me see what moves we can grab here. Okay. Do something with fire. We can't do something with fire. Do I even have anything useful here? Don't think I do. I don't think I do. I guess frigid? Sure. Oh no, we better put that on there then. Repels electric though. What is DR? What does DR mean? Underneath wind? Drain. Oh, okay. So there's like a repel. And then actually we'll heal from the out attack. That's cool. Okay. Then we don't want to evade wind with this one. And we don't want to evade electric with this one. We want to evade... Nope, we don't have to evade bless either. We can do a burn boost.
This should confer some small power. Both
yeah, whatever.
of you
sucky, sucky! We'll see that. Alright, I better go res our boy. We get hit, and then we... Sorry. Do it! What have you got? Null, Dizzy, and Maziodine. Aha! A level up. A very excited clock going... Now imagine every persona going forward saying that when they drain an element. Saki, Saki! All right, let me go, actually, yeah, okay. I'm gonna register, okay, let's register already. Let's create a persona from that one, because it's already registered, and I wanna see what do we have there. Oh, she's cool. Who is this? Oh, it's the Elefante. Garuda. Oh, there's Garuda. Ganesha. Hanuman. Dakini. Hanuman again. Let's just try for Garuda. That won't happen. That will not happen because I think this is gonna break at this point, right? I'll just click whatever because it's gonna go crazy.
Now, let us begin.
In Tao's exact voice. Subwig sucky sucky. My Noe! Ha! Alright, what have we got? No, not murder hobo! Ooh, you're cool. Athena. Okay, I guess we'll take you with us. That's pretty cool. Whoa. Ah! The results did not go as planned. Wow, I'm shocked. Oni Kagura. Medium physical damage. We got a lot of... There's only one actual attack here, I think. Everything else is... I don't know how I feel about her, but anyway, I don't know if we'll keep her. Wait, we're going back in. I need my Nue and I need my Asterius. Nue, Asterius, Nue, Asterius, Nue, Asterius, Nue.
Do you need something?
Athena, I love it. Oh, awesome. Who gave the kids a chainsaw? I won't spoil anything, but she's featured in P3. Oh, yes, Setter, that's your favorite, right? I'm allowing DLC personas as long as I don't summon or make them. DLC personas are allowed to be used if they happen through through red alerts only. That is I think fair. Yeah, that is your favorite though, isn't it, Saru? Who gave the kids a chainsaw? Chainsaw Man. Obviously. Let me see. She's your favorite? That's awesome. All right, I need Nue. I should probably actually do ABC. I can't make up my mind. Nue and Asterius. 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 I don't know. How do the alphabet goes? How the alphabet goes? How the alphabet goes? There it is.
Is this what you feel is required?
Give me!
This persona.
And then Asterius. She's your favorite and her persona wielder. Oh, cool. Okay, nice. Wait, did I? Oh, Asterius. Robo-Girl is the best. I love all the malfunction animations with the twins, especially the electric chair. They are really good. They are very good. Maybe Norn too? I don't know. I might see how expensive Norn is. Because I don't, oh, wait. Okay, wait. Again, Asterius, while it is saying it's a DLC and it doesn't cost anything, this is one that we summoned through our last red alert. So this one's okay. This one's okay.
Required.
I will not be like getting any of these guys because I haven't summoned them. But yeah, they're okay. Let's go see how much Norn is. How's my favorite partner doing? Am I your favorite partner, Dweza? If that's true, I'm very flattered. There's many incredibly skilled and talented and lovely partners. I really appreciate it. It's expensive! But thank you so much, cutie Drazal. I am doing well. How are you? Oh, no, it's too expensive. Sorry, it's too expensive. Oh, see, partner! You're far enough into the story that really only a handful of DLC personas would be absolutely unfair to be using. Yeah, I still want to make it as, I'm not gonna say difficult as possible, because I think we all know that I'm not prone to being an exceptional gamer, but my rules, I think I might have even at one point said I wouldn't summon any until I was able to do it organically, but I've decided that there's so many cool personas that are just involved in this game, even without the DLC personas, that I think I would rather just only have them if they were I should write something. If they were accidental summons like through the red room. I would argue once you hit the final dungeon, feel free to summon in whatever you want. Fair reasoning. Yeah, we'll see. I'm back. Did you take the break? No, we actually do need to do that real quick. You guys are going on a very quick 3-minute break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom and darling. This is also a medicine moment in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Beta! Hi, beautiful Beta. Welcome on in. How are you, hon? It's great to see you. Yeah, far enough to always have around 1 million yen. Oh, I definitely don't have that much. Hi there, lovely Zoe. You never summon DLC personas? Yep, same. All right. I will see you guys in 3. Mwah. Wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh God, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God!
Memories bring back you.
Sorry. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. Fellow Aussie, you understand. I will DM the thing to you. Okay, thank you, Strat. Arms.
Milady, they say your beauty transcends even the boundaries of time. When we were wed, you will want for nothing. Pray, give your hand unto me.
His nostrils flared. Oh my god. My sun and stars, yes, yes, 1,000 times, yes. I am yours and I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my guns only for good and convenience. Or whatever. Shut up! Say it a little bit. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Save's like, Luna! Look away, Save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a, it doesn't have an option for, controller. Okay, wait, no, wait, I need to put water in there. Oh god, oh no, oh, fuck! I don't know, oh my god, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my god, no! I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my. Wait, look at him. Hold on. I have some music for you guys that you chose last week. He's so cute. Look at his face. Why is this so far there-ish? Look at his face. He's so cute. I don't know. Oh my god, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading. No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire. Fuck. Oh my god, no. Oh my god. Exclamation point, Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off. Why haven't I turned the fucking thing off?
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Wait, no, wait. I need to put the water in there. Oh god.
Hello there, you cuties. I'm back.
Oh my god. We have a fire on the
I'll let you
plane.
guys finish your words,
It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's
then
spreading.
we will continue our gaming.
No,
We'll probably go for about
the
one more
water again.
hour, so I'm actually gonna
Oh
put
my
like
god,
a
my
30-minute
fire
timer on here
extinguisher's
so that I can
on
remember
fire.
to
Oh my
turn off our rates.
Tau-10 likes, and into the pouch you go. And stay forever.
Hey, a perfect one. Well done, you guys. Absolutely stellar. Welcome back, sweetest
Think you should be afraid? Why would you be afraid?
Oh, I gotta do a thing. I gotta do a thing. I'll fix this, hopefully. Hopefully I'll remember to fix that before our next stream. Welcome back, my darlings. Abby's for you, Ozzy. Good, Ozzy. Nick's Meadow Slice Jump Slice. Abby's. Yes, good, Nix. Welcome back, sweetest Steady. Welcome back, sweet Strap. Sweetest Storm. Thank you so much for coming back. Radical Ram. Welcome back, Uppies. Yeah, good Ram. Odd. It didn't want to accept a tang from me after cooldown. Odd. Is it the VTube studio that's being difficult? No, it's because I as you saw, I popped on the screen as soon, like on the starting soon screen, and so I moved some stuff around, and I clearly fucked up my very delicate balance of stuff on other scenes by doing that. Gigantic happy source time. Brain is goop. How? I good. How you? Alrighty. Did I save? No, hold up. I don't know if I saved. I see. It's a scene. It's a scene. It's the scene.
You should write something.
Big Oppies were big. They were really big.
Well, they made the save icon in real life. They did.
Thank you for the save icon in real life, see to say. Okay, that's safe. Alright. Ah, fuck! He's shooting me!
Not bad.
Bad feeling about that one.
Oh, the other thing that I was thinking that we could also instead do, rather than the server thing, and actually I should probably put, I should actually probably do this too real quick. Can I just, no, no, hold on. Is resume Palia, which is free and very easy, if you guys would rather do that. I'll also, so I'm just gonna put return to Palia, which is, like I said, free and very easy to go in and out of. So I just put that in there. Feel free to upvote that if that also, or alternatively, or additionally interests you. We're still in Shito's place, aren't we? Shito? What is Palia? Palia is a cozy MMORPG where you run around with your friends and you make, like you have your own plots and stuff. You get to customize things, build stuff. There's like fun little mini games. Oh, shit for Shito, right, Shito, right, my bad. You know, Shito, my bad. The flying persona looks cool, it does. That, we tried to forge that one, but it wound up getting murdered. I think last time we dropped it because it didn't have battles in it, mostly building stuff. I think they may have added a lot more to it now. Yeah, well, there just wasn't a whole lot to do because we were playing it when it, like, literally the first 2 months it came out. And I know that, like, Space Cat and Correct still play it. So, if you guys wanted to, we could go. There's literally nothing stopping us from having to look at Palia again, you know what I mean? We got haircut, little round. Yeah, we're really yeah, that's a lot. Uh-oh, big audio issue? Oh, fuck. How's that, better? Sorry. I think, yeah, I think that was, it's this interface, dude. Sometimes I hear, better, yeah. Sometimes I hear the buzzing and then I have to unplug it. And then other times you guys hear it and I don't hear it. So yeah, just let me know when that happens and I'll just unplug. Sorry for the audio issue. Okay, what was I doing? I was seeing if there's, okay, weak. And we don't know what you're doing.
Stay focused.
I'm an electric type Pokemon. I'd be down. Looks under Tao's desk at a rat's nest of cables. Tao. It's not that bad. Oh wait, is this just damage? That's heavy damage, but I want to get them all. You sounded like you were talking inside a microwave. Sorry about that. Yeah, I probably need to save up for a different interface after all. Well, then what I probably should do is I should probably reach out to them and be like, hey, I've had my interface for less than a year and I'm getting awful desync issues. Thought it was a phone? No, no.
Skull's really mad. Hey, listen to me. Huh.
I thought that was my laptop speakers ready to burst. No, sorry. Luckily, it doesn't seem to happen very much, but I'm just hoping it doesn't happen, you know, more often now. Just kill him. Just finish him off. There you go. Good job. Good job. You did it. Hey. You talk with customer support. They may help with that issue. It's not that bad, so it's somewhat bad. Well, I accidentally pulled one of the cords out of the thing under my desk. Oopsie. Oopsie. Holy shit! Did Ryuji just almost die? What am I saying? Oh no, it wasn't Ryuji. It was oh, it was Makoto. Right, Makoto. Let me fix that for you, my dear. We gotta still hit the entertainment hall. Hazy! Hello, lovely Hazy! Can I get a shout out for lovely Hazy? Hazy is another, any people who come in here, partners or affiliates or whatever, who I recall as raiding in here like several times. You are also directly responsible for this, lovely Hazy. Thank you so very much for the raids that you have given. Thank you so much for the attention and generosity and lurks and everything. It is such a pleasure to be a part of such an exclusive club with you. You guys, Hazy is an amazing fellow Aussie VTuber who focuses almost exclusively on Pokemon stuff, but God, he is a true Pokemon master. Please, please, please go check him out if you love Pokemon. He will tell you everything about them. He's doing like multiple like shiny dexes and shit like that. It's really incredible. Thank you so much, lovely Hazy. W Hazy. Goes hunting for a cable organizer to send on throne. I have one. I just accidentally pulled it down. Welcome back, lovely Rad. You posted Fanart. Okay, hold on. While I'm in here, let me have a look. Oh, cute! It's a TauTassieTiger. It's my hair with my Waratah flower. Yo, if someone got this made for me, I don't know how or where or how you would, but man, I would love that pen. That's sick. That would be my everything pen for all the time. That's awesome, honey. Thank you so much. I love it. I love it. It's a fountain pen. It is. That's so cool. I love fountain pens. So you need another one? No. Challenging these days, but making progress. Are you expecting a new Pokemon game anytime soon, lovely Hazy? Huh? Wait, a treasure chest? Yo, stop right there. Extremely vulgar man. I'm talking to you guys. Come over here for a sec. Huh? Wait, does he mean us? He looks super dangerous. I don't want to get involved, even if he's just some old cognitive thing. What are you punks mumbling about, huh? You've been making quite a mess in here. Yeah. We're totally not making a mess, we swear! Who are you anyway? Ah, I'm the one asking questions around here. Now drink some salt water and reflect on what you did. I'm leaving this to you guys. I don't got the time to waste on little punks like these.
Come on, man.
Salt water? Does that mean... Whoa, hold on a sec! Look out, here they come. Yikes. Late 2027 probs. Oh, it's like a Pokemon holiday at the moment. Ah, what? Would you ever consider playing like Pokopia or something? These are cool. Heretic goats. Wild guess maybe, I don't know, bless damage might be bad for them, I'm hoping, or they'd be immune to it. I think it's either gonna be super effective or, yeah, cool. Awesome. Love it! Baphomet, that's it, that's it. Like the lovely Willow. Get him. It's the level 100 boss of vulgarness. Uh-oh. New update soon, potentially. Okay, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. That'd be really cool. I think we may see something when they have the Nintendo Direct or something. That would be good. It would be very cool. Very cool. We emerged victorious. That wasn't funny, damn it! They were totally trying to kill us!
Maybe because we caused a scene at both the restaurant and the pool. Somebody has to clean up the mess. Wait a second. Clean up the mess.
Oh, that's why they call him the cleaner. It's because he mops up any trouble that shows its face. That should make him pretty easy to find, though. We just gotta disturb the peace somehow. But doing so would have an adverse effect on us finding the other letters of introduction. Let's leave him for last and hurry over to the other two first. In that case, our next target should be the TV station president in the entertainment hall ahead. Let's go, Joker. Thank you for the care package, Ram. I'd love to drop in for some Pokopia streams from Lovey Hazy. Love me some Persona. I feel like Persona is just, like, more gritty Pokemon. Actually, wouldn't that be SMT? Is SMT more gritty Pokemon? Gotta stay hydrated, Tau. You're absolutely right, lovely Ram. Now that you've upgraded memory, remind me to send the link to the new LOM game trailer. Facts. Do you like SMT or Persona more, Hazy? I guess we'll go down here. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck! I thought there was a staircase there, my bad. SMT is the more gritty Pokemon. Oh, that's kind of cute. Okay, Monarch of Snow. I like to try and logic my way out of things, so I think that Asterius, with his, absolutely... Wait, actually? What about Miragian? Do I have... Oh, or Agadine! My half-naked, Jaguar boy. Okay, that didn't work. Ooh, nice tech. Is this Baymax's evil cousin? We have a timer set for raid stuff. I don't know, Monster Hunter Stories is kind of fun. I don't know if that's gritty though, you know what I mean? It could be wrong, it could be wrong. I suppose it's perception.
Pardon me. Ready for pain?
Personally, SMT is what I prefer. I also like Persona because the games are just good, but SMT takes the top spot. That's fair. Yeah, if you guys ever wanted me to play SMT, I would. I thought Pal World was gritty Pokemon. I think that's gritty Pokemon in the courtroom. I don't know if it's actually gritty Pokemon. Does Nintendo ever partner streamers for Nintendo games, or are they too uppity and big for that?
All right. Shadow defeated.
Easy, huh? Good job. Good job. Keep it up. Oh, that guy looking scary down there. Oh, it is. Yeah, I would say it's much more a courtroom. The blood on the courtroom. I would love to see you play SMT5. I think you gave that a shot when it was out. I did start that. And hey there, Opossum. Come on in, lovely. How are you? Good to see you.
This one looks tough.
I'm not opposed to it, but we will just open this. Digimon has always been dark shit, do you reckon? Digimon Story could be considered gritty Pokemon too? That's another one I'd be willing to play if you guys want it. Oh, nice. Yeah, take it. What is it? What did you get? This guy's gonna eat me. Hold on. I don't want to be eaten now! Go across. Blah, 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 blah. This is my kind of stealth. I don't have to do any actual stealthing. I just press A bunch. Okay, go that way. Good boy. All right. Oh! This must be the entertainment hall, just like we expected. Then the slut-loving TV station president should be here. Let us search the area for him. Hello, sir. Today was truly a wonderful experience. Though I lost yesterday, so my winning average is still only 50% so far. Ah! Oh, fuck. I need a hiding spot! Hiding! Fuck! That's not how you hide. Wait, madam, please. I've been to the other casinos, but this is my first time in the entertainment hall. You know there are casino areas all over this ship, right?
I don't like this.
Oh, good. Okay, when I talk to people, I get ignored. That's good. Pull into the world themes, child abuse, neglect, scary stories, you name it. Damn. It's the measured amount of edgy. Measured amount of edgy, I like that. Alright. Yeesh. I'm not very good at this. Digimon is edgy. I could see it. I could see it. Have I still not found out what these guys are allergic to? Oh, wait. Nue. There we go. Make this easy on me. Fuck! I missed! Does anybody have? No. Ooh! Yeah, join my cause. What is she? Parvati. Parvati, very pretty. so many fancy things around here. Would make a rad group rage room or escape room. That's so true. It would be cool. I'm really glad you like my fan art. I wanted to make something today since you made Twitch partner, and I know your love of fountain pens. You do, sweetie, you do. Speaking of, I'm gonna try and do a big long hand cam stream at some point this week. I will talk to Nate about when would be good. But during that, I want to do, I'm hoping to do Sakurako, watercolor stream, and also brainstorm what you guys want to do for the 24-hour stream, the 24-hour partner stream. There is a chance that if you guys want to, we can wait until my birthday time-ish in September. Because if we do that, we could hypothetically spend a bazillion hours on Blood of Dawnwalker, which you know I'm really, really looking forward to, and it comes out in early September, so that would be pretty sick. Oh, is there a safe room nearby? Yes. Pokemon evolution. Puppy becomes dog, becomes wolf. Digimon evolution. Puppy becomes dog, becomes a robot, becomes handsome human. Palworld evolution. What the hell is an evolution? True. That drawing, you gotta send that to someone that makes fountain pens for a living and have it made. That would be insanely cool. I would totally love to do that, Ozzy, if I had the money. Hello, fellow Virgo. Hi there, dearest Dive. I am a cusp goyle. I am a Libra Virgo. A Virgbra. I'm a Virgbra. Please make sure to get enough sleep through a long stream time. So that is one of the things that we will be talking about, is whether you guys actually want me to sleep during the 24-hour stream or whether you want me to just eat a shit ton of my caffeinated chocolate. I'm happy to do whatever you guys prefer. I do feel like this community is going to be like, no, please. We want you to get like several hours of sleep. But if you don't want me to, you are going to be allowed to tell me not to. I heard that the game is pretty limited because you only have a certain amount of time to complete stuff. Do you mean Blood of Dawnwalker? Blood of Dawnwalker is a lot like Persona in that like you can only do certain things in certain periods of time, and if you don't do one thing, you cannot go back and do it. Like you don't just get to do like, you know, oh, this person asked for your help 10 in-game days ago, they're still alive and well. You know, they're not. Which I think is actually very, very cool. It's gonna be a pretty long game, even so, because even though it's just like 1 month, you have so many opportunities, options, people who will, different ways to accomplish things at night or during the day or things like that. Can we pay you to sleep? Genuinely asking, or like make a little stream goal of it? I mean, I guess we could do something like that, but I feel like that's so, I don't know. I wouldn't want to tie like, you know, physical health to, or like physical, like human needs to you guys funding it. Just because I feel like that could be very, manipulative. Not of you, of me. I would feel yucky about being like, pay me if you want me to sleep. I'm fucking dying over here, you guys. Pay me if you want me to go to sleep. You know what I mean? So what I'll probably do is we'll brainstorm what you guys want to do, hopefully this week. And then we'll find out the time that we want to do the 24-hour stream during. But this week, I think that if you come into the hand cam stream, whenever that happens to be this week, and you're willing to stick around, we will start brainstorming the stuff that we can do. Community stuff we could do, whether you want to like make a wombo combo of it and do like a community stream for 4 hours and then do storytelling for like 3 or 4 hours and stuff like that. Like we will just ignore all of our goals. Like you won't have to earn these things just for that one time period. So you guys can keep on contributing to the goals right now, for example. But I won't be like canceling them or insta funding them or anything. It's just that you'll get a free storytime stream and or a free community stream and or a free, you know, whatever. I'll be the devil on your shoulder, eat all the caffeinated chocolate and drink all the soft drinks you have to stay up for the full 24 hours. I mean, I'll do it if you want me to. Don't bass boost the sound commands. Rawr, darling, would keep you up the whole night. That's true. Yeah, let's not monetize sleep. Words are hard. Just want to make sure y'all are thriving and having a good time and being safe. Yeah, absolutely, Chad. I appreciate it, sweetie. That's very thoughtful. Totally unbiased suggestion. Have some small part of the stream be about you cooking food for yourself. Oh, that would be fun. That'd be cute. I was just... Everything's so reflective, right? You gotta be so careful. I'm certain I saw the gentleman I saw at the slots downstairs in television, is a television exec. I heard he loves gambling. He must be moving around to the various casinos in here. Hi! Zoinks. Okay, open the, what the fuck? Can I open this? Is this not openable?
Joker.
Hold on, Joker. Our next target's in here. Let's get the letter of introduction before we go anywhere else. Oh, okay. Well, fine. Fine. Need to go further downstairs? Where's, oh, break that shit. Dude is oblivious AF. Just how I like him. Tiramisu. We could have some stuff prep made and keep kept so it's easier for you. Yeah, no, I would definitely do something like that. I would definitely not be starving myself for 24 hours. I don't function well without food, and I don't function well without sleep, but I would be willing to do it just for, like, not the food part, but the sleep part I could do for one night.
Look at all those slot machines.
Maybe we'll find the TV station press we heard about in here.
Yes. In that case, why don't we try searching for him?
Okay. This place isn't too big, so spotting him should be easy enough. Be careful if you find him, though. You feel sleep? If hungry, if you feel sleepy, sleep. If hungry, eat.
Isn't the man sitting over there one of them?
He's the president of a TV station, isn't he?
He gives letters of introduction to executives of companies who are willing to sponsor his programs. That's a difficult condition to meet.
Wanna just beat it out of him?
Let me handle this.
Ah.
For real?
I'll allow it. You've got this, Noir.
8 hours of sleep, and while you sleep, pals get to predict if you oversleep or not. I'm actually set to light sleeper, so you guys can totally do that. But if you know me well, you will definitely vote for not oversleeping. Hadu does have a neat hat, huh?
A letter of introduction. But you're so obviously a child.
I'm Haru Okumura, daughter of the president of Okumura Foods. I believe we sponsored you as well.
Oh, you're her. It's true that I'm quite indebted to President Okumura. He funded us extremely well, after all. However, it looks like he got a little carried away. My condolences. Regarding his exploiting management, Mr. Shido asked me to defend him as much as I could. I even threw some extra security his way, but there were limits to what I could do.
We will see about that, Tau. I also request the Tau to be sedated by Coda hugs. Do you know what? Coda woke Nathan and I up like all night last night. He was such a little shit, dude. Oh my god. Just didn't even want to go out. He just wanted to whine and sit outside with us. Like, bud, we need to sleep. So, if you want him to sedate me, he's probably gonna keep me up. Speaking of Tau, I got a cooking project this weekend I think you'll approve of. I'm going to try and combine Southwest-style corn, I'm already all about this, diced spicy peppers, onion, and sweet corn, and seeing what happens if I try to turn that into street corn. That sounds so good. Even got the spices pre-mixed and everything. Can you send pictures of that, Red? But before you do, make sure, like, check with me personally and make sure that I've eaten something, because otherwise I'll, like, bite my computer screen. Maybe while sleeping, have everyone do community games? Well, see, that's the other thing that I would need to be very, very cautious of, is we would have to pick a time when probably, like, Strat is there, or my mods were able to, like, hand off shifts of keeping an eye on the stream. You know what I mean? Because if that's, if I leave for, like, 4 to 8 hours, that could be really, really bad if we didn't have someone on duty. You know what I mean? Which is why I'm also kind of like, I can just stay up for 24 hours. I can just stay up and then my mods can, like, chill and do as they wish, like, come in and out and stuff like that. Whereas if I did sleep for that long, I would have to make sure that my mods were, like, very much on duty. What if we pay you to stay asleep? Minimum 8 hours and we just keep adding time after that? We build up enough time and you could sleep for a week? I genuinely feel like I could do that. Like, sleep for a week, yeah. Just so you know when this deal is in advance so I can clear my schedule. I know for sure the only time I won't be able to do it is the end of August and beginning of September, as I will be out of town. Okay, Rad, that sounds good. Yeah, it'll probably be pretty close to my birthday, which is September 22. So it'd probably be somewhere around there, I reckon. But depending, it could be like a week before that or something, but it definitely wouldn't be like the start of September, I don't think. I'd probably be pushing it if I suggest a mod that is in Australia, right? Not me, obviously. We actually don't have an Australian mod, that's true. Don't worry, I think we can plan shifts if need be. I will be around for most of it anyways. I thought you might be gone. Perfect, I'll be around. Woohoo! Thank you, Red. And Alec, thank you for contributing to the movie night. Appreciate that.
The damage almost reached up to Mr. Shido himself. President Okumura had to be cut off.
Oh shit. Is he the one who asked for her dad to be assassinated? Do it after, not a week before. I have my family trip. Okay, that's okay, that's what it was, yeah.
It seems he didn't just cast him off his ship, but also used him to trap the Phantom Thieves.
Ooh, I definitely won't be able to do it after my birthday, because Nathan and I are going away after my birthday. But don't do it when I'm away. Easy, right, Tao?
Bravo, Mr. Shido. Truly a nasty maneuver.
Won't you please give me a letter recommendation?
The fact that she's just like, okay, you killed my dad. Okay. Speaking of your birthday, did you say you were streaming on your birthday? Yeah, I was streaming on my birthday, and like that's part of why I'm like, oh, we could do like a 24-hour, like, you know, partner/birthday hybrid stream. To be honest, we could do that. We'll figure it out. I have my dates locked in, so we just work around it. We can certainly try. Yeah, we'll like I said, sometime this week when we do our hand cam stream, make sure you guys come in because we'll be having some snacks. We'll be doing live watercolor art with a piece that I showed on Patreon. I'm not showing it publicly yet, but I did show it on Patreon. And then you guys will get to see it, obviously, when we do our watercolor. And then we'll also brainstorm together of what to do for the 24-hour stream, when to do it, and also how much sleep will be had. We'll do all of that. Does that include package opening, perhaps? Absolutely, if there are packages to be had, absolutely.
Once our company recovers, I will arrange for us to cooperate with you in a sponsorship role.
You're the daughter of the late president. Do you really have the authority to do that?
Did you show the new YCH because they're adorable? No, I've got that scheduled to go live, I think in like, I think it might be tomorrow? Tomorrow or the next day, I think. But yes, my, let me just give you guys, those of you who are in the top tier of Patreon, which are Red, Hiyuki, Umbrakit, Yurikata, Lovely Lav, and Ryoko, start thinking about whether you would like a pouch pal on a cherry or a blueberry. It's very cute. It's very cute. I think you're gonna like it. Strat's already got his PFP.
Your employees probably resent you.
Wow,
well,
he sucks.
That's not important. I'm in your father's debt, after all. I can repay some kindness to his daughter.
Shadow TV guy is so unpleasant. Poor Haru. I know. He's the fucking worst. Red versus blue deal. I already know which to pick. Aha! There you go, Red. So fruity and cute. Yep, time to turn off raids. Let me go do that real quick. Hold on a second.
Thank you. Very much.
Oh, poor Haru, dude.
But
She sounds so numb.
Your father truly was a fool.
Eesh.
He could have lived a life of luxury if only he'd done what he was told. You know, I'm the one who broadcast the moment of his mental
Wow! Did he allude to having also been the one to trigger it, and now he's the one who broadcast it? That's fun. Let me guess, red. Dude, stop talking, right? Go for his ankles! Looks like the partner badge is channel, not global. What do you mean, Traza? I know that I get to like move around through the Twitch space with my partner badge. Ah, thank you for gigantifying the emote storm. Mr. TV presenter here is in need of a haircut.
Our rating shot up because of that.
Oh.
Stop it.
Oh. You can't use this partner badge. Oh, do you mean oh, that one, the Tau badge. Oh, it's only here. Oh, bummer, that's too bad. I, for some reason, thought that you could use it anywhere, but I guess you can only use it here. But we appreciate it. We do appreciate it all the same. I thought that you would be able to use it elsewhere. I could have sworn that I'd seen some people using other ones elsewhere. I guess I'm crazy. I probably am a little bit crazy.
How could you talk about my father's death like that?
That's just business.
Guess I'll stick with my Moogle most places. Oh, Traza, I appreciate you using our little badge while you're here, though. I hope you like it.
Overcoming death to rebuild the family company.
Wow.
You're so cute, you might just get good ratings.
Oh, I have the one from Save as well, and even that's limited to his channel. That's so silly to me. Like, you can use, I feel like if you can use emotes and other channels from other channels, you should be able to have a badge, you know? Would partner perhaps give you more emote slots? Yes, we have so many emote slots, and I really, once I catch up with some stuff, I have like literally 30 emote ideas that I really want to make, that I've been wanting to make for a while. But, I will
not forgive you for that! You had better apologize to my father!
Woohoo! This guy has no tact. No, he doesn't. But also it's his shadow, so it's just like all of his internal feelings, I think. Should have up to 60 extra emote slots now. Yeah, I think something like that. Not sure what's restricted. Yeah, it's silly. It's silly.
Time to save her!
Are you thieves?
Whoa! The monkey man. Surprisingly few streamers have a crying emote. Yours is one of the few I have. Oh, really? That's like the happy cry. We also have like a genuine like sobbing one. That one is by the lovely Seru. Oh, Hanuman. Oh, that's Hanuman. Oh, got it. All right, can't use any of those. Where's my boy? Actually, let's try you. I love a freeze. Yeah, that's the one. That one will sob.
Nice, Joker. I'll try. Okay, use my persona even higher. How's this?
Damn. Reverse rub? What does that mean?
Let's go.
Mork. Hello, Magnificent Mork. Thank you for the care package, hun. I think it's certain patches, maybe? Maybe? He's really getting on my nerves. How to end his career? His free trial of life is about to end. Big spotted cat. Spotted. It's a cute kitty, isn't it? Okay. What have we got for some electricity? I imagine having wings will make you susceptible? Yeah. The guy who's raging out is not thrilled, though. I think an eating popcorn badge would be thematic. Oh my god, I'm obsessed with Maid's eating popcorn badge. It's my favorite Pokemon. It's a Jolteon, just nomming back, nom 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 nom, eating popcorn. It's so cute. I would love to make one kind of like that, of either a pal or myself or something like that. It's so cute. Do you like I like the eating corn one. I'm proud of that one. Woo! Miss! Ooh, nice. I miss when Tau could go, you die now, and all the enemies would immediately die. I know, it was so addicting. Let's tech. Oh, I missed that guy. Oh, deflection! We need to get that new one, that one animated. Oh yeah, no, like, these are all things that I really, really want to make, myself to, like, I wanna display my improvement of emotes so I can also put it on my VGen. Because I don't have any, like, recent examples on my VGen. I'm gonna get to make some because of lovely Aussie. But I wanna get some of the more, like, animation stuff. I did get to do, lovely Reborns. Gaming Reborn. Can I get a shout out for gaming_reborn with an E at the end? Because Rayborn has rated in a number of times as well, and is also responsible for our lovely partner badge. Eating corn is good, but eating popcorn is like enjoying the show. There you go, there you go. Tau, if you had one persona, what would it be? Do I get to make one up, or do I have to pick one from in here? Because if I get to make one up, I could probably come up with something, but I don't know if I could come up with one that's sweet to ice and that's it. Damn. You know what I might do? I might do... Ah, there we go. I was looking for ice, but I don't need... I just need something to... There we go.
Using this.
I'm a commission for animated emote when I can. Oh, thank you, Ozzy. Well, I look forward to it. Get him, bitch! Yeah! Personas are based on angels and demons mostly. That's fair. I'd go with some kind of like griffin. I think a griffin. I'd love a griffin. I feel you would go for a horse one. Yeah, I would probably... Oh, not a griffin. Sorry, a hippogriff. A hippogriff. Hippogriffs are my favorite mythical creature. So I would love a hippogriff persona. I actually don't know if they have one, but they're pretty fucking sick. I'll tell you what. Speaking of making a persona, I'm surprised we don't have any Australian Aboriginal mythological entities in this game. That's actually a good point. I am kind of surprised by that too. Get 'em, girl! No, shit! I fucking pressed the wrong button! Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I do that sometimes where if I don't look... If you guys don't see me do this, you can expect within 1 second I'm gonna accidentally pass by a showtime. Wait, there is? There are? What else? Miraculous Ladybug theme goes with this fight surprisingly well. Oh yeah, it's a banger, isn't it?
Okay, we have the letter of introduction. I assume as part of the media, you have knowledge about quite a few important topics. We will not take your life as long as you share the knowledge that you've kept from the public.
Remember that Kanashiro guy? The one from the Mafia who ended up on the news a while back? Well, the money he was gathering all went to Shido-san.
Shido and Kanashiro were connected?
Indeed.
Wow.
As well as that old man Madarame.
Oh my god, this is so convenient. This guy is the ultimate enemy of every single one of our party members. I think we all have a reason to want to murder his ass. Good time zone to you, lovely Mork. Thank you so much for coming in. Mokoi, the little green guy with the actual boomerang. Oh! Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. It's been a while. Pacific Islander culture for that thing. Yeah. You know, a hippogriff could very easily come in a form of a rat with the head, wings, and front legs of a pigeon.
His counterfeit business, along with Kanashiro's Mafia, aided Shido-san quite a lot financially.
Oh, wait, we have a Yorlungur. I didn't realize that was one of the names for the Rainbow Serpent. That's cool. But we won't, because they're better than that. I don't know, we can kill this fictional character. Maybe we will.
Hey, you were forcing the news to be about Akechi and Shido all the time, right? I'm sick of him. Wait, this guy's not a real person. Telling him ain't gonna do shit for us.
What is a hippogriff? A hippogriff is a back half horse, front half like griffin kinda. It's got like a beak and feathers and a mane of feathers, and then it's got like talons. So it's like an eagle, but yeah, it's better than a hypocrite. Valid, good point. That's why Yorlungur is literally a rainbow snake. I thought it was a worm. My bad. That's cool.
We have to take down Shido himself.
It just has really rounded features at the top and bottom of it. The only one that isn't connected is Kamoshida. Oh wow, yeah, because he's busy just being a fucking creep. Everyone else had ulterior motives.
I would never have imagined
Sketchy
that their
Akechi.
leader would commit suicide. Akechi-kun, did you anticipate this curious turn of events?
An eagle-horse hybrid. Yeah, it's an eagle-horse hybrid. Yeah, hippogriffs are my absolute favorite, my favorite mythical creatures.
Oh, certainly not to this extent. But it is important to note that he was the mastermind behind the recent commotion. Getting captured must have wounded his pride irreparably. Such things happen often to insurgent leaders.
According to the police, the whereabouts of the other members are still currently unknown. Considering they no longer require testimony from the leader, the investigation will be hard to...
A hippogriff is a horse with a head, wings, and front legs of an eagle. Yeah, that's what I said. I said the back half is a horse, and then I said it's got a beak and an eagle face, and then it's got a mane of feathers, and then it's got eagle feet. Oh, and it does have wings. Sorry, I did forget. I guess I forgot to say wings, but yes, wings are definitely involved. Medieval culture had a lot of really weird mashup creatures like those, and one I don't hear mentioned often is the Enfield. What is Enfield? What myth are they tied to? I think it's just a fairy tale creature. I actually have no idea. Maybe it's from the same place as griffins? Where are griffins originally from? I think Old England? Thank you for the carrot packet, Tassie.
Of course.
The Phantom Thieves may have laid low since then, but they must not be excused. I don't care if they come after me. For the victims of their evil deeds and for their families. I will capture the remaining Phantom Thieves, no matter what.
Enfields have the head of a fox, the front legs of a raptor or eagle, the body of a lion, and the back end of a wolf. That sounds pretty cool. Does it have wings like an eagle or no? Mega evolution of a Pegasus, like an Eevee turning into a Jolteon? Oh, that'd be sick, Trout. That'd be so cool.
My apologies. I didn't mean to get so worked up.
My boy.
No wonder they call you an ace detective of justice. What passion. How about we use this opportunity to poll the audience? Those who believe the detective of justice will annihilate the Phantom Thieves. Press your buttons now.
Ha! 50-50.
The audience agrees.
What?
Looks like you can't back down now.
Oh, or are there 50 people in the audience? I thought that was 50%.
But I do have to study for my college entrance exams. I might not be able to promise that. None of these people know that I was an undesirable child.
Oh no, not an undesirable child. Is that what's wrong with you? Akechi, is that why you murder people? What a traumatic backstory. I like to kill people because I was an undesirable child. Sorry. I'm a little salty, dude. Most old depictions do not have wings, but some modern artists have made some banging interpretations which have rad wings on the front arms. Oh, that'd be cool. That'd be super cool. He was undesirable? Oh no. Anyways. I'll see you. Cutie cat. Welcome back. You never slept? I hope you relaxed though.
I wanted people to rely on me. I wanted to be needed.
Griffins are a Western myth, I assume, and so are dragons. I remember seeing this Discovery show about it. Dragons seem to appear all over the world, though. Yeah, dragons are all over the world. There's just, like, different types. I think griffins must be in the same vein as hippogriffs. Does anybody know where or how long ago hippogriffs occurred?
I devoted myself to my studies, acted as an honor student, and made my name as an ace detective. And thanks to the Nav app and the persona bestowed upon me by the gods, I managed to dispose of any who got in my way.
Don't know if I'd call it rest, but I was in bed just laying there on my phone. Fair enough, cutie cat. I hope you get better sleep tonight, though. I think griffins are from Greek mythology. That sounds right. I wonder if hippogriffs are also from there.
Though it took me some time to finally do so.
Oh, it's the child of a griffin and a horse? I love that they just were like, fuck the lion part. We don't need that.
All that remains is to tell him.
But still, wasn't their leader's suicide a letdown for you, given how long it took to apprehend him? I think if it were me, I would have collapsed from the shock.
True. It did make me feel somewhat dizzy. Just a little, though. Perhaps my mind was worked up due to the major task I had undertaken.
Hey, who is that? If you don't turn off your phone, the Phantom Thieves might change your heart.
Yikes, bro.
A phone?
Catchy is like, I don't like that this is being made fun of.
See? Even Akechi-kun's face is stiffened up.
I think he's pissed at you, dude.
Sorry about that.
Oh, wait. Is he putting two and two together? Fuck, we're in trouble if he realizes I'm still alive.
I'm not bothered. Just make sure to turn it off when you go to the movies.
Uh-oh. Mythical creature like a unicorn. Okay, need to take my leave for a while. How much time do we have left? Oh, less than 15 minutes. We'll be finishing up in less than 15 minutes. Excellent. On to the next one. Who else remains? We're leaving the cleaner for last, so we just gotta find that IT president guy left. Whatever. We don't have any clues about him yet, though. Either way, let's proceed onward. We still haven't got a full grasp on this ship's layout. I would love to know where a... where Whaleseed is. I'll try to be here before that. Oh, good. Not to be off, or maybe on topic, but with noticing the purple check on your head, I want to express a hearty congrats on getting partner. Oh, Mark, sweetheart, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's our first partner stream. I'm really glad that that you can appreciate the hard work and effort that's gone into getting this, and it's because of precious pals like you that we have it. And honestly, congrats to you as well, because this is also your victory. This is your accomplishment, and I really, really do appreciate any time that you've spent hanging out, lurking, chatting, whatever you have done. Thank you so much for the awesome support. Fuck! Ah! Got him. Futaba kind of reminds me of Tsuyu Atsui, but that's kind of because of the mask making her eyes look big. That's fair. Darth, thank you for the thank you. Thank you. All right, Nue. Where is my Nue? Nue. 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 There, not you. Nue. There we go. Okay. Are you okay? You're weak to that. Oh, but you're strong to that. We will do this one then. Boop. Cutie Kappa! Thank you for contributing to the movie challenge, hon. I appreciate it. Fuck! I did a flip.
I have a clear shot.
Get him! Sick.
Serves you right.
Do it.
Get him!
Okay.
That was an easy win. Let's go, Joker.
Excuse me. Let's go on in here. And let's heal up. Thank you, Morgana. There we go. Thank you for the care package, terrific route. Oh. Thank you. Kitty Kappa, thank you for tuning in.
Let's do it.
And let's see, we got like less than 10, well, about 10 minutes. You're welcome. Thank you, Trout. I wonder if we go out here. This might be the way.
We've arrived.
Okay. I just want to try and make sure that we have some... We made it. All right, madame. Hi. That man had so many tattoos, and his mannerisms were quite preposterous as well. But I suppose if he's on the ship, Mr. Shido must accept him. Oh dear, I got far too excited in the entertainment hall. I should cool down here for a while. I think we gotta find the IT president. Do you think he's being an introverted IT tech, or do you think he's... Oh, what's in the side hall? What is that? How do we get there? So I want to know where the nearest... Is there anything in here we haven't explored? I want to know where the nearest Whaleseed is. Let's see. Side deck. Side deck. I can't slip through here, can I? I cannot. I cannot. The covert ops over there. Side deck. Where would it be? I wonder if I should just go back to... Huh. That's all side deck stuff. We also have the assembly hall. That's... Oh! Trout! Thank you so much, darling. Thank you for the, wow, that is so generous. Thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Terrific. Ta-ra! Thank you so much, darling. I so appreciate it. Thank you for your immense generosity, kindness, and support. Thank you. Oh, and an additional one to the lovely Skellington. Thank you so much, Terrific Trout. You definitely have access to our very first 1 week long exclusive little badge now. Thank you so much. Thank you. I do appreciate it, darling. Thank you so much. Oh. Yay! So it is Skellington got a gift shop. Okay, I can probably go, I gotta find out where this, side deck. Yeah, all right. Maybe we'll, since we gotta finish up very soon, maybe we will just, make a runner for that, safe room. Woo! And we'll just save here, and that way we'll know that we're approximately in the right place. All right. Yay, Mork, you got a gift sub. I'm so happy. That's awesome. All right. We're gonna say 3 times. And I'm going to tell you guys how incredibly grateful I am, how humbled I am, how privileged and honored and just overwhelmed with gratitude I am for every single one of you, all of the amazing support from our raiders, from this community, from our mods, to get this partner thing all done and dusted. I truly can think of no better people on the internet than all of you, and I am so honored to and privileged to have you in my midst for the duration of these streams. I'm so grateful. Our next stream will probably be Tuesday. I'll let you know. But I think it'll be Tuesday because I did tell you guys this. I would love to stream the whole entire week, but this happened very unexpectedly. like about a little over 72 hours after we submitted the application. So I have some specialist appointments that I do have to do tomorrow. And yeah. So I probably won't be able to stream tomorrow, but I will see you Tuesday. I will see you Wednesday, and I'm gonna do my best to see you on Thursday too. I'll double check and make sure that I can do some stuff then. But if Thursday is the day that we do our big can stream, I hope that you guys will be there. And you're going to bed, Swedish Shadow. All good. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Abby's for Ozzy. Good Ozzy. Abby's for Nix. Good Nix. I'm delighted for you, Tao. It's well-deserved, and I'm glad Twitch did something not stupid for once. Oh, thank you, Steve. I really appreciate it, darling. Thank you so much. Big thanks for streaming, and big thanks to the community for lifting Tao up. Absolutely. And big thanks to you, Red, and Strat, and Seru, and Save, all my amazing mods for being fucking amazing mods. Thank you so much. And the privilege is ours. You guys are so sweet. One last thing before we go. Thank you so very much to our outstanding top tier patrons. I really appreciate the outstanding support. Really genuinely flabbergasting how supportive you guys are, which is lovely. Red Tempestus, thank you so very much. Fabulous Hiyuki Yurino, thank you so very much. Amazing Umberkit 31, thank you so very much. Beauty Catashax, thank you so very much. Lovely Lavender Rose, thank you so very much. And Radical Ryoko Stara, thank you so very much for your incredible support, generosity, and dedication, both on stream and over on Patreon. Also, massive thank you to our incredible raiders, the sweetest SafeFile17, also a big part of the reason that we have this. And also one of my dear mods, sweetest Storm Psych, a darling pal who's been around for like years now, and the amazing UmberKit31, another precious pal who feels like he's been here forever, even if it's only been like, I don't know, a year and a half, which is still a lot. It's still a lot. I'm just trying to decide who we go and see. Yeah. Oh, do you know what? Maybe we'll go and see little Yoshi. Yoshi B is doing some. Yoshi came in earlier actually and celebrated the partner and thanked us for the partner. Congratulated us for the partner. That's the word of gratitude. Congratulate us for partner. We're gonna go see lovely Yoshi. And my darlings, I will, as per usual, have your schedule up within the next 5 hours. Okay, probably a little bit less than that, in fact. And on that note, I hope that if you're going to bed, that you sleep wonderfully well.
Pretty
if you're off to do something else, that you have the best time ever doing it. And of course, cutie pies, you all have little pieces of my heart and my soul. Thank you so much for the amazing support today. Thank you so much for the amazing support every day. And I will see you at the latest on Tuesday for demos. So don't forget to submit your demos, okay? It's always hard to say goodbye, but no, I refuse to sleep. Engage, you gotta sleep. Bye-bye. Please take the best care of yourselves because you know I would take the best care of you. Yes? All right, go to your pies. Until Tuesday, love you lots, miss you terribly. See you soon. Mwah. Surprise communism! Surprise communism indeed! Bye-bye! Oh, scary. Murder? Who will?
Buttons.